My parents laughed at my art career, saying I wasn't their kid. At their anniversary party I played their game, and publicly shattered their world. My parents made fun of me by saying I couldn't be their kid. They told the server I was adopted when I ordered something else at restaurants. They joked with other parents at school functions that the hospital must have switched infants because I was nothing like them. My mom would comment, "Our real daughter would have been athletic when I quit soccer for theater." My dad would tell his golf pals that my love of reading indicated I wasn't his since no kid would choose books over athletics. They thought it was hilarious. After I dyed my hair black at 12, they informed our extended relatives at Thanksgiving that I wasn't theirs since nobody would make such strange decisions. When I went to art school instead of business school, people scoffed. The humor changed. Refunds are now due from the hospital. We undoubtedly have our ideal daughter somewhere. It was spoken to my face during supper. They told strangers who praised my works. They'd tell my guy when I got him home. Later, he abandoned me because my family was too odd and he didn't want to cope with child-hating parents. My older brother Ryan didn't get these jokes. He met their needs well. He played football, attended state business school, married his high school lover, and had grandchildren immediately. My dad's wedding speech thanked them for having at least one child. Everyone laughed except my Aunt Claire, who later told me it was cruel. But my worst moment was winning a national sculpting prize. It was big. Prize money, gallery display, everything. The presenter looked frightened when my mom responded, "We're still not convinced she's ours, but if she is, then sure, we're proud." My parents attended the ceremony. Audience members shuffled uneasily. Dad said, "Yeah, we keep waiting for her real parents to show up and claim her." They chuckled like it was usual. I decided they'd play this game then, I'd play better. They planned a huge party for their 28th anniversary. I was invited to speak. I said yes. I spent weeks planning everything but the speech. Calling my Aunt Claire, I requested all prenatal family pictures. My mom appeared different before and after my birth in photos. My dad's yearbook showed brown eyes. Not the green he said was our family's. I got creative with picture editing basics. Not insane, just compelling. The celebration night arrived. My folks were running their normal show at the head table. After being congratulated on raising 2 kids, my mom responded, "Well, 1.5 since we're not sure about that one," while pointing at me. Ryan gave the impassioned statement first. Then my turn. I stood and stated I wanted to address a long-standing issue. The room quieted. My parents constantly joked about my not being theirs, and I finally knew why. They were correct. Not my biological parents. I retrieved photographs. My pre-birth photo showed my mom appearing different. I pointed out the eye color in my dad's yearbook photo. I said none of them were artists, although my biological grandma, who died before I was born, was a painter. I'd been skeptical for years, but their continuous jokes prompted me to investigate. Silence filled the room. Mom's face whitened. I continued running while my dad said. I stated that explained why they never bonded with me, felt distant, and could joke about me not being theirs since they knew. I thanked them for raising me despite not being their daughter. Since blood matters, I understood why they favored Ryan, and didn't blame them. I thanked them for keeping me despite knowing the truth. My mother wept. Dad stood and said, "That's ridiculous." Of course, I was their daughter. Aunt Claire tried not to grin. Very gently, I opened the envelopes. Blank papers were within. I removed them and let them fall on the floor, white sheets swirling about me. My hands shook as I looked at my parents and spoke the words I'd been holding back. I made it up. The images were modified. Fake eye color. False grandmother story. All of it. All the proof I provided them was fabricated. My mother screamed after 2 seconds of silence. Everyone froze at this high-pitched sound. My dad rushed forward, knocking his chair over, and moved toward me with a new expression. Phones were pulled one after another. It made it worse to see others holding them up and capturing everything. My mom was screaming and cursing, wondering how I could do this to them and calling me nasty things in public. Guests stood up, some approaching, some retreating toward the exits. Ryan sat at the head table with his mouth wide and face white. Claire grasped my arm painfully next to me. She dragged me away from the microphone and toward the side exit. My dad kept coming, pushing past people, and he yelled that I was dead, that I was no longer his daughter, and that he never wanted to see me again. He pushed past the coordinator who tried to block him. Claire kept tugging me, and I tripped attempting to keep up. I turned to see Tara get up from her seat and grab Owen and Emma, rushing them to a separate entrance with her hands on their shoulders. Ryan hadn't moved. He sat looking at nothing while commotion erupted. Some were shouting questions at me, some were calling my parents, and some were simply filming it on their phones. Claire led me into the hallway through the side door. My legs felt strange and detached, like they weren't mine. She kept tugging me along in the hallway and parking lot without letting grip of my arm. I noticed I was sweating when chilly air struck my face. So violently was my body trembling that my teeth chattered. Claire escorted me to my car and asked for my keys. I took them from my handbag but dropped them twice before I could give them to her. She opened the driver's side and pulled me toward it. "Drive to my house. You can't be alone right now." I climbed in and tried to start the car, but my hands were trembling. I began it after 3 tries. After Claire went to her car 2 places over, I sat with the engine running and stared at the steering wheel. Through venue windows, I saw people moving about and the commotion I'd left behind. Claire pulled beside and indicated for me to follow. I put the car in drive and did as she instructed since I had no other choice. Claire's house was 14 minutes distant but seemed like hours. Sweaty hands kept sliding on the driving wheel. Every time I stopped at a red light, I saw myself in the rearview mirror and looked funny. At her place, I parked awkwardly in the driveway and had to park twice. She opened my door and helped me like I was sick or injured. Inside her residence, she guided me to the couch, where I sat. She went into the kitchen and opened cupboards and ran water. I sat gazing at the coffee table, the magazine on it, and a water ring from a glass on the wood. Everything was muted and distant, like I was underwater. Claire returned with 2 tea mugs and placed one in front of me. She sat silently in the chair across from me. That made me cry. Not silent sobbing. The ugly sort when you can't breathe, your nose runs, and you make awful noises. Claire waited with her mug, letting me fall apart. When I could talk, the words were garbled. I told her about the 8-year-old restaurant jokes, 12-year-old Thanksgiving announcement, the time they informed my date I probably wasn't theirs before prom, and the award ceremony when they made the joke in front of everyone essential to my career. They always made me feel like a mistake they had to keep. I told her Ethan left because he couldn't handle parents who belittled their child. Whenever I attempted to make them proud, they made another joke. Claire nodded like she'd seen this for years and was waiting for me to see it. My phone buzzed in my handbag. The humming continued. As soon as I took it out, the screen was filled with notifications, texts and calls that were too rapid to read. Ryan's name repeatedly. My cousin Carla, Mom's sister, Uncle Tom, partygoers. My relatives' group chat was insane. Messages too rapid to track. Opening Ryan's texts first made me regret it. "What were you thinking? Mom is hysterical. Dad punched a hole in the wall. How could you do this? What is wrong with you?" My aunt, my mom's sister, sent me a long mail calling me nasty, selfish and ungrateful, stating I embarrassed my parents on their special day and owed them a huge explanation. More texts from cousins wondering what happened, some stating they saw videos online, some supporting my parents, others asking for my side. The humming continued. Another SMS or call every several seconds. The alerts kept coming until my hands started trembling again, so I shut off the phone. The abrupt hush weighed. Claire stared at me from her chair, and I stated I couldn't read anymore. She nodded and requested more tea. Though I hadn't touched the first cup, I agreed. She up and returned to the kitchen, leaving me to reflect. Venue floor blank sheets were likely still dispersed. My parents probably remained. Maybe they went home to handle things away from the cameras and onlookers. Ryan was probably attempting to calm everyone down as usual, being the good child who solved problems. I was on Claire's couch after blowing up my family in front of 50 phone-wielding witnesses. Claire returned and asked me the question I'd avoided. "Did you plan this to hurt them, or to make them understand how much they hurt you?" I said the second one, wanting them to feel what I felt, but as I sat in her living room with the weight of my actions, I realized I didn't have the solution. Might have been both. I may have wanted them to ache like they had for years. Maybe I wanted them to feel unwanted and unwelcome. Maybe I wanted to watch them squirm in public as I did at that award ceremony. Since I'd always been silent, the prospect worried me. He accepted the jokes and went on. The problem-free one. I didn't believe I could prepare something that vicious and precise, but I had. I spent weeks on it. I edited images, wrote articles, and rehearsed my speaking. I knew what I was doing, and did it nonetheless, knowing it would destroy them in front of everyone we knew. That was no accident or rage. It was retribution, cold, calculated, and flawless. I glanced at Claire and said I didn't know it could be both. She nodded like it was the answer she anticipated. The night in Claire's guest room was restless. When I acknowledged lying, I saw my mother's face every time I closed my eyes, how it twisted and crumbled. I watched my dad lunge at me with a new expression. Angry and maybe wounded. I witnessed visitors using their phones to record and upload everything. Ryan was transfixed at the table, his sister's breakdown upsetting his ideal existence. I kept thinking about the floor's blank sheets. I got what I desired. I made them feel as I did. I openly humiliated them as they degraded me. I rejected them as they rejected me for years. Felt horrible. I couldn't articulate why it was dreadful, hollow and wrong. Around 3 a.m., I got up and used the restroom. Saw myself in the mirror. Same face, same person, yet changed. Someone who planned and executed retribution well. Someone who would intentionally harm others and watch. I returned to bed but couldn't sleep. Lay there looking at the ceiling and rehashing everything till sunrise. I heard Claire answer the phone in the kitchen around 8 a.m. She said quietly. She called my name. She came in the guest room doorway with her cordless phone. It's Maya. She won't stop calling until she talks to you. I greeted. Just started asking whether I was okay, where I was and what happened. Someone's Instagram feed showed party footage, apparently many people since it was spreading. She wanted to know whether I needed her, if I was secure, or if I was crazy. I assured her I was okay at Claire's and possibly had lost my mind. She claimed she was coming over and hung up before I could argue. Claire returned the call and called Maya a friend. I nodded and hopped in the shower, thinking the hot water would make me feel human. It didn't. Turning on my phone after the shower was necessary. I couldn't avoid it forever. From the guest bed, I hit the power button and saw the screen light up. Notifications flooded in immediately. 60 messages, 20 missed calls, voicemails, emails. The group chat has 100+ new messages. My gut tightened as I gently scrolled through them. Ryan's were worse since they weren't furious. They were bewildered and hurt. Why did you ruin their beautiful day? Everyone watched. There are videos everywhere. Mom won't stop sobbing. Dad is yelling things I've never heard him say. Tara is furious. The kids are asking unanswerable questions. You humiliated them in front of everyone they know. Why? Why? I read his messages again to find rage to fight. But this confused hurt made me sick. So I listened to voicemails. My mother kept weeping and saying, "How could you? How could you do this to us? How could you lie like that? How could you humiliate us? How could you?" she said after almost 2 minutes. The message from my father was different. His voice was icy yet controlled. No emotion. Do not contact us again until you are ready to get down on your knees and apologize for what you did tonight. Do not call. Do not text. Do not show up at our house. You are not welcome until you are ready to beg forgiveness for this humiliation. He hung up. I held the phone and stared at the wall, realizing there was no turning back. To make them feel what I felt, I succeeded. I had to accept being the perpetrator. After packing, I thanked Claire for letting me crash at her house about midday. She hugged me at the door and meant it when she said to call if needed. I drove 20 minutes back to my flat without the radio because I couldn't tolerate noise. Parking in my customary place, I climbed the steps to the 3rd level. My legs felt like I'd run a marathon instead of only staying one night. Everything in my apartment looked the same but felt different. The wall shelves held reproductions of my sculptures, which I had sold to galleries in 3 cities. The prize certificate was framed over my desk. Gold letters on cream paper declaring my national recognition. I was pleased of that certificate when it arrived. I pondered showing it to my folks before realizing they'd make another joke. As I stared at it, I realized that none of these successes had ever stopped them. Not the prize, gallery showings, or collectors that bought my art. Since the jokes weren't about me, they kept joking. They were uneasy with a girl that didn't suit their ideal daughter. Maya texted me wondering if I was home, all right, and if she could come over. She arrived 40 minutes later with Chinese takeout and champagne after I texted my address. She placed everything on my kitchen counter and pulled out containers without asking. Have begun opening boxes and received plates. She waited for me to chat on my couch with food on our laps. I told her about the manufactured evidence, how I manipulated the images, made up the eye color issue, and assumed my grandma was a painter. She ate her lo mein gently without interruption. Just let me explain my weeks-long planning. She chewed and thought for a while after I finished. She asked me what would happen once I was satisfied. After seeing them squirm, I realized I hadn't considered past the speech or their looks when they realized I was leveraging their joke against them. She nodded, understanding why I did it. They'd been terrible for years and deserved to be called out. She also warned that families don't forget public humiliation, so the repercussions will be worse than imagined. The next morning, my gallery owner called while I made coffee. Her voice sounded cautious and professional, like she was trying not to sound nervous, but she was. She mentioned family turmoil at a gathering this weekend. Someone posted Instagram videos spreading that word in the art community. I responded I was okay when she inquired. Just family things. She then made her point. She worried this would damage my image since I won a big prize and had a showing next month. She said collectors and gallery owners talk. They want dependable, skilled artists they invest in. I didn't realize my personal life bursting would affect my job, so my gut twisted. She promised not to cancel, but wanted me to know that people were asking questions and I should keep a low profile. After we hung up, I stared at my phone on my couch and understood the repercussions went well beyond my family. This problem was affecting my professional reputation, which I'd developed independently of my parents. I scarcely left my flat for 3 days. I worked on a new sculpture in my spare bedroom studio, ignored most of my communications, and pretended everything was normal. Ryan unexpectedly knocked on my house late Wednesday afternoon. Through the peephole, I saw him tired. It looked like he slept in his shirt. He entered without invitation when I opened the door. Straight to my sofa and sat heavily. He stated Tara was upset with me and had been calling our mother every day to soothe her. Their kids were asking why grandmother and grandpa were sobbing and what occurred at the celebration. Ryan stroked his hair and noted, I'd made everything complicated for everyone. That now he was stuck in the middle trying to keep peace with our parents while his wife thought I'd lost my mind. I watched him in my kitchen doorway and felt jealous because he was talking about how hard it was. I reacted and asked if he'd observed how they treated me differently and felt all those jokes were harsh. He glanced up shocked, like he didn't expect me to fight back. He said he'd noticed but felt I was strong enough to withstand their humor. I laughed ugly and unfunny. I asked him how I was meant to manage years of being told I wasn't theirs, having my partner hear those jokes and decide my family was too twisted up and receiving a national award and having them make the joke in front of the presenter. Ryan stated he didn't think it was that horrible and that it simply appeared like their bizarre way of goofing about from where he was. When just one person laughed, I informed him it was brutality disguised as humor. This was our first meaningful discourse about our childhood, lasting about 2 hours. Because of how they judged me, Ryan always felt pressure to be perfect. He believed that if he was good enough, did everything properly, got perfect grades, played the sports they wanted, and married the right girl, they would relax on me. But it never worked since their issue wasn't my conduct or choices. My existence as an outsider was their concern. He told me about staying awake in high school worried about failing them, choosing business school over history, and feeling like he had to be enough for them. I'd never known that. For years I thought he was their favorite and didn't have to struggle for their acceptance. He worked for it continually, but in a different way, wanting to be flawless so no one could criticize him. Ryan departed my flat as the sun sank without a solution. He appeared at my door and said, Tara wanted me to know I wasn't welcome at family events until this got fixed, until I apologized to our parents. And everyone could move past it. It broke my heart to think of Owen and Emma, my niece and nephew, and not seeing them. I was estranged from them because of what I did. They were 7 and 5, too young to comprehend adult turmoil. My expression changed, and Ryan looked regretful but didn't erase it. He stated Tara had to shield her kids from family strife. I was pandemonium now. After he went, I sobbed on my floor with my back to the door for the first time since the party. Not because I regretted my actions, but because I realized the cost. I expected to lose my parents, but not my brother's family. Claire called 2 days later to inform me my parents told everyone. My parents were ruling at a cousin's birthday party where she was. They told everyone I'd suffered a mental breakdown, that they were worried about me, that I'd always been sensitive and that I was managing things, but they were mistaken. Rewriting the party's events, they posed as worried parents with a problematic daughter. Claire claimed others were believing it, nodding compassionately and asking how they could assist. My mother wailed about how she didn't know what she did wrong raising me, and how she tried so hard to encourage my work, even if she didn't understand it. My father suggested I undergo therapy to get through whatever was causing my behavior. Claire was upset, but she couldn't stand up in the party and speak the truth. She wanted me to know they were controlling the story and victimizing themselves. My cousin Carla emailed me that night to hear my story. She wanted to hear from me since the family group chat was full of varied stories. I wrote everything on my laptop, every childhood joke I remembered. Presenter's startled look at award ceremony. Ethan dumped me due of our odd family dynamic. Anniversary celebration speech with fake evidence. I wrote about how they'd made me feel unwanted my whole life and how I resolved to show them. It took me an hour to compose. After finishing, I forwarded it to Carla and two other relatives I'd always known. They spoke to me at family functions instead of simply being there. Responses arrived the following day. Carla said that she'd always thought the jokes were nasty but didn't believe it was her place to say anything, regretting not speaking out earlier. Tom, my cousin, said he shuddered at family meals hearing them make similar comments but thought I could handle it. My cousin Olivia wrote back that I'd gone too far, that parents aren't perfect, but public humiliation was harsh, and I owed them an apology. My two other relatives agreed with my email. Olivia claimed family matters should be private and my actions were unacceptable. After reading all the replies, I understood my family was divided, people deciding if years of emotional pain merited one night of public retaliation. I shut off my laptop and realized things would never be the same. That I had shattered something in my family that wouldn't mend easily or ever. I answered my mother's sister's call the next day by mistake. She talked for 20 minutes about respect and family loyalty, how I degraded my parents in front of everyone they knew, and how I should feel sorry for destroying their wonderful night. She stopped me from talking about the years of jokes, the prize ceremony, Ethan, and everything else, saying I was too sensitive. She stated my parents' humor was theirs, and I should have thicker skin and stopped being so emotional. She claimed families tease one another and I'd traumatized typical parent behavior when I just couldn't take a joke. I disconnected midway through another thankfulness lesson. I couldn't sleep that night or 3 following. I replayed the party, seeing my mother go white, hearing my father yell, and seeing guests whip out their phones. I relived other occasions. I was 9 when the restaurant told the server I was adopted, an award ceremony at Thanksgiving when I was 12. I lay there looking at the ceiling till morning because my head wouldn't shut down. By the 4th night, I needed aid. Luckily, a therapist had an opening that week. Therapists have modest, tranquil offices. Many plants and gentle lighting were designed to be relaxing. She asked me what drew me in, so I told her everything from childhood until the anniversary party. Without interrupting, she listened. After I finished, she asked what I wanted from the bogus evidence. I told her what I'd been telling myself about wanting them to understand. Then I stopped. Since they'd made me feel rejected and unloved my whole life, I wanted them to feel the same. I wanted people to feel terrible when someone they love makes them the punchline. I wanted them to experience being mocked and excluded. I felt vulnerable saying I wanted to injure them as the therapist nodded and scribbled something down. My father emailed me 3 weeks after the celebration. His lawyer's office sent a chilly official email with legal letterhead. The statement stated that they removed me from their will promptly after great deliberation. Professionally written. Pure facts concerning estate planning and changed beneficiary designations. I laughed after reading it twice. Unexpected hysterical laughter that wouldn't stop. They'd exclude me from the will. It was their greatest prank. My ultimate proof that I wasn't theirs. I laughed till I sobbed, then cried at my kitchen table with my laptop open to that frigid email. Maya helped me pack family photographs the next day. About 15 images were dispersed over my flat, mainly in drawers. I put most in the garbage bag she provided after going through them one by one. Parents looking uncomfortable during high school graduation. A family Christmas photo without me smiling. My parents trashed a restaurant I don't recall. One shot of Claire and me at my art school exhibition was retained, the two of us smiling. Ironically, I retained one of Ryan and myself as kids, maybe 5 and 7, making something with blocks on the living room floor. Before our relationship got complex, we appeared joyful. The gallery owner contacted me the next week about a collector interested in one of my larger paintings. She seemed embarrassed, explaining that he'd backed out of the deal because of my stability. He didn't want to invest in an artist with personal issues after hearing about the family drama. I was irritated because my personal life was impacting my work, which I'd developed separately from my family. They were damaging my art career, which I had spent years building. Before saying something regrettable, I assured the gallery owner I understood and hung up. Ryan contacted 3 days later to invite me to family therapy with our parents. I laughed out loud reading the letter since admitting they required treatment was ludicrous. Therapy was for weak individuals who couldn't handle their problems, my parents felt. I texted that I'd consider it, but wasn't ready, which was true. I couldn't fathom sitting with them right now without going crazy. Claire contacted that night to say she was exhausted by being caught in the midst. She wouldn't stop talking to me, therefore my parents wouldn't talk to her. She was tired of family gatherings where people muttered about picking sides, my mother calling her unfaithful, and being pressed to choose. I told her she didn't have to take sides since I didn't want her involved. She was quiet for a moment, then stated she picked sides years ago when she witnessed how they treated me and wasn't abandoning me because it was difficult. I met Tara in the grocery store 2 weeks later and it was weird. In the produce department, we froze. She had a cart of kids' treats and I had sad single-person groceries. She politely inquired how I was doing without wanting to know. Then she stated she didn't know what to say when the kids asked about me. She stated Ryan was anxious trying to preserve peace and wished I'd apologize to restore normalcy. I knew Tara didn't comprehend as I held a bag of apples. She only knew Ryan's and my parents' version, where I was nasty and theatrical for no reason. She hesitated when I asked her to hear my story. She retreated with her cart. She stated she needed to support her spouse and couldn't if she knew my position too well. She claimed she had to go and pulled her cart away, leaving me in produce alone. My next therapy session focused on why I chose public humiliation over private conflict. The therapist asked why I didn't talk to them first, explain how the jokes affected me, and let them stop before retaliating. I wanted witnesses to see them squirm like they did me at that award presentation when the presenter looked frightened. I wanted all their joke laughter fans to see them ashamed, uncomfortable, and desperate. I needed confirmation that I wasn't crazy or sensitive and that their cruelty justified my rage. I replied yes and no to the therapist since I only felt good for 30 seconds before everything fell apart. 2 days later, I read my cousin Carla's Facebook post while browsing. I wasn't named, but it was evident. Pride is less essential than how true family endures hardship and forgives. Relatives agreed, discussing loyalty and how some individuals crave attention. I read each comment and watched additional individuals join for around 5 minutes. I blocked Carla. Her mom remarked, so I blocked her. I excluded 2 relatives who discussed respect and family values. I noticed something odd as my finger hovered over each block button. I was okay. I wasn't wounded or furious or trying to protect myself. I'm done with folks who think I should silently endure years of maltreatment like decent daughters do. A smaller social media circle made me feel lighter, not sadder. Ethan unexpectedly messaged me that week. I felt sick when I heard since I hadn't thought about him in months. He stated common friends told him about the gathering. He wrote a long note about feeling sorry about abandoning me during family problems. He understood the jokes upset me but didn't know how to assist, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He felt horrible about choosing peace over me. Even after hearing everything I had through, he said the dynamic was too broken for him to handle. He hoped I was okay, but he couldn't remain. So I read it 3 times to find out how I felt. I replied that I no longer blamed him. I told him I realize you can't cure someone else's family issues. You can only determine if you can live with them or leave for your mental health. I stated his option was probably healthier, even if it hurt. He answered quickly, stating he was delighted I got it and hoped it worked out. It was left. No drama, no anger, just 2 individuals who attempted something that failed and could accept it. After closing the message thread, I felt better about the split. I was right to be saddened by his leaving. Ryan texted 3 days later with a parental message. I could talk to them again if I apologized on Facebook. They wanted me to apologize for embarrassing them at their anniversary and acknowledge I lied. The message said it had to be public so everyone who observed the party turmoil could see me apologize. I read it again to confirm I understood the question. They wanted me to confess I was wrong, while denying responsibility. They asked me to degrade myself like I humiliated them to get their forgiveness. I texted Ryan quickly to say no. When they made me feel unwelcome my whole life, I told him I wasn't admitting I was wrong. He remained silent. In my next therapy appointment, the therapist said something that made me leave. She said both may be true. Their jokes and my retribution were nasty and wrong. She claimed I could be their victim and still be responsible for my actions. I fought with her for 10 minutes. Being perfect was my goal. I wanted utter falsehoods. I wanted it to be that easy because else I had to accept that I wounded people on purpose, which made me ill. She let me debate and then urged me to ponder. Next several weeks I continued thinking about it. The possibility of being injured and causing it. That knowing why didn't excuse my actions. That they may be bad parents and I could have reacted poorly. It was the hardest treatment item to accept. For Thanksgiving, Maya asked me to her family's house. I nearly declined since sitting at someone else's family table felt improper, but I realized this was my first Thanksgiving without my parents, and I didn't want to spend it alone in my apartment eating takeout. I was hugged like an old friend as her parents answered the door. The place smelled like turkey and pie, and people laughed and spoke. Nobody joked about my alienation. Nobody criticized my diet, clothes, or performance. Maya's mother inquired about my paintings and listened. Her dad recounted a charming, non-derogatory anecdote about Maya as a child. After dinner, I went to the restroom and wept for 5 minutes because this is family meal. No delicate steps. Stop waiting for the joke that makes everyone laugh but me. Kind individuals being kind because they wanted to. I wasn't expecting much for my birthday a few weeks later. Maya brought me to drinks the night before. Claire sent flowers to my flat. Ryan called when I made coffee that morning. He didn't mention the party, parents, or mess. He inquired how I was doing and informed me Owen learned to cycle and Emma started reading chapter books. We discussed mundane topics for 20 minutes. His job, my current sculpture, the weather. We had the most natural chat in months. I hadn't realized how much I missed talking to my brother without anything else. Even though our family was so fractured, I was happy he was trying when we hung up. That afternoon my mother left a voicemail. My muscles tightened when I saw her name on my phone. I almost skipped it, but I couldn't. She mentioned she'd been thinking about me on my birthday in a melancholy voice. She missed me and wanted change. Hope rose in my chest for 10 seconds. She stated she'd seen anniversary party photographs and how happy everyone was before I wrecked it. She hoped I was pleased after ruining their wonderful day and tearing the family apart. I stared at my phone when the message finished. She couldn't even wish me a happy birthday without mentioning what I did to her. I banned her phone and removed her voicemail without saving. Claire contacted me a week after my birthday to report my parents' marital problems. They were apparently arguing over who caused the party fiasco. My father felt my mother should have been more careful with her jokes over time. My mother stated my father laughed most and encouraged jokes. They each rewrote history to improve themselves and blame each other. Claire stated they could not assume responsibility. They'd rather fight than admit they injured their daughter. She considered public retaliation her only choice. Listening to Claire narrate their battles, I felt nothing. No joy in their pain, no guilt for my fault. I felt empty, like I was hearing about strangers. The gallery owner phoned 2 weeks later regarding a commission. Tech companies sought large sculptures for their headquarters foyer. Big budget, creative flexibility, career-boosting project. I immediately wanted to notify my parents after hanging up. I looked for my dad's number before realizing I couldn't call. We remained silent. He excluded me from the will. Mom's phone was banned. I had just Maya and Claire to celebrate this major professional success. I realized this was grief. Grief over relationships with living individuals who are now utterly. I didn't have parents who were enthusiastic about my disconnected from me. Achievement. I may never get that. Put my phone down and sat with the loss till it softened. At my next therapy appointment 2 weeks later, my therapist inquired if I'd considered repairing things with my parents. Just wanting them to stop being horrible was all I thought about it. I sat there trying to figure out what I needed from them. She gave me paper to write it down. I put sincere apology at the top and harm list what reconciliation requires. Acknowledged below. I incorporated boundary respect and behavior modification. I wrote until I had 10 items on the page, and when I looked at them, my chest sank. They couldn't do it. My parents couldn't apologize without explanations or retaliation. They had to minimize harm or say I was overly sensitive. My therapist nodded like she'd been waiting for me to find out that a meaningful relationship with them was worthless, as the list showed. Ryan texted me 3 days later to invite me to Owen's birthday celebration. He said Tara let me attend provided I promised not to raise trouble or mention the anniversary party fiasco. I gazed at the message for a long time, angry that they felt I required that condition like a bomb at a kid's birthday party. I missed Owen and Emma so terribly it ached. I replied back saying I'd be there and settle things down. Ryan replied with party plans and a thumbs up, and I spent the week thrilled to see everyone again. On Saturday afternoon, I brought Owen a gift to their home party. He'd adore this art set. The mood shifted as I entered. Tara grinned without looking at me, but she watched me like I'd shout. Ryan hugged me briefly before starting to help the other guests. I played with the kids, helped Owen unwrap his presents, sang happy birthday, and avoided actual conversations. Every chat was about weather, traffic, or kids' growth. Tara's parents paid me little attention. Just tight grins before turning away. After 2 hours, the stress was so intense I couldn't breathe, so I told Ryan I had to go early. Owen looked upset when I left, making it harder. Ryan texted that night that the kids appreciated my presence. He remarked, Owen kept asking when I'd visit again, and Emma wanted to show me her new chapter books. His text astonished me. He said he was attempting to maintain connections with me and our parents. He claimed, every time he talked to me they asked what we discussed, whether I'd apologized yet, if I was coming to my senses. He felt trapped and didn't know how to please everyone. I could tell from his messages that the pressure was getting to him. 2 days later, Ryan forwarded me a bunch of messages from our parents. They'd found out I was at the birthday party and were furious with him for inviting me. My mother wrote that I was a bad influence who would poison the kids against them. I read all the texts again and felt terrible. They were so controlling, trying to compel Ryan to exclude me from the family. It wasn't enough that they weren't talking to me. They needed everyone else to reject me, too. My next therapy session focused on why they'd made those jokes for so long. My therapist asked me what I believed was occurring when they called me not theirs, and I worked through it out loud. They were insecure about their lives and disappointed that things hadn't gone as planned. I was different from them in every way, but they rejected me and made me feel like the problem because accepting me would mean accepting their limited worldview. The jokes weren't about me. In that therapy office, I realized my parents had spent my whole childhood making me feel unwanted because they couldn't handle their own insecurity. That didn't make the hurt go away or fix anything. I still felt all the years of rejection and casual cruelty, but it helped me see them as flawed people who handled their limitations badly. I became less angry and more sad that they couldn't be different. Sad I'd never have the parents I wanted. Sad we'd wasted so much time on this toxic dynamic instead of getting to know each other. Maya planned a weekend trip to this little beach town 3 hours away. We walked on the beach, ate good food, and stayed up late talking about everything except my family. My art career, friendships, apartment, and life existed because I worked for it without their approval or support. They didn't give me anything that mattered. I created my own path and succeeded on my own terms. That felt powerful in a way I hadn't realized before. Claire called when we returned to say my parents wanted to meet with me, just the three of us, without lawyers or other family members. She thought they might be ready to talk this time, but she warned me not to expect too much because people don't change overnight. I told her I'd think about it and hung up, feeling nervous about the whole idea. I spent 3 days thinking about whether to meet them. I almost texted Ryan to say no at least 3 times. But finally, I decided I needed to hear what they had to say, even if it went badly. I texted Claire back and said I'd meet them at a coffee shop neither of us went to, somewhere neutral where we wouldn't run into people we knew. She set it up for the following Saturday at 10 a.m. I felt scared and anxious, wondering if I was making a mistake and setting myself up for more hurt. On Saturday morning, I arrived at the coffee shop 10 minutes early and chose a table in the back corner where no one could hear us if we were noisy. When I ordered my coffee, my hands were shaking and I spilled some on the counter because I couldn't hold the cup steady. I sat down facing the door and watched people come in, checking my phone every 30 seconds even though I knew the time. My parents arrived at exactly 10 o'clock, both looking older than I remembered from just a few months ago. My mother's eyes were red like she'd been crying that morning, and my father's jaw was tight. My mother started crying immediately, pulling tissues from her purse and dabbing her eyes. My father cleared his throat twice before speaking and said they'd been thinking about everything that happened. He said they never meant to hurt me with the jokes and thought I understood they were joking. My mother nodded and said she was shocked when I did that at their party because she really believed I knew they loved me, even if they teased. I felt my chest tighten listening to them because they still weren't getting it. My father said he was hurt that I would lie and embarrass them in front of everyone they knew. He said their friends had been calling asking if everything was okay, and they didn't know what to tell people. I started listing everything I could remember, from the restaurant when I was 8 and ordered pasta instead of steak to the soccer field when I quit, and my mother told the other parents I must not be hers to the Thanksgiving when I was 12 with the black hair, my ex leaving because he said my family was too weird. Every dinner, holiday and time they introduced me to someone new with that same joke. My mother kept interrupting me to explain what they meant. She said the restaurant thing was funny because I was such a picky eater, the award ceremony comment was their way of showing their pride in a joking way, and they never thought I took it seriously because I seemed fine. I snapped and told her I didn't care. I said, intentions don't matter when you spend years making your kid feel unwanted. I said, impact is what counts. And I grew up thinking they wished they had a different daughter. My father got red and started arguing, but I kept going. I told them about the nights I cried in my room wondering what was wrong with me. I told them I gave up on trying to be different, to like what they liked, to fit what they wanted because I wasn't built the way they expected. My father was quiet for a long time after that. He stared at his hands on the table and I could see him thinking. Finally, he said they were probably too hard on me because I was so different from them and Ryan and they didn't understand why. He said they didn't know how to connect with a kid who liked art, books and theater when they were all about sports and business. He didn't apologize. It wasn't an apology, but it was the first time he'd ever admitted fault. My mother nodded, but she looked uncomfortable, like she wanted to argue but knew she couldn't. I felt something shift in my chest. Not forgiveness, but maybe a little understanding that they were just people who screwed up, not monsters who hated me on purpose. I told them I couldn't keep having a relationship where I was the punchline of their jokes or around people who treated my differences like defects or made me feel like I had to prove I was good enough to be part of the family because it reminded me that I didn't fit their daughter mold, and I was done feeling bad about that. They looked uncomfortable and shifted in their seats. My mother said she'd try to do better, saying she didn't realize how much the jokes bothered me and she'd be more careful about what she said. My father nodded and said they could work on it. I didn't believe them, but at least they acknowledged an issue. After 20 minutes of talking in circles about the past and what went wrong, my father suggested we try family therapy together. He said they'd been seeing someone on their own, and the therapist thought it might help if I joined them. I was surprised they'd gone to therapy since they usually thought they did everything wrong. I told them I wouldn't promise anything and wouldn't say we'd fix our relationship, but I'd give therapy a chance to see if anything could be saved, but they needed to understand I might decide it wasn't worth it. They both agreed, and we exchanged numbers for the therapist so I could set up an appointment. Walking out of that coffee shop felt weird, like nothing was resolved but maybe something small had. The first family therapy session 2 weeks later was terrible. We sat in a small office with comfortable chairs and a box of tissues on every table. The therapist, a woman in her 50s, seemed nice when I met her in the waiting room, but my parents spent the entire hour defending themselves. My mother explained that the jokes were just their family's comedy. My father said I was always so sensitive and took things the wrong way. Every time the therapist tried to get them to talk about how their words affected me, they circled back to their intentions and said they never meant any harm. The therapist had to constantly redirect them, asking them to focus on my experience instead of their explanations. I left that session exhausted and wondering if it was worth it. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 15 minutes before I could drive home because I was so tired from fighting to be heard. The second session, 3 weeks later, went better. The therapist set ground rules about listening without interrupting and focusing on feelings rather than blame. She asked my father why he made jokes about me not being his kid. He paused and then said something unexpected. He admitted the jokes came from feeling disconnected from me. When I was little, he tried to bond with me over sports and outdoor stuff like he did with Ryan, but I wasn't interested. He didn't know how to relate to a daughter who wanted to read and do art instead of playing catch or fishing. He joked about that disconnect even though he knew it was wrong. It wasn't an excuse for years of making me feel unwanted, but it was honest. I could see him struggling to say it, and I realized he was struggling too. My mother had a much harder time taking responsibility. She spent most of the third and fourth sessions deflecting and explaining. Finally, in the fifth session, she admitted something surprising. She felt threatened by my independence and creativity, and that watching me succeed at art, and build a career doing something she didn't understand, made her feel less important. She said the jokes were her way of feeling less inadequate, which was twisted logic, but at least she was admitting she was wrong. After 3 months of weekly therapy, my parents were working on changing how they talked to me and about me. The therapist helped her see how she'd been projecting her own insecurity onto me, making me carry the weight of her disappointment with her own life. It didn't fix everything, but it helped me understand the jokes weren't about me. My mother called me twice to ask how I was doing without making any criticism, and my father sent me an article about a sculpture he saw in a magazine. These small things felt big after years of nothing, and I was trying to trust that the changes might stick this time. Our monthly dinners with the therapist helped us break out of old communication patterns. My parents learned to ask about my work instead of dismissing it, and I learned to give them a chance to be different instead of assuming the worst. It was slow and painful, and old habits came back, but we kept going to therapy and trying. Ryan called me one night, relieved that we were at least talking again. He said it had been hard being stuck in the middle, and he was glad we were working on things. Tara came around to me after months of being cold. She invited me to a barbecue at their house and talked to me like a normal person instead of a potential problem. When they saw me, the kids ran up and hugged me and asked where I'd been. Owen wanted to show me his new bike, and Emma wanted to show me her repainted room. Watching them laugh and play reminded me why I'd endure all the uncomfortable therapy sessions and difficult conversations. Keeping some kind of relationship with my family was worth the work, even if it was never perfect or easy. 6 months into therapy, I invited my parents to my next gallery showing without expecting them to come. But they arrived 20 minutes after the opening, appearing uncomfortable in their dress clothes and hovering near the entrance like they might need to leave. I watched them stare at my sculptures from across the room. Really stopped and read the descriptions, and my mother even took out her phone to take a picture of one piece. My father stood in front of my award-winning sculpture for almost 5 minutes, just staring at it. When an older couple asked him about it, he told them I was his daughter and that he was proud of my work. The couple asked more questions about my art, and my father answered them by saying I'd been doing sculpture since college and won a national award. He didn't make any jokes about me not being his real kid or wishing I'd done something else with my life. I had to leave to the bathroom because I felt tears coming. Claire saw me dabbing at my eyes with a tissue in the hallway outside the bathroom and hugged me without saying anything. When we went inside, she stood with me near the refreshments table and watched my parents slowly walk around the gallery, wiping her own eyes. She told me she'd spent years worrying about me, watching my parents treat me like a mistake, and she felt helpless because calling them out only made them defensive. She said seeing us all in the same room being civil, watching my father tell strangers he was proud of me, meant more to her than I probably understood. I thanked her for never giving up on me, for being the only one who consistently saw how cruel the jokes were, and called it after an hour, which was all they could handle. My parents left. My mother hugged me goodbye, and my father shook my hand and said it was a good show. It wasn't warm or comfortable or anything like I'd hoped for as a kid, but it was different, and that mattered. My parents will never understand my art or my choices, and years of feeling unwanted won't disappear because we're doing therapy, but we've established basic respect and boundaries. They catch themselves when they make jokes now, and they ask about my work instead of dismissing it. It's more than I expected 6 months ago when I sat in that first therapy session thinking it was pointless. I'm building a life that includes them in limited ways while prioritizing my chosen family. Maya attends every gallery opening. Claire calls me twice a week to check in, and my cousins who supported me have become closer friends. I see my parents once a month for supervised dinners and attend some family events where I can leave. I've accepted this as our relationship. The revenge at their anniversary party destroyed the toxic dynamic where they could joke about me not being theirs and I was supposed to just take it. The aftermath was brutal and messy, and I lost some family members who thought I went too far, but it forced necessary conversations. I'm finally okay with being myself, making art that matters to me, and building relationships with people who see me. Dad and stepmom argued over a book club while I cried in pain. 15 minutes later, my spine was injured. Now, I'm thriving while they rot in guilt. I was helping Dad's new wife Rachel set up for her book club meeting when the ladder I was standing on slipped beneath my feet. One moment I was stringing fairy lights over the living room ceiling, and the next I was falling backward into the air, arms flailing, attempting to cling onto something. I landed so hard on the hardwood floor that the sound echoed throughout the house, and for a while, I couldn't breathe, move, or do anything but lie there, gazing up at the whirling ceiling fan above me. Pain burst up my back and spread through my entire body in waves, causing my eyesight to blur and darken at the corners. Rachel came over and crouched alongside me, wondering if I was all right. But when I tried to respond, nothing came out but a strange gasping sound. I tried to sit up and instantly felt something odd with my back. A grinding feeling caused me to cry out and fell back to the floor. My legs felt odd and tingling, like if they had fallen asleep. And when I tried to move my right leg, it didn't respond as expected. Rachel urged me to keep motionless and took out her phone. And I believed she was phoning 112, but she was really messaging someone. Dad ran in from the garage, where he had been working on his car, and his face became white as he saw me laying on the floor. I attempted to tell him that I couldn't feel my legs properly, but the words came out garbled and incorrect. He knelt next to me and inquired what had occurred, to which Rachel responded that the ladder had slipped. Dad began to reach for his phone, and Rachel grabbed his wrist, suggesting we should wait a minute to see if I was seriously injured or simply shaken up. I looked at her in surprise since I was laying on the floor, unable to move my legs, and she wanted to see whether I was really harmed. Dad paused with his phone in his palm, looking between me and Rachel with a troubled face I had never seen before. Rachel started talking in a quiet, soothing manner about how ambulances were costly, how my stepmother was often exaggerated about injuries, and how I could only need a few minutes to recover my breath. She explained that her nephew fell from a ladder last year and appeared to be seriously injured at first, but was all right after resting down for a time. The tingling in my legs was worsening and spreading to my hips, and I could feel worry building in my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I gasped out that something was seriously wrong with my back and that I needed care right away. Dad eventually dialed 112, but Rachel put her hand over his phone and suggested we attempt to get me to the sofa first to see if I could walk. She said that if I could move on my own, we'd know it wasn't bad enough for an ambulance. Dad really agreed with her, and they both attempted to assist me sit up. The anguish that went through my spine caused me to scream so loudly that our neighbor's dog began barking. I slumped back into the floor, screaming and asking them to call for assistance, but Rachel was still talking about how we should wait a few minutes. She continued stating that her book club was starting in less than an hour and that having paramedics there would absolutely destroy the evening she had planned for weeks. Dad was gazing at his phone, then at Rachel, and then at me, and I could see him considering his options as if this were a tough decision rather than an obvious emergency. The fact that he didn't contact 112 right away as I lay there unable to move my legs properly, caused a crack in my chest that had nothing to do with the fall. Rachel advised that instead of calling an ambulance, they drive me to the urgent care clinic, which would be faster, cheaper, and less disruptive to her reading group. She was already looking up the location on her phone as I lay on the floor, attempting to explain that I couldn't move and that something was badly wrong with my spine. Dad felt it was a fantastic idea, and began discussing how to get me into the car, entirely ignoring the reality that moving someone with a probable spinal injury without correct precautions may result in lifelong harm. I learned it in health class last semester, but none of them seemed to remember or care about that fundamental safety knowledge. My eyesight was becoming blurry at the edges, and the tingling feeling had crept all the way up to my chest. I was scared that whatever was wrong was growing worse. While they were arguing logistics, Rachel checked her watch and stated that if they were going to transport me to urgent care, they needed to leave immediately away so she could return before her guests arrived. The nonchalant way she stated it, like if my probable paralysis was merely an annoying schedule issue, made me understand Dad had married someone who didn't care if I survived or died. I tried again to explain that I needed an ambulance and that you should not move someone who has a back problem. But Dad had previously agreed with Rachel's proposal. He went to park the car in the garage as Rachel hovered over me, explaining that the urgent care clinic was just 10 minutes away and had X-ray machines and everything an emergency room would need. I was weeping and attempting to explain to them that I couldn't physically move my legs, and that this was the type of circumstance in which you should always contact 112. But Rachel kept checking her phone and grumbling about her book group and how much effort she had put into arranging this evening. Dad returned and they talked how to raise me, and I screamed at them not to move me because they were going to make things worse, but they didn't listen. Rachel grabbed my arms, and Dad grabbed my legs, and as they raised me off the floor, the agony was so great that everything turned white, and I believe I blacked out for a few seconds. When my eyesight cleared, I was being carried into the garage, and the movement sent shivers up my spine with each step. They were able to get me into the back seat of Dad's SUV, where I was weeping and asking them to call an ambulance. Dad started the engine, and Rachel climbed into the passenger seat and directed him to the urgent care facility. Every bump in the road made me scream as anguish spread through my back, and the tingling in my legs worsened with each passing minute. Dad continued encouraging me to hang on and that we'd be there soon, but he was driving at the speed limit and stopping properly at every red light, as if this were a regular trip to the store. I couldn't understand why he wasn't driving, running red lights, or doing anything to show he knew how important this was. Rachel was on the phone, emailing her book club friends that she could be a few minutes late, but the meeting was still on. She kept telling Dad that I'd be okay, and that they'd get me checked out and back home in no time. The urgent care facility was located in a strip mall beside a dry cleaner and a pizza restaurant. And when we pulled into the parking lot, I noticed through the glass that there were at least 6 individuals in the waiting area. Dad parked and they opened the rear door so I could get out. And the procedure of getting me from the automobile to standing made me puke from agony. Rachel looked appalled and moved back to avoid getting anything on her shoes, while Dad attempted to hold my weight. My legs wouldn't hold me properly, and I kept buckling, so Dad had to half carry me to the entrance while Rachel walked ahead to unlock the doors. The individuals in the waiting area watched as we walked in, and the receptionist's eyes widened when she noticed me. Dad said that I had fallen off a ladder, damaged my back and couldn't move my legs properly, and the receptionist instantly replied that seemed like something that needed to be seen in an emergency department rather than urgent care. She indicated they weren't prepared to treat potential spinal injuries and that we should have contacted 112 from home. Dad and Rachel exchanged stares, and Rachel began to argue that they could at least take an X-ray to check how terrible it was. The receptionist shook her head, explaining that even if they could take X-rays, they couldn't treat a spinal injury here and would have to send us to a hospital anyhow. A nurse emerged from the rear, looked at me, and inquired how long ago I had fallen. When Dad stated it had been around 15 minutes, her expression changed entirely, and she inquired why they hadn't called an ambulance. Rachel began explaining how she wanted to save the expenditure and thought urgent care would be faster. And the nurse interrupted her, explaining that 15 minutes was far too long to wait with a possible spinal injury, and that transferring me without sufficient support may have resulted in irreversible harm. She ordered them to contact 112 straight away and that I should lie flat and immobile until paramedics came. Dad eventually took out his phone and phoned as the nurse helped me lie down on the waiting room floor. She was asking me questions about what I was feeling and where the discomfort was. When I informed her about the sensation in my torso, her countenance became serious. She ordered the other people in the waiting area to allow us some space and found blankets from some place to place under my head. Rachel was standing off to the side, looking unhappy and checking her watch again, and I overheard her telling Dad that she would have to cancel her book club after all of this. The paramedics arrived about 6 minutes later, rushing in with a stretcher and equipment. They immediately started asking questions about the fall and the symptoms I was having. When I recounted the tingling and inability to move my legs properly, they exchanged concerned expressions. One of them questioned why Dad had delayed so long to call and why he had relocated me rather than phoning from the scene. Dad began describing Rachel's situation, believing that urgent treatment would be more appropriate. And the paramedic cut him off, stating that with the symptoms I was expressing, any delay or inappropriate movement may have catastrophic implications. They fitted me with a neck brace and gently moved me onto a backboard, strapping me down so I couldn't move. The procedure was painful, and I was weeping and apologizing for crying. And one of the paramedics kept telling me that I was okay, and that we'd arrive to the hospital shortly. They loaded me into the ambulance, and one of the paramedics waited in the back with me while the other drove. As we drove away from the urgent care facility, I heard the siren start up. The paramedic in the back was performing neurological tests on me, instructing me to move various areas of my body and grading my reactions. When I tried to move my toes on my right foot, nothing happened, and I noticed him taking a note on his tablet. He inserted an IV and assessed my vital signs while explaining that we were heading to the regional trauma hospital, which had the top neurosurgery department in the area. The phrase neurosurgery made my stomach plummet, so I inquired whether it meant I required spine surgery. He stated they wouldn't know for sure until we arrived to the hospital and they conducted imaging, but given my symptoms, it was quite possible. Even with the sirens sounding, the journey seemed to go on forever, and each bend reminded me of how tied down I was, and how little control I had over what was happening to my body. The paramedic continued checking on me and asking questions to keep me awake, so I told him about slipping down the ladder and how long it took for someone to call for help. He didn't make any judgments, but I could see his jaw tense when I stated the 15-minute delay. We arrived at the hospital, and I was pushed through the doors into what appeared to be a trauma bay, complete with bright lights and scrubs. Everyone was moving quickly and talking in medical terminology that I didn't understand. Someone ripped off my shirt and began applying electrode stickers all over my chest as another examined my back. A doctor introduced herself as Dr. Williams and stated that they would perform a CT scan of my spine to see what was injured. She asked me the same questions regarding my sensations and movements. And when she used a gadget to test my feet's reflexes, one responded but the other did not. Her expression remained neutral, but I noticed her exchange a look with one of the nurses. They took me down the hall to a room with a giant machine and carefully placed me on the scanning table. The technician said that I needed to remain totally motionless, and that the equipment would emit loud noises. The scan only took around 8 minutes, but it seemed like a lifetime lying there, unable to move and wondering what they were seeing in those photos of my spine. After the scan, they brought me to what the nurse referred to as the neuro ICU. Dad and Rachel arrived around 25 minutes later, and I could hear them arguing in the corridor before they entered my room. Dad was saying something about Rachel's book club not being significant, and she was stating that she had planned it for weeks and couldn't just cancel. When they eventually entered, Rachel remained near the entrance, while Dad approached my bedside, looking scared and guilty. He began apologizing and said he should have dialed 112 straight immediately, and I simply gazed at him, unable to believe he was apologizing for something that might have permanently incapacitated me. Dr. Martin presented me with the CT results and indicated that I had shattered vertebrae in my lower spine as well as severe spinal cord edema. She explained that the swelling was pinching the nerves that controlled my legs, which caused the weakness and numbness. She indicated I required surgery within the next several hours to fix the fracture and alleviate pressure on my spinal cord, and that the delay in treatment had exacerbated the edema. Dad's face turned pale and he inquired whether the delay meant lasting damage. Dr. Williams stated that it was too early to tell, but every minute of pressure on the spinal cord raised the likelihood of lasting nerve damage. She needed Dad to sign consent documents for the procedure, and she needed them completed right now since time was important. Dad's hands shook as he signed the paperwork, while Rachel remained standing by the door, checking her phone. Dr. Williams glanced at Rachel and asked if she had any questions regarding the operation, but Rachel simply nodded her head and stated she was certain everything would be okay. The doctor's look indicated that she had thoughts about Rachel's level of concern, but she kept them professional and stated that the surgical team was getting prepared right now. 2 orderlies entered and began releasing my bed wheels, prepared to carry me to the surgery room. Dad took my hand and told me he loved me, and that I will be fine. And I wanted to trust him, but I couldn't stop thinking about how he had prioritized Rachel's book group over my safety. They brought me down to the surgery floor and into a prep area, where an anesthesiologist introduced himself and described the operation. He claimed they'd put me under general anesthesia so I wouldn't feel or remember anything about the procedure. A nurse began administering drugs through my IV and informed me that I would become drowsy shortly thereafter. When I asked her what would happen if the operation didn't succeed, she gripped my hand and assured me that the physicians here were the greatest and that I was in excellent hands. The last thing I remember before I went under was being carried into a bright white operating room full with equipment and masked people staring down at me. Someone ordered me to count backward from 10, and I got to around 6 before everything went dark. When I awoke, I was in a different room with a raw throat and an extremely dry mouth. There was a tube down my neck, and I began to panic and tug on it, but my hands were bound, and nurses hurried over to advise me to be quiet. One of them said that I was still intubated because they wanted to put me on the ventilator for a few more hours to ensure my condition was stable. Later that evening, the tube was removed, and my throat was so sore that I could scarcely swallow. A different doctor walked in and introduced himself as Dr. Gates, the neurosurgeon who had operated on me. He stated that doctors had placed 2 metal rods and 6 screws in my spine to stabilize the shattered vertebrae and removed some bone fragments that were putting pressure on my spinal cord. He stated that the procedure went well, but the quantity of edema discovered was alarming, and suggested considerable stress to the cord. When I inquired if I'd be able to walk again, he replied it was too early to say, and we'd find out more over the following several days when the swelling subsided. He performed some neurological tests, similar to what the paramedic had done, and asked me to move my legs and feet. I could move my left leg slightly, but my right leg still didn't respond correctly. Dr. Gates took notes and stated that we would continue to watch closely and begin physical therapy as soon as feasible. Dad entered after the doctor had left and attempted to touch my hand, but I jerked away. He looked hurt and asked what was wrong, and I simply stared at him until he sat down and stopped attempting to touch me. I spent the following 2 days in the ICU, where they monitored my spine and treated my pain with drugs that made things feel fuzzy and distant. Dad came to see me every day and attempted to talk to me, but I had nothing to say. Rachel arrived once, remained for about 8 minutes, and then departed, stating she needed to take care of something at home. On the 3rd day, they transferred me to a regular hospital room, and a physical therapist arrived to test my mobility. She assisted me in attempting to sit up in bed, but the action caused my back to scream in pain despite the drugs. We focused on tiny motions such as lifting my legs and flexing my feet. And while my left side was improving, my right side remained considerably damaged. The therapist stated this was somewhat positive since it indicated that the nerves were not fully injured, but rather significantly inflamed due to the swelling. She stated that rehabilitation will be a lengthy process requiring rigorous physical treatment, maybe lasting months. The term, months, struck me like a physical blow since I had hoped to recover from this in a few weeks. On day 4, Dad brought my little sister Lily to see me, and she burst into tears when she saw all of the tubes and monitors attached to me. She was only 7 years old and had no idea what had happened, other than that I had fallen and injured my back. I attempted to grin and assure her everything was okay, but my voice came out weak and unconvincing. Lily inquired when I'd be home, and I had to tell her I didn't know yet. Dad grabbed her aside and explained my spine damage and operation in simple words. Lily wondered whether it would be like when Granny fractured her hip and required a walker, and Dad mentioned it may be something like that, but we hoped I would heal more completely. After they departed, I laid in bed, looking at the ceiling and reflecting about all I might no longer be able to accomplish. I was set to join varsity soccer in the autumn and had been training all summer. Now I couldn't move across the room without assistance. A social worker came to speak with me about the options that would be available once I was discharged, and she highlighted home health care, adapted equipment, and outpatient rehab. All of these factors made my new world seem more permanent and terrible. The police arrived on day 5 to obtain a statement regarding what had occurred. A detective called Harris sat in my room with a notepad, asking me to recount the events of the afternoon. I mentioned helping Rachel with the ladder and the fall, as well as how long it took before someone dialed 112. When I reached the section when they decided to transport me to urgent care instead, Detective Harris stopped writing and asked me to repeat it. I told how Rachel didn't want to miss her book group and convinced Dad to drive me to the clinic rather than calling an ambulance. The detective inquired if I had clearly expressed that I couldn't move my legs properly and was in terrible agony, to which I said yes. I'd been weeping and begged them to dial 112. He wrote everything down and said he needed to speak with my father and stepmother as well. After he departed, a nurse informed me that delaying medical attention for a kid and relocating someone with a suspected spinal injury against medical advice may be deemed criminal negligence. The prospect that my father would face legal penalties for prioritizing Rachel's social event over my safety struck me with a complex combination of joy and anguish. Dad returned later that evening, and I could tell he had spoken with the police because his eyes were red and his voice was unsteady. He knelt down next to my bed and attempted to apologize again, claiming he had made a terrible mistake and was not thinking straight. I asked him how it was possible to not think clearly while your child was laying on the floor, unable to move their legs, and he had no response. He kept repeating Rachel had persuaded him that it wasn't as terrible as it appeared, and that he trusted her judgment because she had worked as a medical receptionist years before. I pointed out that a medical receptionist should know better than to postpone dialing 112 for a spine injury. And Dad simply placed his head in his hands. When I questioned him whether Rachel's book club was truly more important than my ability to walk, he burst into tears and said, "Of course not." However, his behavior that day plainly showed otherwise. And no amount of tears could undo what had happened or heal the damage to my spine. He ultimately went when visiting hours ended, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the incessant beeping of monitors. Dr. Gates arrived the next morning with revised test results. He stated the swelling in my spinal cord was decreasing, which was fantastic news, but there was indications of what he called a contusion on the cord. He explained that this was essentially a bruise on my spinal cord caused by the original blow and the pressure from swelling. The contusion may heal over time or cause chronic nerve damage, and we wouldn't know for weeks or months. When I inquired regarding percentages or probabilities, he responded that each spinal cord injury was unique and he couldn't offer me specific numbers. He did add that the fact that I had movement and feeling in both legs was a good indication, and that vigorous physical treatment would offer me the best chance of a full recovery. The physical therapist returned that afternoon, and we worked on sitting at the side of the bed with my feet on the floor. My back ached from just being in that posture, and my legs shook from the exertion of carrying so much weight. She indicated we'd work our way up to standing with help and, eventually, walking with a walker. My mother traveled up from Arizona on day 6, and the expression on her face as she entered into my hospital room made me cry. She had divorced Dad when I was 4 years old and moved away for business, but we had maintained a good relationship through video talks and holiday visits. She hurried to my bedside and hugged me gingerly, avoiding all the tubes and cables before asking what had occurred. I told her everything from the start and saw her face go from concern to incredulity to rage. When I reached to the section when Dad and Rachel decided to drive me to urgent care, Mom rose up and exited the room. I could hear Mom in the hallway having a heated conversation with Dad. And, while I couldn't make out all she said, I did hear her label him criminally negligent and an unsuitable father. When she returned, she was plainly upset, but she was attempting to keep it under control for my sake. She requested to meet with my physicians and obtained extensive information about my condition and prognosis, asking questions that Dad apparently had not thought to ask. She then called a lawyer who specializes in medical malpractice and child welfare matters, claiming that what Dad and Rachel had done constituted complete neglect. Laura Evans, a lawyer, visited the hospital 2 days later and interrogated me about what had transpired. She documented everything with my approval, taking precise notes on the timing and what was said. She stated that delaying emergency medical attention for a youngster with an evident significant injury might result in child endangerment charges and that the delay in my situation had directly led to poor consequences. She stated the urgent care facility had paperwork of when we arrived and what the receptionist and nurse had said about calling 112 right away, which corroborated my description of events. Laura stated that she would file a complaint with Child Protective Services and investigate whether there were grounds for a legal action based on my injuries. Mom inquired whether there was any possibility to prevent Dad from having custody of Lily in light of what had occurred, and Laura responded that it would be determined by the findings of CPS inquiry. The thought of Lily still living in that house with Dad and Rachel, where a book club meeting had taken precedence over my spine, made me sick with concern. Physical therapy increased during my second week in the hospital. The therapist, Nina, was supportive but realistic about how difficult rehabilitation would be. We practiced standing with a walker while Nina supported the majority of my weight, and even that little attempt left me fatigued and in agony. My right leg remained substantially weaker than my left, and would not bear weight correctly, dragging slightly when I attempted to move it. According to Nina, this asymmetry is typical with spinal cord injuries, and vigorous therapy should eventually restore more balanced function. We did the standing exercise twice a day, regardless of how painful it was, since Nina emphasized that the sooner we started my neurons firing and my muscles moving, the better my long-term prognosis would be. Between therapy appointments, I primarily lay in bed, alternating between gazing at my phone and dozing, unable to concentrate on TV or literature because my mind kept repeating that day and all the times when alternative decisions might have altered everything. On day 10, CPS showed up to have a private interview with me. Gerald Finch, the caseworker, had gentle eyes but asked straightforward questions about my life with Dad and Rachel. He wanted to know whether there had been any other incidents of negligence or if Rachel had ever mistreated me before to the accident. I told him how Rachel frequently made comments about my being clumsy or theatrical, and how she had persuaded Dad that I had been exaggerating several minor injuries during the previous year. Gerald documented everything and stated that he would do separate interviews with Dad, Rachel and Lily. He inquired whether I felt secure returning to Dad's place once I was discharged. I responded, honestly, I didn't know. The thought of living under the same roof as someone who'd been willing to let me potentially become paralyzed rather than miss a social engagement was terrifying, but I also didn't want to be separated from Lily, who'd already been through our parents' divorce and didn't need more instability. Gerald stated that he recognized the complexities of the situation and that his objective was to assure the safety of all children in the house and that their needs were first. Mom began making plans to take prolonged leave from her job so that she could stay in town while I recovered. She secured a short-term rental apartment near the hospital and told me that once I was discharged, I would remain with her rather than return to Dad's house. Dad attempted to argue about custody arrangements, but Mom's lawyer cut him off swiftly, pointing out that his recent decisions about my medical care provided her grounds to file for emergency custody modification. Dr. Gates cleared me for discharge on day 14, with orders to attend extensive outpatient physical therapy 3 days a week. The hospital arranged for a wheelchair because I couldn't move more than a few steps with the walker, and Nina gave Mom explicit instructions for assisting me with exercises at home. Walking out of the hospital in a wheelchair after being brought in on a stretcher seemed unreal, as if I were seeing someone else's life rather than living my own. Mom pushed me to her rental car and helped me get into the passenger seat, which took many minutes and left both of us fatigued. Mom had explicitly requested that the rental flat be tiny, furnished, and on the ground floor with no stairs. She had already purchased a shower chair, placed grab bars in the bathroom, and fitted up one of the bedrooms with a leased hospital bed. The degree of preparation she'd done in just a few days demonstrated how seriously Mom was taking my care, emphasizing the contrast with Dad's decisions. That first night at the apartment, I attempted to shower with Mom's aid and ended up weeping from a combination of pain, frustration, and embarrassment at requiring assistance with basic cleanliness. Mom simply hugged me as I wept, telling me that we'd get through it together and that it was acceptable to be unhappy, terrified, and furious over what had occurred. She assisted me into bed after that, and I fell asleep almost quickly, fatigued as I had never been before. Physical treatment began the next day at a 15-minute distant outpatient facility, and my mother had to assist me in transferring from the wheelchair to the car, then from the car to another wheelchair at the clinic. Russell, my physical therapist at the outpatient clinic, had evidently dealt with a large number of spinal cord injury patients. He thoroughly assessed my abilities and limitations, assessing my strength, range of motion, and reflexes in both legs. My right leg remained considerably affected, with diminished reflexes and problems with voluntary movement, but my left leg was around 60% of normal function. Russell devised a therapy plan that would focus on regaining strength and retraining my nervous system to communicate correctly with my muscles. The exercises were tiring and difficult, involving resistance bands, balancing training, and attempting to walk between parallel bars while Russell held my weight. After an hour, I was drenched in perspiration and almost in tears, and Russell thought I did well for my first session. I couldn't imagine doing this 3 days a week for months, but Russell claimed consistency was essential for recuperation, and skipping sessions would drastically delay my development. Mom took me back to my apartment, where I promptly dropped into bed and slept for 2 hours. Dad began phoning and messaging me often, requesting to see me, but I disregarded the majority of his attempts. Mom was communicating with him through her lawyer about custody and medical expenditures. The hospital expenses were already above $150,000, with additional costs from the operation and continued rehabilitation. Dad's insurance would pay a portion of it, but there would be hefty out-of-pocket expenses. Laura Evans was arguing that Dad and Rachel should be held financially accountable for those charges due to their irresponsibility. After 2 weeks, CPS concluded that Dad acted irresponsibly, endangering my health and welfare. They required parenting seminars and monthly house visits if he wanted to keep custody of Lily, and they placed our case on a monitoring list. Gerald Finch phoned to inform me of the results, saying that while they couldn't press criminal charges, their findings may be utilized in custody procedures and civil litigation. The fact that an official agency had acknowledged Dad's wrongdoing seemed significant, even if it couldn't reverse the harm to my spine. My 15th birthday passed without celebration as I was in the midst of regular treatment. Mom cooked a tiny cake, which we ate in the flat, and Lily brought over a card she had created. Dad dropped her off and attempted to enter, but Mom barred the door and told him he was not welcome. Lily hugged me tightly, and murmured that she missed me and wanted I'd come home, but I had to explain that I couldn't return to Dad's house just now. She didn't understand and began weeping, and Dad had to come get her while she was still angry, making me feel awful even though none of this was my fault. After they went, Mom and I discussed long-term plans, and she mentioned that she was considering permanently shifting to a post in this city so that we could be together while I recovered. The prospect of starting afresh at a new school in a wheelchair filled me with fear. However, remaining at Dad's place was not an option, so this appeared to be the lesser of two evils. Physical treatment progress was frustratingly sluggish. After 4 weeks, I could walk small distances with a walker, but my right leg continued to drag and I experienced persistent lower back discomfort. Russell stated this was a substantial improvement given the severity of my injuries, but it didn't seem like it when I couldn't walk or stand for more than a few minutes. The imbalance in my legs was progressively improving, with my right side regaining function, but Russell warned that it would never be totally equal to my left. He also stated that I would most likely have back pain for the rest of my life and would need to exercise caution when performing certain activities. The idea that this injury would have a long-term impact on me, that I'd never take simple movement for granted again, hit me at unexpected times and made me want to scream. I began visiting a therapist named Dr. Kim to help me process the trauma, rage, and sadness, and she helped me understand that everything I was experiencing was perfectly acceptable and reasonable given what had occurred. Laura Evans filed a civil lawsuit against Dad and Rachel 2 months after my injury, alleging negligence and child endangerment. The complaint claimed reimbursement for medical bills, future treatment costs, pain and suffering, and possible long-term impairment. Dad's lawyer sought to claim that it was a good faith judgment decision, but Laura had documents from the urgent care facility that said, I needed emergency care immediately. The paramedics' report noting the dangerous delay, and Dr. Gates' testimony that the delay had most likely worsened my outcome. Rachel hired her own lawyer separate from Dad's and attempted to claim she'd deferred to Dad's judgment as the parent, but Laura had my detailed account of Rachel convincing Dad to delay calling 112. The legal procedure was tedious and stressful, with depositions, document demands, and continuous back and forth between attorneys. Meanwhile, I was still going to physical therapy 3 days a week and gradually regaining function, but Russell informed me that my development would likely plateau before I recovered completely. I turned 16 at physical therapy, doing leg lifts with resistance bands as my mother sat in the waiting room. Russell brought in a cupcake with a candle and sung, "Happy Birthday." And I sobbed because this was not how I had envisioned spending the year of my life. I expected to be playing varsity soccer, learning to drive, and applying to universities, rather than relearning how to walk, coping with chronic pain, and suing my own father. After 6 months, the lawsuit was resolved out of court, with Dad's insurance company agreeing to pay a considerable sum to cover all of my medical expenditures, as well as additional compensation for my injuries. Rachel's insurance also helped, albeit her lawyer negotiated a lower sum. The money didn't alter anything about my spine, my daily suffering, or the lifelong limits I now faced, but it meant I wouldn't be buried in medical debt for the rest of my life. Laura stated that the payment was actually rather significant and represented how awful Dad and Rachel's actions had been. That the insurance companies decided it was cheaper to settle rather than face a jury trial in which the facts would make Dad and Rachel appear even worse. Physical treatment eventually moved to 2 days each week. Then, as Russell mentioned, I had reached a plateau in my rehabilitation. I could walk without using assistance aids, but I still had a perceptible limp, decreased feeling in my right foot, and chronic lower back discomfort that required daily medication. Russell stated I had made excellent progress despite the severity of my injuries and the delay in treatment, but I had never regained complete normal function. Activities I enjoyed before the injury, such as soccer and jogging, were now nearly difficult to do without risking more spinal injury. Russell assisted me in identifying modified sports, such as swimming and some forms of cycling that I could safely participate in. But things weren't the same. Dr. Kim helped me work through the pain of losing my pre-injury life and talents, and I gradually began to embrace this new version of myself. Mom made her transfer permanent, and we got a proper apartment to live in. I enrolled in the local high school for my junior year. Dad and I ultimately began having monitored talks at Dr. Kim's office, with the goal of repairing our relationship. He'd finished the CPS-mandated parenting seminars and appeared sincerely sorry, but I wasn't sure I could ever totally trust him again. The realization that he had chosen Rachel's social function above potentially sparing me from serious damage caused a rift in our relationship that I didn't think could be totally mended. Lily came to stay with Mom and me on weekends, and we gradually re-established our sisterly relationship in a new setting. She inquired about my limp, scars, and why I couldn't do certain things anymore. And I attempted to respond honestly, in an age-appropriate way. Dad and Rachel split 6 months after my injury, with Dad admitting she had a negative impact on his judgment and parenting. I wasn't sure if that was factual or a handy tale. However, Lily would no longer be living with Rachel. Despite missing large amounts of time for medical checkups and therapy, I graduated from high school with good honors 1 year later. My limp was less evident but still noticeable, and I had to take pauses to sit down throughout the graduation ceremony since standing for too long pained my back. Mom sobbed as they called my name, and I went across the platform, presumably recalling a moment when I wasn't sure whether I'd ever walk again. Dad was also there, sitting a few seats back. When I established eye contact with him, he gave a sad grin and a little wave. I waved back, acknowledging but not forgiving. Because certain things cannot be forgiven, even if you understand that they were the result of weakness rather than malicious intent. I'd learned to live with my altered physique, constant agony, and the realization that one person's selfish decision had irrevocably ruined my life. And I'd learned that the people who are meant to protect you may fail spectacularly and devastatingly. All you can do is live and rebuild from the damage they left behind. My dad threw me out at 16. For defending my brother at dinner. He called me ungrateful, then said he was proud in front of strangers. I'm Riley, a 16-year-old stuck navigating his boot camp vibe with my mom and little brother Derek, who's 10, and already better at staying on Dad's good side. The rules were unbreakable. Home by 9 p.m., dishes done before bedtime, no backtalk. My friends called him the General, and I was half joking, half terrified. I'd always wondered if there was more to him than the tough guy act. Growing up under Dad's roof felt like living in a pressure cooker. He wasn't cruel, but he was relentless, and if I brought home a C, he'd sit me down for a lecture about owning my future. I got my answer last summer, but it came at a cost. It all began with a fight that shook our house to its foundation. If I missed a soccer practice, he'd make me run laps in the backyard until my legs burned. Life's not a free ride, Riley, he'd say, his voice like gravel. Mom would try to smooth things over, saying he just wanted us to succeed, but it felt like he was training us for a war we didn't sign up for. Derek got off easier because he was younger, but even he knew to keep his head down when Dad was in a mood. I didn't hate him, but I wished for a moment when he'd just be normal, maybe crack a joke or tell me he was proud without a butt attached. Deep down, I wondered if he even liked us, or if we were just his responsibility. Things were already tense the summer I turned 16. I'd been working part-time at my father's business, hauling mulch and trimming hedges under the July sun. It was grueling, and Dad didn't cut me any slack. You're not here to goof off. He'd snap if I took a water break for too long. I was saving up for a used car, dreaming of the freedom it would bring. But every paycheck felt like a drop in the bucket. At home, Dad was extra edgy because his business was struggling. A big client had bailed, and he was scrambling to cover payroll. Mom kept trying to cheer him up, but he'd just grunt and disappear into the garage to tinker with his tools. Derek and I tiptoed around him, knowing one wrong move could set him off. It all came to a head one muggy evening in late July. Dinner was quiet, just the clink of forks and Mom's nervous small talk about her garden club. Derek was rambling about a science fair project, something about building a model rocket, when Dad cut him off. Focus on eating, not yapping, he said, not even looking up from his plate. Derek shrank back and my jaw tightened. I couldn't stop myself from muttering, maybe he'd talk less if he didn't shut him down all the time. The room froze, Mom's fork caught in midair, and Derek's eyes widened. Dad's head snapped up, his gaze boring into me. What have you said? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. I knew I should back down, but something in me broke. I responded, you're always on us. Derek was simply excited. And you act as if it were a crime. You treat us as if we are failing you every day. Mom gave a gasp. Riley, honey, let's not. But Dad lifted his hand, silencing her. He leaned forward, his knuckles white around the glass. Do you think you can talk to me like that at my place after everything I've done for you? Is this everything you do? I laughed bitterly. You mean treating us like dogs and pretending we're never good enough? I'm working hard for your company, but all I receive is criticism. My voice was shaking now, and I could feel Derek's gaze. But I couldn't stop. Dad rose up, towering above the table. Riley, you're out of line. You don't understand what it takes to keep this family afloat. Maybe I would know if you ever spoke with us, I shouted while standing. You're not a father. You're the boss. The words remained in the air, and for a split second, I believed he might hit me. Instead, he pointed to the door. Get out now. I did not think so. I simply grabbed my footwear and rushed out, slamming the front door so fiercely that the windows rattled. The night air was thick, and crickets chirped as if nothing had happened. I strolled down our street, my pulse racing, remembering the fight. Part of me felt liberated, as if I had finally shouted what I had been holding back for years. However, another part was afraid. What if Dad never lets me back in? What if I burned down my entire family? I ended up at a park a few blocks away, sitting on a bench near an empty baseball field. My phone vibrated. Mom texted, "Please come from home, Riley." He didn't mean it. I didn't respond. I wasn't ready to face him. I sat there for hours watching the stars come out, trying to figure out why Dad was so hard on us. I remembered stories Mom told me about his childhood, how his own father walked out when he was a kid, leaving his mother to raise 3 boys alone. Dad had to work early, dropping out of high school to help pay bills, which would explain why he pushed us so hard, but it didn't excuse treating us as if we were never enough. Around midnight, I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel path. My gut wrenched, anticipating a cop to instruct me to move along. Instead, it was Dad. His work jacket was hung over his shoulder, and he appeared tired, not angry, but simply exhausted. He didn't say anything at first and simply sat on the bench a few feet away. I expected a lecture, but he simply glanced at the field, his hands clasped between his knees. Finally he spoke, his voice as gentle as I had ever heard it. I used to play ball out here. Shortstop, wasn't half bad. I blinked, surprised. Dad never talked about his past. Not like that. Why'd you stop? I inquired cautiously. He shrugged, a faint sad smile pulling on his lips. Life got in the way. Had to grow up quickly. He stopped and then added, I didn't want that for you and Derek. This is why I pushed you. Perhaps I pressed too hard. I wasn't sure what to say. This was not the father I knew, who had just kicked me out. He seemed almost apologetic, but I was still angry, still hurt. You didn't simply shove, I responded, my voice taut. You made us feel as if we were failing you. Like we're not even your children, but rather projects. He flinched slightly, and I saw something flicker in his eyes. Regret, perhaps. He didn't argue or defend himself. He simply nodded, as if taking it all in. Come home, Riley, he urged calmly. We'll talk more tomorrow. I followed him back, not because I wanted to forgive him, but because I was too tired to argue any longer. The stroll was quiet, but not the typical strained silence. It seemed as if we were both trying to find out what happened next. When we returned home, Mom held me so tightly that I couldn't breathe, and Derek peeked out from his door, asking, You okay? I nodded, but my mind was spinning. Dad had shown me a crack in his armor, a glimpse of someone other than the general. But I had no idea what to do with it, or if it was even possible. The morning following our fight, I expected the house to feel like a battleground. I'd yelled at my father, called him out in a way I'd never done before, and he'd turned up in the park, not to drag me home, but to actually talk. That soft-spoken guy who mentioned playing shortstop wasn't the father I knew, and I didn't know what to think of him. Half of me wished he meant it, that he'd relax, but another half feared he'd revert to his old ways, yelling orders as if nothing had occurred. I sat in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if last night was just a fluke or the beginning of something new. The kitchen downstairs was noticeably quieter than normal. Mom was frying pancakes, her normal cheerfulness cranked down, and Derek was scribbling on a napkin, sneaking glances at me as if I were a bomb poised to explode. Dad was sitting at the table sipping coffee, his work boots already on. I lingered in the doorway, half expecting him to begin a sermon on respect. Instead, he looked up and nodded quickly. "Morning, Riley," he remarked calmly, as if we hadn't yelled at each other 12 hours ago. I said good morning and slid into my chair, grabbing a pancake to avoid eye contact. Mom gave me a slight smile, but the air was dense. Everyone is waiting for someone to make the first move. Eventually, Dad cleared his throat. "Got a job today at the community center," he added, without looking at any of us. "They need the garden redone. Could use an extra hand." He stopped, then asked, "Riley, you in?" I froze. Fork is halfway to my mouth. Dad never invited me to work with him. He's just told me. And after last night, I assumed he would want me as far away as possible. Derek's eyes widened, and Mom's brows furrowed, but I kept my expression neutral. "Sure," I answered, attempting to seem casual as my heart was racing. Is this his method of making amends, or am I falling into a trap? The community center was a rundown brick facility a few kilometers from our house, with a patchy lawn and a garden that appeared to have been neglected for years. Dad's team was already there, unloading shovels and soil bags off the truck. I'd previously worked with them, but today felt different. Dad did not tell me to get moving or critique my technique. He simply handed me a rake and said, "Start over there by the fence." I nodded, waiting for the catch, but he moved away to chat to his foreman, Pete, about drainage plans. I set to work raking dead leaves and uprooting weeds. My mind is whirling. Is this his version of a peace offering? Or was he simply too tired to fight? As the morning progressed, I kept stealing looks at Dad. He was in his element, directing the crew with that strong tone, but he wasn't as severe as usual. He even laughed once when Pete tripped over a hose, a quiet giggle that I couldn't distinguish. Around midday, a woman from the community center emerged. Miss Rivera, who oversaw the after-school programs. She was short with a no-nonsense demeanor, yet her smile was warm. "This is looking amazing, Tom," she told her father. "The kids will love it," Dad said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Just doing our job," he replied. But I noticed a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Miss Rivera turned to face me, her smile expanding. "You must be Riley. Your father describes you as a hard worker." I almost dropped my rake. "Dad said that about me?" I muttered a thank you, my face heating, and looked at him. But he was busy arranging a wheelbarrow and pretended not to hear. Miss Rivera continued to speak, describing the garden as a secure location for the children, where they could plant vegetables and learn about nature. "It means a lot to have volunteers like you," she explained. And I realized she assumed I was here by choice, not because my father dragged me along. I didn't correct her. But the fact that Dad had bragged about me to someone else, no less, stayed with me. We took a break for lunch, sitting on the tailgate of Dad's vehicle. The crew was joking around, but Dad remained silent, eating his sandwich and looking at the half-finished garden. I sat next to him, picking at my chips and trying to muster the bravery to say something. Finally, I went for it. "This place is kinda cool," I added, keeping things light. "Better than hauling mulch for rich people's lawns." He snorted, which could have been a joke. "Yeah, well, this one's pro bono," the lawyer replied. "Ria's been bugging me for months, saying the kids deserve something nice." I raised an eyebrow. "Dad, free work?" That was new. "Why did you say yes?" I inquired, truly interested. He did not respond right away. He took a gulp of water and continued. "Grew up around here. This center was all I had some days. Kept me out of trouble." His voice was low, as if he was expressing something he didn't normally say. I waited, hoping he'd continue, and after a moment, he did. "My brothers and I would come here after school. Mom was working. Dad was gone. They had an old basketball court out back. He used to shoot hoops until dark." He hesitated, his gaze remote. The place was a dump, but it belonged to us. I stared at him, attempting to picture it. Dad, who was only a few years older than Derek, used to dribble a basketball on a cracked court. He had never talked about his childhood in such detail before. Mom had mentioned his father departing, but Dad always dismissed it as unimportant. I am now hearing him talk about the community center. I caught a glimpse of another. Someone who had been a youngster with hopes, rather than the person who governed our house like a military outpost. "I had no idea you played basketball," I answered calmly, not wanting to scare him away. He shrugged, a little smile pulling at his lips. It wasn't bad. Too short for varsity, I joked, and for a little moment it felt like we were just two guys conversing, not father and son about to butt heads. But Pete called him over to verify some measurements, and the moment had passed. I returned to work, my mind ringing. Dad had opened up a little, and it was bothering me. I wanted to think he was trying, but years of his tough man persona had me skeptical. What if this was only a one-time occurrence, and he went back to yelling the next day? The afternoon became busier. Miss Rivera enlisted the support of a group of summer program participants, who primarily ran around, tossed dirt, and asked a million questions. Leo, a thin child of about 8, seized onto me and followed me around like a shadow. He said, "You're strong," as I hauled a bag of soil. "I bet you can lift a car." I grinned, flexing slightly. Perhaps a small one. Leo chuckled and pointed to Dad, who was instructing another kid how to plant a seedling. "Is that your father?" I looked over and thought he was terrifying. Dad was stooped down, his large hands gently stroking the ground around a small plant. His face was concentrated, but not stern. "Yeah," I answered. "But he's not so bad." Seeing Dad with those kids seemed strange. He wasn't barking orders or yelling at them for messing up. He was patient, explaining how deep to dig, and even smiling when one girl splattered muck on his clothes. Leo started chatting, explaining how he came to the center every day because his mother worked late. "Miss Rivera is nice, but I wish we had a real garden," he stated. "My grandmother used to grow tomatoes." I nodded, recalling what Dad had said, and how this land had been his lifeline. Maybe that's why he came here, to give back what he'd lost. By the time we finished, the sun had fallen, and the garden was beginning to take shape. Clean rows of soil, a few seedlings, and a cleared area for a bench. Miss Rivera thanked us, her eyes beaming as if we had given her the moon. Dad only nodded, but I knew he was happy. On the way home, I expected him to say something about last night to clear the air, but he didn't. Instead, he switched on the radio. He sang an old rock tune that I didn't recognize and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. It was the most relaxed I had seen him in months. When we pulled into the driveway, Mom was waiting on the porch. Derek kicked a soccer ball close. "How did it go?" she inquired, her tone hesitant, as if she were testing the waters. Dad said, "Fine," and then glanced at me. "Riley did well." My jaw almost hit the ground. A compliment from Dad without a buttock attached. Mom smiled, and Derek dashed over to inquire whether I noticed any exciting tools. I ruffled his hair while still processing. Dad turned around before heading inside. "We're going back there tomorrow," he said. "You coming?" It wasn't a command, more of a question. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm in." That night, I lay in bed, repeating my day. Dad in the community center, talking about his childhood and laughing with the youngsters. It was like meeting a stranger who had my father's face. But I was not naive. One day did not erase years of him being harsh on us, making me feel like I was never enough. Still, something had changed, as if a door had cracked open. I wasn't sure if he'd leave it open, or if I'd have the courage to walk in. I only knew that I wanted to try for the first time. The next few days at the community center were like entering a parallel universe. Dad remained stiff, harsh, concentrated, and quick to call out anyone who slacked off. Yet there was an undercurrent. Something softer that I couldn't quite pinpoint. After our battle and that night at the park, I noticed a fracture in his armor. Working with him on the garden project was expanding it. He wasn't suddenly all warm and fluffy, but he was distinct, less like the general, and more like a guy attempting to meet me halfway. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for him to return to his old habits. But each day at the center eroded my misgivings, and I began to see glimpses of a man I'd never met. We spent every morning at the center that week, gradually beautifying the garden. The crew brought in new soil, constructed gravel roads, and created raised vegetable beds. I was on seedling duty, planting tomatoes and peppers under Miss Rivera's supervision. The summer program kids were constantly around, which made things crazy, but also enjoyable. Lo, the 8-year-old who had described Dad as intimidating, was my unofficial sidekick, talking about everything from superheroes to his grandmother's food. You think these tomatoes will be as good as hers? He inquired one day, digging at the earth. Better? I asked, smirking. We're pros, he said, laughing. And I noticed Dad observing us from across the garden, with a slight look of approval on his face. That nod stuck with me. Dad didn't give out praise very often, and when he did, it was usually backhanded, like, not bad, but you could have done it faster. But lately, he's been different. The day before, when I figured out how to fix a wobbly trellis without being asked, he'd clap me on the shoulder and say, "Good thinking, Riley." The center wasn't just changing how I saw Dad, it was showing me a side of him. I'd spent years chasing his approval, and now that it was coming without strings, I wasn't sure how to deal with it. Miss Rivera pulled him aside one afternoon to talk about adding a small fountain, something about it being calming for the kids. I was nearby stacking bags of mulch close enough to overhear, and she said, "This place hasn't looked this good since I was a kid." Dad shrugged, his usual response, but he stayed, his voice low. "I'm just glad it's helping," he said. Miss Rivera smiled. "It's personal for you, isn't it?" Dad hesitated, then continued. "Yeah. I owe this place a lot." I froze, my hands motionless on the mulch bag. He'd hinted at his connection to the center before, but hearing him admit it to someone else felt different, like if he was telling her a secret. I wanted to question him more, but the time passed, and he went back to supervising the team, but his comments stayed. That evening, as we drove home, I took a gamble. "You said you owe the center." I started keeping my eyes on the dashboard. "What do you mean?" He tightened his hold on the steering wheel, and I thought he was going to shut me down. But then he let out a long, heavy sigh. "When I was a kid, things were difficult," he added. "My mother worked 2 jobs. My brothers and I spent a significant amount of time alone. This area used to be nothing more than a rec room and a busted court. It provided us somewhere to go and kept us from going wild." He looked at me, his eyes softer than usual. Miss Rivera was one of the counselors then. She wouldn't let me quit. I blinked, attempting to picture it. Dad. My tough-as-nails father. As a scrappy boy who required someone like Miss Rivera to keep him in line. I found it difficult to comprehend. "You never told us that," I said quietly. He snorted a half-laugh. "It's not exactly a bedtime story, Riley." But he didn't sound furious, just worn, as if holding that memory was more than he let on. I wanted to press to find out what else he'd withheld from us, but something urged me to let it go. For now, this was sufficient. Back home, things remained a little weird. Mom was thrilled. Dad and I were getting along, but Mom continued watching us as if she was expecting another fight. Derek was his typical self, alternating between homework and begging me to play video games. But even he sensed the change. "Dad's not yelling as much," he said one evening, stretched on the couch. I ruffled his hair and chuckled. "It's weird." Yeah, odd is one term for it, but it was also hopeful, which worried me. Hope made you vulnerable, and I wasn't sure I was ready to trust Dad's new side. The following day at the center, things were intense. The paving stone delivery arrived late, and the crew was hurrying to complete the paths, before Miss Rivera's large community event the next weekend. Dad was in full foreman mode, but he wasn't snapping at anyone. Instead, he was moving quickly, double-checking measurements, and helping with the hard lifting. I was moving stones with Pete the foreman when he leaned over and remarked, "Your old man's different this week. You do something to him?" I shrugged. I am not sure how to respond. Maybe he is just in a good mood. Pete laughed. Tom is in a good mood. That is a first. But Peter was correct. Dad was different. When one of the younger crew members dropped a stone and broke it, I expected him to lose it. Instead, he simply answered, "He happens. Grab another one." The guy was as surprised as I was. Later, when Leo and a few other youngsters tried to help by carrying tiny pebbles, Dad didn't push them away. He crouched down and demonstrated how to properly lay the stones. His speech is patient, almost compassionate in this situation. "See?" he murmured, directing Leo's hands. "It needs to be strong." Leo smiled, and I felt a pang in my chest. This was the dad I'd always wanted, but watching him with strangers' children made me both jealous and proud. That afternoon, Miss Rivera served lemonade to everyone, and the youngsters raced around giggling and splashing each other. Dad and I sat on a bench to gather our breath. He remained quiet, watching the chaos with a faint smile. "Reminds me of the old days," he remarked almost to himself. "You and your brothers?" I inquired, sipping lemonade. He nodded. "Yeah, we'd make a mess and drive the counselors crazy, but they never kicked us out." He hesitated, then continued. "Made me believe that I could be more than simply another screw-up." His words struck me hard. Dad. A screw-up. The guy who ran a business, kept our family fed, never missed a bill. It didn't add up. "You're not a screw-up," I murmured, the words coming out before I could stop them. He gave me a shocked look before laughing softly. "Thanks, kid." But I got near. He didn't clarify, and I didn't press. But that moment, sitting there with lemonade and the sound of children laughing, felt like the closest we'd ever gotten. By Friday, the garden was practically complete. The beds had been planted, the walkways had been marked, and Miss Rivera was ecstatic about the event. A ribbon-cutting event with food and music. She kept thanking Dad, who simply waved her off. However, I could see he was proud. That night while we were cleaning up, Leo came up to me with a tiny tomato plant in a pot. Miss Rivera replied, "I could give this to you," and he put it into my hands for being amazing. I chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You are quite fantastic yourself." Dad was close, coiling a hose, and he looked over, his eyes crinkled at the corners. "Better take care of that," he responded. "Leo's counting on you." As I drove home, I clutched the plant on my lap, feeling strangely protective of it. Dad was humming along to an old radio song about rambling men. And for once, the stillness between us wasn't oppressive. I wanted to tell him I was delighted we were doing this, but the words seemed too huge. Instead I said, "Lo's a good kid." Dad nodded. "Yeah, reminds me of you at that age. Always curious." I glanced at him, my throat tightening. Was this a compliment? A memory? Whatever it was, it seemed like a gift. When we arrived home, Mom had dinner ready. Spaghetti. Derek's favorite. And the house felt warmer, as if the strain from last week had finally subsided. Derek was chatting non-stop about his rocket project. Dad actually listened, asking questions rather than dismissing him. Mom caught my eye, and her smile indicated that she too saw it. After supper, I placed Leo's plant on my windowsill and promised myself I would keep it alive. As I lay in bed, I reflected on my father, the child he once was and the man he was growing into. He was still harsh and hard-edged, but there was something more to him. I was only beginning to understand the layers. I had no idea what tomorrow would bring. However, for the first time, I was not terrified to find out. The garden at the community center had been completed, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow. I had spent the entire week working alongside Dad, catching glimpses of a guy I barely recognized. Someone who joked with children, shared stories from his history, and even threw me a compliment or two without lecturing me. It was as if the battle we'd had, the one that sent me screaming out to the park, had sparked something in him. But I was not naive. Dad was still the one who dominated our house with an iron hand, and made me feel like I was never enough. As we approached the weekend, I wondered if this new side of him would endure, or if it would fade like a mirage once the project was completed. What I didn't expect was that the next several days would reveal more of my father than I'd ever seen, forcing me to determine what kind of son I wanted to be. Saturday mornings were crazy. Volunteers were busy setting up tables, stringing lights and transporting food trays for the occasion. Miss Rivera was everywhere, directing traffic with a megaphone and a smile, as children from the summer program rushed around, half helping, half causing havoc. Dad's crew was there putting the finishing touches on the garden, smoothing gravel walks, watering seedlings, and assembling a wooden bench as a surprise. I was tasked with putting up signs pointing to the new garden, my hands sticky with tape and sweat. Every time I looked at Dad, he was moving, carrying tools or talking to Miss Rivera, with a focused but relaxed expression. He seemed happy in a way that I wasn't used to. Leo, my pint-sized shadow, discovered me as I struggled with a crooked sign. "Riley, will you come to the party?" he inquired, bouncing on his toes. "Going to have cake?" I giggled while adjusting the sign. Don't miss it, mate. Will you save me a piece? He nodded sincerely, as if it were a holy pledge, before darting off to chase a butterfly. I watched him leave, feeling a strange combination of pride and protectiveness. Leo reminded me of Derek, full of energy and yearning for someone to acknowledge him. It reminded me of Dad, who had been patient and nice to Leo all week, something he rarely did with us. Why was it easier for him to express that side to strangers? The gathering began at noon, with music blasting from speakers and a swarm of neighbors, children and local officials milling about. Miss Rivera gave a speech thanking everyone, particularly Dad and his crew. Paul Harper's given us more than a garden, she remarked, her voice shaking slightly. He's given our kids a place to develop. The audience applauded, and I noticed Dad move uneasily, his hands tucked in his pockets. He wasn't a huge attention seeker, but I could tell he was moved. When Miss Rivera summoned him up to cut the ribbon, he tried to wave it off, but she persevered, and the audience cheered him on. I took a picture with my phone. Dad, scissors in hand, appears awkward, but proud. It was the first time I'd considered capturing him in that way. After the ribbon was cut, the garden was declared open. Children crowded in, touching the plants, running down the walls, and climbing on the bench. Leo grabbed my hand and dragged me to show off his tomato plants, which we planted together. They're growing already, he added, pointing to small green shoots. I grinned and kneeled to have a better look. You're a natural, Leo, he smiled, then dashed off to join his friends. I rose up, dusting off my jeans, and noticed Dad looking at me again, his expression soft. You're good with him, he said, walking over. He looks up to you, I replied, embarrassed. He is easy to like. Dad nodded and said, You're easy to like too, Riley. My breath caught. Was that affection from Dad? I stammered a thank you, my face flushed, and he clapped me on the shoulder before departing to assist Pete with cleanup. The remainder of the day was a blur, eating BBQ, playing games with the kids, and avoiding Derek, who'd arrived with Mom and was attempting to lure me into a water balloon fight. Mom was in her element, visiting with neighbors and stealing extra cookies for Leo and his friends. Dad remained busy, but I watched him slowing down, taking breaks to chat to others, and even laughing when Miss Rivera taunted him about his elaborate garden design. It was surreal to see him like this, as part of a community rather than just the guy who barks instructions at home or work. I kept thinking about what he'd said about owning the center, and how I needed a place like this as a kid. It left me wondering what else I didn't know about him. As the sun sank, the gathering came to a close, and the majority of the attendees dispersed. Miss Rivera drew me aside as I was stacking chairs. Riley, I need a favor, she explained, her eyes serious. Marcus is a kid who has been coming to the facility for years. He's 14. He's a good child, yet he is suffering. I could use someone to talk to. Maybe show him the ropes in the garden. I paused. I was not a counselor, just a high school student. But her expression was so genuine. And I thought about Leo and how much he looked up to me. Sure, I replied. I can try. She smiled with relief. Your father said you'd be wonderful for it. He is proud of you, you know. My stomach flipped. Dad is quite proud. He had never said it outright. Not like that. I nodded, too astonished to respond, and returned to stacking chairs, my mind spinning. That night at home, the house felt strange. Warmer, as if the air weren't as heavy. Mom hummed in the kitchen. Derek was sprawled on the couch, while his father was fiddling in the garage as usual. I went out to see him, which I hadn't done in years. He was cleaning his tools, and the radio was playing an old country tune. I leaned against the workbench and watched him work. Today was cool, I admitted, testing the waters. He glanced up and nodded. Yeah, Rivera runs a good show. I took a deep breath and went for it. You didn't have to do all of that, including the garden, for free. Why would you care so much? He set down his rag, his hands quiet for a moment. I told you I owed that place, he added quietly. But it is more than that. Those kids, Leo, Marcus and the rest, act as if I'm not their father, and Mom is stretched thin. I didn't have somebody to teach me how to be a guy. We had to figure it out the hard way. He halted, his gaze catching mine. I don't want that for you, Derek. Or them. My throat tightened as I gulped. This was the most he had ever opened up. And it wasn't just about the center. It was about us. You're doing okay with us, I said. The words, clumsy, but honest. He returned to his tools with a tiny smile that didn't require words. The next morning, I awoke early to see Leo's tomato plant still growing on my windowsill. I chose to return to the center, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Marcus was there, a lanky lad with a reserved expression, kicking a soccer ball against the wall. I introduced myself, feeling embarrassed, but he nodded, and we ended up planting several more seedlings together. He didn't say much, but when I showed him how to space the plants, he paid attention and mimicked my movements. It felt wonderful. Like I was passing on what Dad had taught me, even if he hadn't intended to. Dad arrived later, dropping off the extra tools Miss Rivera had requested. He saw me with Marcus but said nothing. Just gave me that nod again. The one who said more than words. I realized that this was who he was. Not just the tough guy, but the man who had tried to be better than his own father, who had planted a garden for children he didn't know, and who was trying to be there for me in his own unique way. I wasn't sure what happened next. School was about to start, and Dad's business was still unstable. But for the first time, I felt as if we were on the same team. Back at home, Derek was working on his rocket project, and I helped him attach some fins, laughing as he spilled glitter all over the table. Mom watched us with warm eyes. And when Dad walked in, he didn't yell at Derek for the mess. Instead, he sat down and asked, "That thing is going to fly?" Derek lit up as he described his plan, and Dad listened. Really listened. I caught Mom's eye, and she smiled, as if she knew we were all on our way. As I proceeded to bed, I noticed Leo's plant, its leaves catching the moonlight. It was little, frail, and growing. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Kicked out at 17, with just $12 and a trash bag. Now my family wants to live in my $750,000 home after years of silence and lies. I was 17 when my dad told me I wasn't built for success. It wasn't some heat-of-the-moment insult. He said it calmly, like he was doing me a favor. Like the sooner I accepted my place in the family, the easier life would be for all of us. "You're the spare," he said, not even looking up from his newspaper. "Your brother's the heir. You're just extra." I think that moment carved something into me. Growing up, I always felt like the background character in someone else's story. My older brother Nathan was the golden child, the star athlete, honor roll student, family favorite. He had a bedroom that faced the lake, a brand new car the day he turned 16, and a dad who called him champ even when he messed up. Me? I was the one who got hand-me-downs, suspicious glances, and lectures for existing too loudly. At first, I thought I was the problem. I tried harder, got a job at 15, kept my grades solid, even started tutoring Nathan in math when he began slipping. But nothing changed. My mom called me lazy when I slept in on Sundays, even after closing late at the diner. My dad said I had no ambition when I mentioned wanting to go into culinary school instead of college. And Nathan? He just smirked whenever they tore into me, like he was silently enjoying every dig. Things escalated the summer before my senior year. Nathan wrecked his car after a party, completely totaled it while driving drunk. I was the one who found him crying in the garage, bleeding from his forehead, begging me not to tell Mom and Dad. I didn't. I took the blame. I told them I'd borrowed the car without asking, that I'd panicked and ran. I thought, maybe this would earn me some respect. Maybe they'd see I was capable of loyalty, of protecting the family. Instead, they kicked me out. My dad didn't even yell. He just pointed to the door and said, "Pack your things. You've embarrassed this family enough." That night I slept in a bus shelter 2 blocks away. The next morning, I walked back to grab my school backpack from the porch, only to find a trash bag with my clothes inside and a note that read, "You're on your own now. Learn something from this." No one checked on me. Not once. My mom told people at church that I'd chosen the streets because I was rebellious. Nathan went on vacation to Florida 2 weeks later, posting beach selfies like nothing had happened. I kept myself alive working double shifts at a convenience store, sleeping in the stockroom on cardboard when the manager wasn't looking. But you know what the worst part was? The silence. No birthdays. No Christmas cards. No, how are you? It was like I never existed. For 3 years. It was only after I got my associate degree in business through community college, after I'd moved 3 towns away and built a tiny freelance marketing business from a library Wi-Fi connection, that I finally felt like maybe, just maybe, I was free of them. Until last month. I got a text from my mom. Just one line. "Is that your face on the billboard off Route 9? Yes, it was. The local Chamber of Commerce had put me up as a young entrepreneur spotlight after I helped several local shops triple their online sales during COVID. It wasn't a huge deal in the big picture, but to me, it was everything. Proof that I wasn't a spare. That I was more than a shadow. 2 hours later, my dad called. I didn't answer. Then came the voicemails. From Nathan. From relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. All of them. Suddenly warm. Suddenly supportive. Suddenly curious about how I was doing. I didn't reply. Not yet. Because I knew. I just knew. They hadn't changed. They were only reaching out because they saw I had something they wanted. And sure enough, the next day, my mom called again. This time she left a message. "We're going through a rough patch. Nathan and his wife might lose their place. We were wondering if you still had that spare room you used to mention." I laughed. Out loud. Because that spare room? It didn't exist. I bought the whole house. And I bought it in cash. I didn't respond to my mom's voicemail. Not that day. Not the next. Not even when my Aunt Janice messaged me on Facebook saying, "You know it would really mean a lot to the family if you stepped up right now." Stepped up? I nearly choked on my coffee. Where were they when I was sleeping under a bus shelter, Aunt Jan? It's funny how people love to use the word family, like it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. Like blood somehow erases everything they did, or didn't do. I didn't block them. I didn't rage post. I just stayed silent. But silence, apparently, wasn't enough. The following week, I came home from a client meeting and saw a familiar car parked across the street from my house. A silver Honda Civic. The same one my parents used to drive. I stared at it for a good 5 minutes before I even turned into the driveway. There was no mistaking it. And sure enough, sitting on the porch with a Tupperware container of what I assumed was guilt-laced banana bread, was my mother. She stood up when I got out of the car. "Oh my God, you look so good," she said, arms already reaching. I didn't hug her. I just looked at her like a stranger, because that's what she was. "Mom," I said quietly, "why are you here?" She had the nerve to smile like this was just some casual drop-in. "I wanted to see you. It's been so long. I thought maybe we could talk. Catch up." I leaned against the doorframe and didn't move. "Is Nathan okay?" I asked. Her face flickered. And there it was. The reason. The real reason. Not love. No regret. Not even a half-hearted apology. "He and Alyssa lost their apartment," she said. "They fell behind on rent. The baby's on the way and they just need a place for a little while. Just until they get back on their feet. Your father thought maybe we could all stay here, just for a few months." I almost laughed. "You kicked me out with a trash bag and a note," I said slowly. "I begged you to listen to me, and you told me to learn something from it. And now you want me to give up my peace, my home, for the son you threw me away for?" She blinked. Like I'd slapped her. "It was complicated back then. We were just doing what we thought was right." "No," I cut in. "You were doing what was easiest. You believed whatever Nathan said because it made your life simpler. It didn't matter if it ruined mine." There was silence. For the first time, I saw something close to shame in her eyes. Then, defensiveness. "Well, we didn't know how things would turn out. You've clearly done well for yourself. So maybe it wasn't such a bad thing after all." That's right there. They abandoned me, and now they wanted credit for it? "You're not coming inside," I said firmly. "And you can tell Dad and Nathan and everyone else that this house doesn't have a spare room?" She opened her mouth, probably to beg or guilt-trip me. But I was already turning the doorknob. That's when she said it. "You're being selfish." I paused. I turned back around, looked her in the eye and smiled. No, Mom. I'm just done being useful to people who only remember I exist when they need something. Then I closed the door. She didn't knock again. That night I lay awake thinking about everything. The weight of what happened. The fact that they were bold enough to show up here, to ask for help, to act like we were still family after what they did. For a moment, I felt guilt creeping in. That old, familiar ache of what if I'm the bad one now. But I remembered the look on my mom's face that day at the principal's office, when Nathan lied about me hitting him. I remembered how she cried for him, how she never once looked at me with belief or love or even curiosity. Just disappointment. I remembered being dragged from my school, shoved out of my own home. I remembered the silence. I owed them nothing. Still, I wasn't done yet, because part of me wanted, not revenge exactly, but accountability. So I drafted a message. Not to them, to my extended family. The cousins, aunts, uncles, people who had heard their version of events for years. People who thought I was troubled, rebellious, angry. I told them everything. I told them about the car crash, the fake confession, the trash bag on the porch, the years of silence, the Tupperware visit. I even attached a screenshot of the text Nathan had sent me years ago, the one where he bragged about how easy it was to get rid of me. I hit send. And for once, I didn't feel afraid. The message took about an hour to ripple through the family group chat. I had muted it years ago, but suddenly my phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Aunt Marie. Is this real? I never knew this happened to you. Uncle Leo. Your parents said you ran away. That you were doing drugs. Cousin Denise. I always wondered why you disappeared. I'm so sorry. That text from Nathan is disgusting. Message after message poured in. Sympathy, shock, guilt. A few were awkward and unsure, the kind of apologetic attempts that felt more about their discomfort than my pain. But I didn't mind. I hadn't written it for pity. I'd written it for the truth. Then came the last name I expected to show up in my inbox. Alyssa. Nathan's wife. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. He told me you were unstable and violent, that your grandmother took you in after you assaulted your mom. I feel sick. I stared at her message for a while, unsure of how to respond. She messaged again. I left him last night. My breath caught. Apparently she had read the email out loud to Nathan. He laughed at first, then got defensive, then angry. Then he grabbed her phone, tried to delete it, and shouted at her for being naive. Alyssa, 7 months pregnant, and finally done being gaslit, packed a bag, and left for her sister's. She said my message snapped something in her. She saw the pattern now, and knew their baby deserved better. I didn't gloat. I just told her, you did the right thing. That should have been the end of it. But Nathan never did like being exposed. 3 days later, I was leaving my favorite coffee shop, just walking toward my car, when I heard someone call my name. I turned and saw him standing there. Nathan. He looked like a shadow of who he used to be. Unshaven, eyes sunken, wearing the same varsity jacket he'd had since high school, like he was still clinging to the last time anyone thought he was important. You think you're better than me now? He sneered. I didn't answer. He walked closer. Too close. You always played the victim. Even now. What? You want everyone to feel bad for you? You think anyone gives a damn about your sob story? I could smell the cheap beer on his breath. You lied, I said. Calm, quiet. Yeah? He laughed, bitter and sharp. So what? You survived, didn't you? You've got your big house and your little billboard, so quit crying. There was so much I wanted to say. I wanted to scream. I wanted to list every night I cried myself to sleep, every birthday I spent alone, every time I doubted my worth because of him. But I didn't, because he wanted a scene. So I stepped around him, opened my car door, and said just one thing. You lied. I thrived. And now you have to live with that. I left him standing in the parking lot. That night, I had dinner with my grandmother. She was the only one who never needed proof. I told her everything, about the email, the messages, even the run-in with Nathan. She listened, her hands folded neatly in her lap, only nodding occasionally. After I finished, she reached across the table and held my hand. You did good, she said. That was all I needed. A week later, I got a certified letter from my parents' lawyer. Apparently, they were considering defamation proceedings over my email to the family. I laughed. Loudly. My own lawyer. Yes. I finally hired one for myself. Told me to relax. Their claims were baseless. Empty threats. The attached evidence alone, especially Nathan's own written admission, would bury them. I never heard back from their lawyer. They went quiet again. I guess when you stop being useful, you disappear. That's when I decided to do something I hadn't done in years. I framed the note they left on my trash bag that night. You're on your own now. Learn something from this. It hangs in my office now, right next to my Chamber of Commerce award. Some people frame their diplomas. I framed a warning, and turned it into a promise. Spare. That's what he called me. Just a spare. A ghost in the family photo. A seat left empty at dinners. A name barely said aloud unless it followed the phrase, "What's wrong with her?" But do you want to know the cruelest part of being a spare? Spare parts get recycled. And that's exactly what they tried to do. Recycle me. It began again with a knock. Not a voicemail, not a message. Not another car on the street. A knock on my door, just after dusk. I almost didn't answer it. But something in me needed to. When I opened it, I didn't see my father. I saw a man shrinking inside his own body. Gone was the gruff voice. Gone is the superiority. He stood there in a threadbare sweater, holding an envelope. Not a letter. A stack of papers. "I'm signing over the house to you," he said, not even looking at me. "Your grandmother said you'd earned it more than any of us ever did." My grandmother. That was the moment I knew something was wrong. "She's sick," he added, finally meeting my eyes. No preamble. No manipulation. Just a fact. Cancer. Stage 4. We sat in silence on my porch. The same porch where my mother once begged for a spare room. "She didn't want to tell you," he muttered. "Said it would distract you from your work. Said she was proud." Proud. That word hit harder than anything else he could have said. I stared out at the garden she helped me build last spring. Lavender, rosemary and marigolds. She called it her living prayer. I could still see the faded gloves hanging over the fence where she forgot them last week. I swallowed my anger. Because this wasn't about them anymore. This was about her. She passed 3 weeks later. At home. My home. The one they once said I didn't deserve. I held her hand as her breaths grew shallower. She wasn't afraid. She just said, "Promise me you'll plant something new every spring. That's how you start over." And then she left me. But not before giving me the final gift. A truth I never expected. I found it in a small wooden box under her bed, sealed with a letter. Her handwriting. Slanted. Neat. Unmistakable. To the granddaughter they never saw. Inside was a stack of old journal entries. Yellowing paper. Notes dated from when I was 9, 11, 14, ages I had long tried to forget. She had written everything. My birthdays were ignored. The bruises. The lies. The way Nathan staged every accusation. The way my mother called me a mistake when she thought no one was listening. Proof. She had documented it all. And at the bottom of the box? A deed transfer for her house. Already notarized. Already signed. She had made me the sole heir. I didn't cry. Not because I wasn't devastated, but because her final act wasn't about sadness. It was justice. She had rewritten our legacy. The funeral was small. I kept it that way on purpose. No open invitation. No family circus. Just a list of names I knew would stand still during silence and not try to rewrite history. But of course, they came anyway. Nathan. My mother. Dressed in black like it could mask anything. Standing by the edge of the crowd, waiting for a moment to insert themselves. After the final prayer, my mother approached. She didn't cry. She just looked around at the garden, the house, the community of friends and colleagues gathered around me, people who chose me. Then she asked, "Is it true? Did she leave it all to you?" I looked her in the eye and said the one thing she always denied me. Yes. That night, they left a letter on my doorstep. Typed, formal, sterile. A request for temporary accommodation, for healing and transition, it said. They wanted to live in the house. Her house. The same house they'd abandoned her in when she took me in. I sat there for a long time. And then I wrote them back. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Turner, thank you for your interest in staying at the residence located at 49 Maplewood Lane. At this time, all rooms are currently occupied by peace, silence, dignity, and the long overdue scent of lavender. As such, we are unable to accommodate guests who abandoned these values in the past. May you find shelter in the structures you built with your choices. Kindly, the Spare No More. It went viral. Because I posted it, and for once, I told my own story. No edits, no shame, no revenge, just the unfiltered truth. People shared it, stitched it, messaged me. Not for drama, but for relief. Because I wasn't alone. There are so many of us. So many spares, who was actually the whole damn engine? Today I walked through my grandmother's garden and planted something new. Just as I promised. A single white rose bush, named Rebirth. And this time, the story doesn't end with exile or anger. It ends with roots. Because I am not a spare. I am the seed that survived. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild new story. My parents took in my broke sister. After I cut her off. So I pulled the plug, shut down the cards, and walked away for good. Am I the asshole? I provided my sister $650 every week, but at family dinner she stated, "You don't help enough, don't be a cheapskate." My parents agreed with her and said it was accurate. I smiled and added, "Then live without my money," and then went, canceling everything, including their rent. This morning, her husband came to beg me, and my sister yelled, "Please don't cut us off. You never expect your family to stab you in the back, at least not intentionally. You grow up believing that blood means something and fosters implicit loyalty. However, it can make individuals feel entitled to take even more from you. When they run out of ways to exploit you, they turn on you as if you are the problem." My sister Eudora is 2 years younger than me. Like most siblings, we were close as children. Something changed once she married Ryan. Slowly, then all at once. Ryan hasn't held a job in 5 years. He believes that the job market is terrible, and that firms are unwilling to recruit someone with vision. He starts projects, gets bored, and quits before they develop into actual paychecks. Meanwhile, Eudora does not work. Sure, she has 2 children, but that has never deterred others. It's not that they can't work. They simply don't want to. When their second child was born and they were about to be evicted, I didn't wait for them to request assistance. I stepped in. I reminded myself that this is what family does. I began donating $650 every week, without fail. There are no conditions, no reminders. I never tossed it at their face. My wife wasn't happy about it, but she didn't argue with me either. She trusted me to do what felt right. They were initially grateful, or tried to be. However, some people's thankfulness has an expiration date. It wasn't long before Eudora began making minor remarks. She'd say things like, "Some people don't understand what real struggle looks like." She'd tell me how fortunate I was to have a career that allowed me to play hero. She rolled her eyes as I shared vacation photos. She once called my wife spoiled at a BBQ because we had purchased a new automobile. However, whenever she needed something, I was the first person she texted. Rent is short this month. The car battery died. Medical bills. Baby formula. I paid for everything. I reminded myself that regardless of what she said, she was my sister. This is what you do for your family. Then came dinner. It was a typical Saturday night at our folks' house. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and children running around. My mother was talking about her garden. My father had the game on low in the background. Everything was perfectly normal, until it was not. We were halfway through dessert when Eudora set down her fork and peered across the table to me. She remarked calmly, "You're not helping enough. Don't be stingy." I blinked. I assumed she was joking. I waited for somebody else to chuckle. Nobody did. My dad then said, without looking up from his plate, "Well, she's not wrong." At that point, everything inside me went silent. It was as if one part of me turned off and another came online. I glanced at the folks I'd spent my entire life attempting to assist and encourage. They looked at me as if I hadn't accomplished enough. So I grinned, stepped up and said, "Then live without my money." My wife did not respond. She just woke up with me. We gathered our children and departed. I didn't say anything while driving home. I opened my phone and began canceling everything. I terminated the weekly transfers. I canceled their rent payments. I closed all shared accounts. I cut off the shopping card they used every month as if it were their own. I was finished. Ryan arrived outside my house the next morning at 7:42 a.m. No call. There's no text. He simply showed up and began hammering on my front door as if it were a matter of life and death. He was not angry. He was desperate. He explained that they couldn't pay their rent, that their landlord had already called, and that they didn't even have enough gas to travel to the food bank. Eudora sat in the van behind him. I could hear her cry even though the door was closed. She was not asking, she was demanding. She told me that I couldn't do this to them because I had obligations. She called me selfish. And that was only the beginning of what became a full-fledged conflict. I did not open the door that morning. I stood behind it, and heard Ryan's voice change from pleading to panic. I knew if I opened the door even slightly, he'd start with the sob story, and I'd give in. That was the old me, the one who still believed people were interested in something other than what I could provide them. So I let him knock. Then I let him go. 3 hours later, my mother called. I didn't respond. Then followed the texts. She spoke first, followed by Eudora. My father didn't text. He never does. But I saw that he saw my WhatsApp status, so I knew he was aware. The messages started off pleasant. "We need to talk. Don't do anything rash. This is family." Then the tone changed. "How could you let your niece and nephew go hungry? Your sister is in tears. Is that what you want? You're punishing children for adult problems. Shame on you." It was like witnessing someone have a tantrum in real time. The interesting thing was that none of them asked me what I needed. No one inquired, "Are you okay?" No one questioned why I cut them off. They already knew. By Tuesday, calls were flowing from all directions. My uncle texted me. A cousin I hadn't seen in 2 years messaged me and asked what was going on. Eudora had given everyone a skewed version of events, depicting me as a cold-hearted sibling who abruptly abandoned the family. She repeatedly used the phrase, "abandoning us." I ignored it all. That was, until my mother showed up at my office. She never visits me at work. Ever. I was in the middle of a project meeting when my receptionist came in and informed me that there was a woman present who claimed to be my mother. I stepped outside. There she sat in the waiting area, arms crossed, like if I had just sold family secrets to a tabloid. She didn't ask to sit down. She did not ask if I had time. She just got right into it. "You embarrassed Eudora. You hurt her children. She's your sister, Drake." I kept my voice calm. I went on. "You all sat there while she called me stingy. You all agreed with her. After everything." She looked at me as if I was speaking a different language. "She's struggling," she remarked. "She's not herself." I inquired. "And what about me? Am I not allowed to get tired? To stop being a human ATM?" She said, "You're better off than them." I nodded. I then told her the truth. This was not about money, it was about disrespect. I stated that I was not going to finance those who despised me for possessing what they decided not to earn. She did not say anything after that. She simply stood up and walked out. She did not even say goodbye. That night, Eudora sent me a fresh message. There's no "hi," or "can we talk?" Only this. "You should fix this, Drake. You will not be pleased with the outcome if you do not." I stared at it for quite a while, then I blocked her. She was correct about one thing. She was not going to enjoy what happened next. By Thursday, the stillness seemed strange. No calls, no texts. Just silent. That wasn't how Eudora worked. When she desired something, she fought for it or burned everything down in the process. Then I received the call. Not from her, however, from the landlord. Ryan and Eudora apparently informed him that I was going through a difficult time and that payments would resume once I settled down. He had waited 2 weeks. Their rent was beyond late, and he was tired of making excuses. He asked if I intended to resume the payments. I was very straightforward in saying no. I told him to treat them like any other tenants. He sighed, and admitted that he had figured as much. He said that he would give them notice by the end of the week. I didn't feel well after the call. In reality, I felt nothing at all. That night I sat on the back porch for quite some time. I recalled every time I jumped in and helped them out without being asked. I remember Eudora guilt-tripping me into paying for her anniversary meal because she thought they deserved a night out as well, after she saw that I had taken my wife to a resort. I also remembered buying Ryan a laptop to help him launch his freelance company. He pawned it 3 months later. They didn't simply use me. They despised my ability to assist them. That's when something clicked. This was not about suffering. It was about pride. They despised the fact that I possessed something they lacked, and that they relied on me. So, I stopped giving. But it wasn't enough. I wanted them to feel it. All of it. So I began pulling the rug out from under them. First, I called my cell phone carrier to terminate the family plan. I hadn't checked the bill in a while. It turned out Eudora had added 2 iPads and Ryan had upgraded his phone on my account last year. Everything was still in my name. I turned off all lines except mine and my wife's. They'd find out the next time they attempted to order an Uber. The Costco card came next. Years ago I connected my parents to the account so they could use it to make purchases. I never thought about it. But out of curiosity, I looked into recent activity. Groceries, televisions, and tires. Not for emergencies. Simply free shopping. So I canceled the card entirely. Then came the automobile. This one was personal. Ryan's automobile broke down 2 years ago, and he and his family begged me for help. I bought them an old SUV, registered it in my name, and paid for the insurance. They agreed to start paying the insurance after 6 months. They never paid a penny, so I filed for a voluntary repossession. At 3 a.m., a towing firm picked up the automobile from their street. I did not say anything. I did not send any warnings. I wanted them to wake up and realize what they'd been taking for granted. By Friday, the situation had dramatically intensified. Eudora called me from another number. She left a voicemail. It was 5 minutes of outrage and self-pity. She accused me of abandoning her children, claimed I was drunk with power, and then said I owed her another chance to explain. Then followed the text to my wife. Paragraphs of emotional blackmail. She said I was breaking up the family and that she had never asked for any of this. Never asked. I opened my phone and scrolled. Can you cover daycare? We need groceries. We are short on rent. The automobile had broken down again. Can you cover Ryan's therapy? We are out of formula. Can you help with the electricity simply till the end of the month? It went on and on. I screenshot 5 of these texts and sent them to my wife. She stopped Eudora. I didn't expect what happened next. On Friday night my mom texted me. They're here. Only for a few days. It wasn't until the next morning that I realized what she meant, when I read Eudora's Facebook picture of the guest room at my parents' house, with the remark, back where we are actually cherished. Family first. That's when it struck me. They did not go silent because they were giving up. They were swapping hosts. Instead of holding them accountable, my parents accepted it. They moved in like royalty. My father began forwarding me food receipts saying, since we're feeding extra mouths now. My mother contacted me to say they needed aid with utilities until they were back on their feet. I laughed. I then told her, no. She inquired, you aren't going to aid us either? I responded, I helped for 3 years. I'm done now. And I intended it. But I knew it would not end there. If I cut Eudora off and they moved in with my parents, it wouldn't be enough. I would have to cut them all off. I had a strategy for it. They assumed I'd give in. They anticipated that I would ultimately crack and send another transfer, pay another debt, and feel terrible enough to give in. They underestimated how quickly someone could go from fatigued to finished. I wasn't angry anymore. I was simply finished. I waited several days. I let them settle into the comforts of my parents' home. I allowed them to start spending again. Then my mother texted me that she needed help with the grocery. My father requested if I could get him the money for his gas payment until payday, despite the fact that he retired 4 years ago and hasn't had a paycheck since. I did not respond. What they didn't realize was that I had previously spoken with my bank. Years ago, I created a second account linked to theirs for emergency transfers. I canceled it. I disabled access to every shared app, account, and service I had ever provided them. Then I accessed the utility company's website. It turned out that the water and electricity at my parents' house were still in my name. A holdover from years ago when they were strapped for cash, and I offered to take care of them until things calmed down. I never considered it again. I thought about it now. So I contacted and disconnected the service, effective immediately. They lost power the same night. I waited for a message. And it did not take long. My mother texted me, asking whether there was an issue with the account. I did not respond. Then she tried to call. I forwarded it to voicemail. She texted again. Your dad is upset. Fix it. Still I did not answer. The next morning, Eudora sent me a lengthy message. She claimed I was being childish. She accused me of weaponizing money to punish others. She labeled me a coward and warned that our children would grow up without cousins because of me. She claimed our family would never recover from what I had done. She concluded with, "You'll regret this." But I've never regretted it. For the first time in years, I felt able to breathe. That weekend, I informed my wife that we were taking the children on a road vacation. No phones, emails, or messages, just the four of us. We stayed in a cabin near the lake. We cooked over a fire. My children rushed about happily. My wife gazed at me, as if I were finally here. When we arrived home, I found 6 voicemails waiting for me. 1 came from Ryan. 3 were from my mother. 1 came from Eudora. I assumed the last one was from my father using a friend's phone. I deleted all of them without listening. I had now realized what I should have known a long time ago. Helping others is love. If they expect it, it is only love that they appreciate. They never did. They attempted to play the long game, passive guilt, subtle messages, and familiar faces reaching out. They assumed that if they eased the pressure, I would give in on my own. I did not. On Monday, I stepped into my workplace and noticed something strange. A folded piece of paper resting dead center on my desk. No envelope, no name. I unwrapped it. 3 pages. My mom's handwriting. I hadn't seen her handwriting in years, not since she used to write notes on the fridge when we were kids. This note was different. She called it a plea. She stated she was begging me one last time to return to the table. She made no mention of the years of silence that followed Eudora's criticism of me for something trifling. She didn't mention how they all sat silently while I was humiliated at that supper. She made no mention of the money, car, phone bills, or rent. She just stated, "It's not too late. I've read it once." I then shredded all 3 documents and requested that the office manager check the building's visitation log. It turns out that my father had arrived earlier that morning. He used to know the man at the front desk. That was the last day he worked there. They did not stop there. On Tuesday afternoon, I got a Facebook message from someone I hadn't spoken to since high school. She stated that Eudora had contacted her because she was worried about me. She explained that I was going through a mental breakdown, and that my wife was manipulating me. Eudora did not know how to stop talking. Even if she wasn't getting anything, she wanted to shape the narrative. I responded, "Tell her I'm okay. If she messaged you again, block her." On Wednesday, my wife's sister called. She stated that my mother had called her directly and expressed concern for my children. She stated that I was separating the children from their extended relatives, which was unhealthy. She claimed that good people do not isolate their children. That was it. I sat down that night and penned a single note. I copied and pasted it into every phone and account that was still associated with them in any manner. A single line. "This is your final notification. You're not welcome in my life. Any attempt to contact me, my wife, or my children will be deemed harassment and pursued legally. Do not try this." I blocked them all. Emails, phone calls, social media posts, everything. For 3 days, nothing. It was blissful. Then Friday arrived. I pulled into my driveway and saw them all. My parents' automobile was parked partially on the lawn. Eudora's children ran around as if it were their own front yard. Ryan stood next to the porch, hands in his pockets, as if he owned the space. Eudora and my mother were already at the door, knocking as if they lived there. I parked the car and sat inside for 10 seconds before getting out. I did not yell. I didn't inquire what they were doing. I simply walked up and stood between them and my front door. Eudora began first, as she always does. She claimed I was being unkind. She claimed they were only present because I forced their hand. They did not come for money. They came for family. Ryan nodded behind her, like a worn-out puppet. My father stood near the car, his arms folded. He said nothing. He never did when it mattered. My mother intervened in a gentle voice, stating they were anxious and she missed her grandchildren. She said it had lasted long enough. I let them finish. Then I said it clearly. Don't come to my house. You do not message my wife. You don't speak to my children. If I see any of you again, I will contact the police. I have given you every opportunity to stop this conduct. You decided not to. It isn't my responsibility anymore. Eudora attempted to interrupt and alter the subject, but I would not let her. I opened the front door, stepped inside, and shut it without saying another word. Then I locked it. I called my lawyer. That same weekend, I mounted cameras all over the property. We ordered pizza that night. My children were bewildered but quiet. My wife turned on a movie. I sat on the couch, looking at them, the only people who cared about my well-being, and knew I had made the correct decision. But I should have known they would not leave quietly. They weren't done. Not yet. I should have expected it. People like them don't realize when they have lost. They stay at the table even after they've lost all of their chips. They flip the table, play the victim, and attempt to loot the casino on their way out. It all started with a letter from Child Protective Services. A real one. At first I assumed it was an error. Then I opened it, and my stomach dropped. Someone had expressed concern regarding the emotional well-being of my children. There were claims of separation from relatives and coercive domestic behavior. They did not even bother to hide it. It had Eudora written all over it. The caseworker stopped by. She was pleasant and professional. She asked the correct questions. She spoke with the kids, looked around the house, and even inquired about school. She walked away with a smile, stating there was plainly nothing wrong. I questioned her directly. Do you know who filed it? She was uneasy, but said, yes. And I'll just say, it's not uncommon for family disputes to result in false reports. This time, the wrath I experienced was different. It was not hot. It was frigid. Focused. My sister had militarized the system. She attempted to use my children, my own children, to intimidate me back into line. I contacted my lawyer the next day. He issued a cease and desist order to Eudora, Ryan, and my parents. Harassment, slander, malicious interference. He sent everything he could fit in a package. I did not stop there. I phoned the landlord at my parents' house. As it turned out, they were not the owners. They were renters. I gave the landlord a complete background on Eudora and Ryan. I provided him with the name of their former landlord, who had contacted me after they stopped paying. I didn't need to say much. The landlord thanked me, and stated he would reconsider the terms of their lease. I also enlisted the help of the church, which they often turn to when they need sympathy. I wrote a calm, polite email to the pastor. I explained the entire thing. I submitted payment documentation, communication screenshots, and a copy of the CPS letter. 2 days later, Eudora's Facebook post about being betrayed by her own blood abruptly disappeared. So did her profile. I wasn't finished. My wife and I changed the locks. We received fresh phone numbers. We talked with a children's counselor to ensure that none of this crap influenced them. We made it plain to the school that only we could pick them up. Period. Then, one night, I sat down at my workstation, opened my email, and composed one more message. It was not for them. It was for myself. A list titled, Things I No Longer Feel Responsible For. My sister's rent, my parents' bills, Ryan is unemployed, their expectations, their gossip, their disappointment, their concept of family. I've saved it. I've printed it. I folded it and stored it in my wallet. I have not heard from any of them since. I still see their names mentioned occasionally, either by common friends or in family circles. I do not respond. I don't leave any comments. My wife and I took our children out of state last weekend. We stayed at a cottage in the Highlands. No reception, firewood, stars, and silence. For the first time in a long time, I did not feel obligated to anyone. I wasn't running away from anyone. I had already closed the door. This time it was locked. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My mom sent a $10,000 check to control me. I burned it on my wedding night while she hid in the woods. My mom sent a $10,000 check to control me. I burned it on my wedding night while she hid in the woods. My name is David. I'm 31, and I've spent the most of my adult life learning to shrug off comments that feel more like paper cuts. Small, sharp, and hard to heal. I come from a family that enjoys parties but not people. At least not for individuals like myself. You know the type. Families who base your worth on Instagram likes and compare your life milestones like a scoreboard. I was never the winner. My sister Brooke, on the other hand, is the current MVP of our family highlight reel. Blonde, loud, and impeccably curated, she got engaged at 23, married at 25 in a 3-day ceremony at a vineyard, and has been giving themed baby showers for her children like she's auditioning for a lifestyle magazine. Me? I was a late bloomer. The quiet one. This is the maybe he's just not into commitment type. Every time I brought a girlfriend home, it became a series of subtle interrogations disguised as conversation. So you're okay with his job? You know he still rents, right? Oh, you met on an app? That's cute. Still, I showed there for every birthday, holiday, and christening. I sat at the folding tables, smiling as they forgot to put my name in the group photos. I brought gifts, which they did not open in front of me, and made nice conversation while being reminded that I was the last single person left. The hardest part, however, was Brooke's wedding. I recall arriving early in a respectable suit, nothing flashy, but neat, and being stopped at the door by one of the planners with a clipboard, who asked whether I was David, the +1. I wasn't even on the seating chart. When I located my seat, it was at the overflow table, alongside the groom's distant cousins and a few college roommates who didn't know where to sit. During her address, Brooke remarked, "To everyone who made today beautiful, you know who you are, and you're sitting right here in front of me." I was not. I was 3 tables back, near the restroom line. Brooke called me away later that night, while everyone was dancing and cutting the cake. She was tipsy, beaming, and full of self-satisfaction. "You know, Danny," she remarked, waving her wine glass like a scepter. "Some people just aren't wedding material. But it's okay. Not everyone needs the spotlight." She chuckled and kissed my cheek as if it were a praise, not a stomach punch. I smiled. I always grinned. But that night I returned home and did not speak with her for 6 months. Fast forward 5 years. I met somebody. Her name is Laya. She is calm when I am nervous, assertive when I am hesitant. And she looks at me as if I am enough. Not someone who needs to be polished or explained away. We had dated for 3 years before I proposed. Quietly. There's no fanfare. Just the two of us on a walk overlooking the lake. She cried, agreed, and then asked the question I had been dreading. "Will your family be there?" I paused. Not because I didn't want her to meet them, she had already, but because I knew what inviting them would entail. The same jabs, backhanded compliments, and performative hugs. I assured her we would think about it. When we first started planning the wedding, I kept putting off finalizing the guest list. Laya noticed. "Is it really that complicated?" she inquired one evening when highlighting vendors in a wedding magazine. I told her the truth. I told her about Brooke's wedding, the statement, and how my family always treated me like a supporting character in their show. She listened. She did not pass judgment. She simply took my hand and murmured, "Then maybe it's time you write your own story." Something in me shifted. Not out of rage, not yet, but clarity. I realized I'd been damaged for years by individuals who didn't even recognize the damage. They didn't hate me, they simply did not regard me. And I was done purchasing a ticket to a table where I was not welcome. We chose a site upstate that was not ostentatious but beautiful. Rustic cottages. Fairy lights hung between the trees. A clearing for the ceremony that offers a view of the hills. It felt like us. We kept our guest list short. Laya's friends, a few of mine, her parents, a number of mentors and co-workers who had become like family. I pondered adding Brooke. I actually did. I even stared at the blinking cursor next to her name on the spreadsheet. But then I remembered the smile, the restroom table, and the "not wedding material" comment, and I deleted it. I'm not angry. At peace. And then I removed the rest of them too. My mother, who always neglected to mention me in family updates. My father, who called once a year to remind me of his pride in my sister's success. And my brother-in-law, who made passive jokes about how I finally caught up. We sent out invitations. All of them. None of them ended up with my family. The backlash did not occur quickly. I imagined they expected I'd just do what I always did. Be quiet, be late, and be grateful for any place at the table. But when Laya shared the save the date photo, her hand on my chest with the text, "Can't wait to say I do in the hills with the people who truly matter," everything went crazy. Brooke was the first to text. "Wait, you're getting married?" Then another one. "No invite?" Then one that just said, "Well?" I did not respond. My mother called 3 times the next morning. I left one voicemail. "David, this isn't how families do things. Please call me." My father emailed. Who actually does that? The subject line read, "A disappointment." I did not open it. Then Brooke sent the big one. "You're really excluding your whole family after everything we've done for you? Fine. But don't come crying when you need something later. Have fun playing husband to your little boho girlfriend. Must be nice to finally feel important." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't respond. I did not need to. For the first time in my life, there was nothing to explain. A few days after the text storm, I received a call from my Uncle Ray, the only relative I'd ever considered trustworthy. He's my mother's older brother, a retired electrician with a sharp tongue and a heart that appears when you least expect it. We hadn't communicated in a while, so I responded mainly out of curiosity. "Hey Danny," he murmured, his voice gravelly, as if he was still waking up from a nap, despite the fact that it was midday. "Listen, I know I probably shouldn't get involved, but your mom's been going around telling people you're having some kind of mental breakdown. Says Laya's got you isolated or something. You okay?" I laughed. I actually laughed. "Uncle Ray, I'm fine. I'm more than fine. I just didn't want the people who spent years making me feel invisible to sit in the front row of my wedding like they earned it." There was a long delay. Suddenly, "Good. About damn time." I blinked. "Wait, what?" "Kid," he replied. "You think I didn't see it? Every Christmas you'd show up with gifts for their kids and they'd act like you were the mailman. Every time you brought a girl home, they made her feel like a charity case. And don't even get me started on what Brooke said at her wedding. I told your mother that was out of line. She said, 'David's not the sensitive type.' That's when I knew she stopped seeing you as a person and started seeing you as an ATM. It struck me harder than I expected. Not the insult, but the fact that someone, anyone, had noticed. I just wanted a peaceful wedding," I explained quietly. "And you are going to have one," he responded. "You earned it. I'm not calling to guilt you, Danny. I'm calling to say thank you. For finally standing up. They're losing it not because you hurt them, but because you stopped letting them hurt you." That night I told Leia what he'd said. She simply placed her arms around me and muttered, "I'm so proud of you." But the messages continued rolling in, from cousins I hardly knew, Brooke's husband, and even my mother's church buddy, who once inquired whether I was the artistic one, because evidently being single and quiet equals to painting portraits in the attic. Each message has an own flavor. Some were veiled guilt trips, while others were outright rants, but they all came down to the same toxic stew: how dare I deviate from their narrative? Then followed the group message. Yes, a full-on nuclear family group text that had been inactive for years suddenly flared up like a Christmas tree. My sister started it. Just wanted everyone to know Danny's getting married and didn't invite his family. She included a screenshot of Laya's save the date. My mother joined in with, "We're all just heartbroken. It's like we don't even know who he is anymore." Then my father, with his customary emotional finesse, "He's always been selfish. We just didn't want to admit it." I stared at the thread for around 10 minutes. Not because I wasn't sure what to say, but because I knew exactly what not to say. I quit the group chat without saying anything. That's when things turned serious. Brooke, unable to let go of the spotlight she believed I had stolen, went online. She didn't mention us explicitly, but she did put a mysterious remark over a photo of herself in a bridesmaid dress. "When your little brother throws a wedding but forgets who helped raise him. Fake family that you know class." That one gained traction. Her friends made comments such as, families can be the worst," and, "You're such a saint, Brooke." Some even tagged me directly. I did not respond to them either. But then Laya's mother, bless her, joined the chat. She commented, "Interesting take, especially since I've watched Laya and David pay for everything themselves, plan everything themselves, and support each other without asking a soul for a dime. Seems like they know exactly who their real family is. That comment received more likes than Brooke's post. Now this is where things started to get odd. A week before the wedding, I received a card in the mail. There was no return address, but I immediately recognized the handwriting as my mother's. Inside was a 3-paragraph letter written in blue ink. The first paragraph was an emotional guilt trip about how she carried me for 9 months, stayed up with me during fevers, and always gave her all. The second paragraph devolved into veiled scolding. How family is something you can't avoid, how I was embarrassing myself in front of the extended family, and how I needed to reconsider the image I was creating. And the final paragraph, that was the kicker. If you marry this girl without inviting your family, don't bother coming back. Don't call when you need help. Don't expect us to welcome you at Christmas. Actions have consequences, David. I carefully folded the letter, returned it to the envelope, and tucked it into the drawer next to the old RSVP cards. I didn't show Leia straight away, not to protect her, but because I didn't want her to bear the burden I had already spent years learning to bear. I got up earlier than intended on the wedding day. The air was cold, and the sky was overcast in a wonderful, soft, photographic way. Leia was getting dressed in another cabin, so I got a moment to myself. No noise, no buzzing phone, just the sound of wind through pine trees and the aroma of something new beginning. Then my phone lit up. A new number. I almost disregarded it, but something compelled me to respond. It was Brooke. "I just want to know why," she exclaimed immediately. "No greetings. Why would you do this to us? To me? After everything?" I sat on the porch's edge. "You really don't know?" "No, I don't. This is the most vindictive thing you've ever done. Not inviting your own family? You've humiliated us. People are asking questions. They're wondering if something's wrong with you." I let the silence stretch. Then I said, "Brooke, you told me I wasn't wedding material. That I didn't belong in the spotlight. You made me feel small for years. And now that I'm finally happy, you're upset I didn't hand you a front row seat to it?" "You're overreacting," she exclaimed. "It was a joke. God, you're so sensitive." There it was. The term I'd heard all my life. "I'm not sensitive," I replied calmly. "I'm just done." She began to speak again, but I hung up. And then I shut off the phone. By the time the guests arrived, I felt better than I had in years. The music played. Soft laughing permeated the air. And one by one, folks who decided to be in my life appeared, radiating joy. As I went behind the trees, waiting for my cue to walk down the aisle, the coordinator raced up to me, wide-eyed and breathless. "There's someone at the gate." I raised an eyebrow. "Who?" She paused. "Your mom. And your sister. And I think your dad's parked across the road. They're not on the list, but they're saying it's a family emergency." I glanced at her, my heart beating steadily. Then I smiled. "Tell them the guest list is final." Then I walked down the aisle. The ceremony itself was everything I hadn't realized I needed. No flower walls. There's no drone footage. No 6-piece string quartet. Just close pals, loving glances, and vows made while surviving storms together. When I saw Leia strolling toward me, her hair braided with small wildflowers and that calm, brilliant smile, I realized how far I'd come. Not just from the awkward child at the back table, but also from the man who used to go to great lengths to be tolerated. I didn't think of my family at all during the ceremony. Not once. My hands didn't shake, my voice did not falter. The weight of their absence did not seem like a loss. It felt like there was enough space to breathe, to stand up straight, and to finally take center stage without someone rolling their eyes in the background. The ceremony concluded with shouts and laughter, as well as hugs that last a little longer because the individuals who give them truly mean it. Everyone carefully made their way to the reception area, which was brilliantly lit outside and included long wooden tables, hanging lights, and mellow music flowing through the dusk. It seemed like something out of a peaceful dream. Elegant, yet not pretentious. Intimate, but not small. Then the photographer appeared, pulling me away with a bewildered expression. "Hey," she said modestly. "There's a group of people kind of lingering near the trees at the edge of the venue. They haven't come in, but they're watching. Do you want me to do anything?" My jaw clenched. Before I turned to look, I knew. Sure enough, 3 individuals appeared across the little gravel road, half hidden behind the tree line. My mother, dressed in a pale blue gown I'd seen her wear to a gala years ago, standing stiffly with her arms crossed. My father had his hands in his pockets and was pretending to examine a brochure from a neighboring lodge while glancing at the wedding tent. Brooke, of course, wore a white pantsuit. White. Even from that distance I could see her face, pursed lips, flared nostrils, scanning the tables as if she was calculating who recognized her and who may notice she wasn't there. I grinned back at the photographer. "You don't need to do anything, just crop wide if they're in the background." She laughed, a little relieved, and returned to her camera. But as I watched the three of them stand there, like unwelcome souls haunting the edges of my delight, something in me changed. Not anger. Do not be afraid. Not even satisfaction. Just clarification. These individuals did not show up out of love. They did not show up because they missed me or had any regrets. They came to see what they believed they were entitled to, but weren't. They wanted to stand on the precipice of my happiness, and decide how much of it they would let me enjoy. And now that they had no say, they weren't sure what to do with themselves. The remarks began as the sun fell, casting everything in the golden tone that photographers seek like treasure. Laya's father delivered a touching toast that left everyone laughing and crying in equal measure. Then my best friend Oliver stood up, raised his glass, and said something that silenced the entire tent. "To David, the most loyal friend I've ever had, who spent years giving love to people who didn't see it for what it was, who finally found someone who saw him, and chose him. This guy has absorbed more punches from life than most individuals twice his age and has always shown up for everyone. But today, he stood up for himself. And it's about time." People applauded. Some stood. I didn't cry. But I could have, because I understood the version of myself who had longed to be seen had vanished. The person sitting at the table was not attempting to prove anything to anyone. I'd already won, not for vengeance but to recover the life they'd always told me I wasn't destined to have. My phone chimed just as dessert was served, little apple tarts and tiramisu squares. Brooke sent one message. It reads, "You are seriously going to regret this." No context, no explanation. Just venom concentrated into one sentence. I shifted the screen to Oliver. He read it and gave out a low whistle. Wow. She really thought this was about her. I grinned and struck the block without saying anything else. Later that night, as the sky filled with stars and people rocked to music beneath the string lights, I returned to the cabins to retrieve something from the lodge. As I circled the path near the property's edge, I heard piercing, quiet, angry voices. "He should have just let us in. I don't care what he thinks he's doing. That's our family." It was my mother. Still there. Still outraged. Then Brooke. I hope he chokes on his perfect little moment. Let's see how long it lasts once real life kicks in. I stood there for a second, just out of sight. I should have gone away and let it go. But something inside me told me to take a step forward, despite the years of silence, the swallowed pride, and the numerous times I accepted being an afterthought. So I did. I stepped through the trees and into their view, surprising all three of them. My mother gave a gasp. Brooke's eyes narrowed. My father just stared. "I know you're upset," I continued with a calm voice. "But you weren't uninvited. You were never invited. Because this day wasn't about correcting your version of me. It was about celebrating the person I've become without you. And the fact that you're here, hiding behind trees instead of being surrounded by love, tells me I made the right choice." Brooke clenched her jaw. "You think you're better than us now?" "No," I replied. "I think I'm finally free of you." Then I turned around and went away, back to the laughter, the light, and the people who had actually arrived. I didn't look back as I stepped away from the ghosts of my past. Each stride felt like an exhale that I had been holding in for years. The wedding was still alive behind me, with music floating through the trees, fairy lights twinkling like soft stars, and Laya's laughter reverberating with a warmth that no family occasion had ever provided me. I didn't need to see their faces to remember what I had left behind. I could feel it. 3 people standing in quiet, astonished by the one person they assumed would always come crawling back, eventually going away. When I returned to the reception, Laya drew my attention from across the dance floor. She was now barefoot, her shoes left under a table, her dress flowing as she twirled in a leisurely circle with her niece on her hip. She smiled at me as if nothing was missing. For the first time in my life, I agreed. We danced. We laughed. We cut the cake with no passive-aggressive remarks or forced photos. Our friends made uncomfortable and amusing toasts. Someone spilled red wine and blamed it on former exes. People stayed late, long after the music should have ceased. Nobody looked at their watches or pretended to care. They were just there. And so was I. When the night came to an end and the last lanterns were turned off, I sat with Laya on the cabin porch, wrapped in a blanket, in solitude. Just the two of us. She leaned her head against my shoulder. "I saw them," she replied gently. "I know. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to ruin it." "You didn't," I muttered. "They couldn't ruin it. Even if they tried." She reached into her pocket and took out a small white envelope. "This came while you were getting ready. I didn't want to hand it to you before the ceremony." I took it gradually. My name was written in my mother's handwriting yet again. There was a $10,000 check inside, along with this note: "For the wedding expenses. We know things are probably tight. Don't let your pride ruin your marriage before it starts. Think about your future. Mom." There were no signatures. No warmth. Just assuming I was still on sale. I chuckled and slipped the check into the fire pit near us. The flames spread swiftly, twisting the paper into black wisps that floated into the air. Laya did not say anything. She simply drew the blanket tighter about us, and we stayed there until the fire died down, the last ember blazing like the final word. I never had to utter a thing. A week later, we were back at home. Married. A peaceful marriage. The venue had been cleaned, the deposit had been paid, the images were being edited, and the silence from my family was deafening. At first I believed they'd finally accepted it. My decision to break the cord they'd been yanking all my life. But then the repercussions began. Not from them, but from everyone around them. It started with a voicemail from my cousin Rachel. "Hey, I don't want to be weird, but your mom's been telling people you had a mental breakdown at the wedding. She said you kicked them out and that you banned the family because Laya doesn't like them. But I saw the photos. You guys looked happy. So, I just wanted to check. Are you okay?" I replayed the message twice. Then I checked Facebook. Sure enough, the day following the wedding, my mother wrote an ambiguous status. "When you raise someone with love and they repay you with exile, you have to let go and pray they find their way back before it's too late. Heartbroken Dars family, first." The responses were filled with sympathy. "Praying for you. Kids can be so selfish these days. You're such a strong woman." And of course, one from Brooke's closest friend. "Ugh, I still can't believe he didn't even let you stay. Disgusting." It would have been funny if it hadn't been so deliberate. They were spinning the story, attempting to reclaim control of a narrative they had lost. In their view, I was unstable, theatrical, and dominated by a manipulative wife, a cautionary story. So I did something I hadn't intended for. I replied. Not through a Facebook post or text thread. I wrote a letter, a real one. I printed it up, wrapped it in an envelope and shipped it to my parents, Brooke, and a few relatives who had expressed worry. There's no drama. Just facts. Dear family, you've made it apparent that your narrative of my life makes more sense to you than the truth ever has. So let me say it once, plainly. I did not experience a breakdown. I did not exclude you for malice or manipulation. I choose to start a new chapter in my life with individuals that love me for who I am, not what they expect me to be. Brooke, you once told me I wasn't wedding material and didn't deserve the spotlight. You chuckled while saying it, but the consequences were real. For years I internalized every casual word, every backhanded compliment, and every time I was treated as an afterthought. I kept quiet because I was taught that family forgives. But forgiveness necessitates remorse, and you have never acknowledged your words or actions. Mom, your check did not come from love. It arrived with strings. It was a leash presented as a gift. I do not need it. We never did. You were not excluded from my wedding. You were just never included in a moment that you had no role in creating. I've spent my life trying to be accepted by people who perceive me as the family's financial burden, the emotional punching bag, and the one who doesn't fit in. I'm done fitting into a mold you created out of bitterness and entitlement. I did not take you out of my life to punish you. I let you go because holding you is breaking me, and I will not carry that any longer. David. I sent the letter and moved on. There was no response, no apologies, not even a text. However, something unexpected began to develop gradually over the next few months. A cousin I hadn't seen in years messaged me, saying she always thought I was treated unfairly. An old family friend contacted me and said she was proud of how I stood up for myself. Even my Uncle Ray called again, this time in a calmer tone. They won't say it, he said to me. But they know. Deep down, they know. And it was enough. Leia and I moved into a new apartment 3 months after our wedding. It wasn't large, but it had a balcony, morning light, and enough room for a piano she acquired at a thrift store. She's playing while I'm cooking. Sometimes I just stop to watch her fingers glide across the keys, as if they're rewriting the soundtrack to my life. And every now and again, when the music floats through the open window and everything feels too calm, I recall that folding chair from Brooke's wedding. I remember the smirk, the side comments, and how they always acted as if I had to earn their love. I smile, because I finally understand that love is not acquired via pain. It was picked. And I choose to live without them. No more waiting for permission. No more shrinking to fit. No more setting a place at a table where I was never actually welcome. This life, imperfect, wonderful, and mine, is what I created when I stopped asking for permission. And I wouldn't trade it for a place at anyone's table. Not even theirs. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. At Thanksgiving, my sister discovered I had $12 million and my family demanded I give it to her, claiming she deserved it more. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Using a throwaway for obvious reasons, with certain specifics modified to preserve anonymity. So I'm Sarah, 38, female, and I need to get this off my chest. Do you know those family dynamics in which one child can do no wrong while the other appears to be invisible? Yes, welcome to my life. Everything was very typical until I was 8. I was an only kid, and while my parents were not particularly warm and fuzzy, they were present, I suppose. Mom would help me with my homework, and Dad would occasionally take me fishing on Lake St. Clair. We weren't the Brady Bunch, but we were fine. Then came the night that would change everything. I recall my Aunt Kelly showing up at 2 a.m. and telling me to pack a suitcase because Mom was in the hospital. My sister, Rachel, was on her way, but something was wrong. She wasn't meant to arrive for another 2 months. The following few weeks were a flurry of hospital visits and hush chats. Rachel was really little. She looked like one of my baby dolls, but with all these tubes and cables, I wasn't allowed to touch her or get too close. That was the first time I felt it, an invisible wall forming between me and the rest of my family. When they eventually brought Rachel home, our house turned into a sterilized bubble. Mom had an obsession with germs. I'm talking industrial strength disinfection throughout, hand sanitizer stations in each room, and constant cleaning. The harsh odor of bleach still causes me distress to this day. But here's the bit that really messed me up. Whenever I showed the slightest symptom of illness, I was whisked off to either Grandma Marie's or Aunt Kelly's house. I mean every time. Sneeze once, pack your bags. A mild cough, you're off to see Grandma. At first, I thought it was enjoyable. Grandma Marie would make cookies, and Aunt Kelly had a fantastic collection of Nancy Drew books that I was working my way through. But children are not stupid. After a while, you begin to understand what is actually going on. You are not being sent away on adventures, you are being handled as a threat. As if your entire existence could damage your beloved sister. I tried everything to gain their attention in a healthier manner. Honestly, everything? Got all A's? Mom would scarcely look up from Rachel's most recent doctor's appointment calendar. Won first prize in the scientific fair with a project about renewable energy. Dad just asked if I could store the display board in the garage since Rachel is allergic to cardboard dust. Is this even a thing? The real kicker came when I was 12. For months, I'd been practicing for the school talent show, teaching myself to perform Bridge Over Troubled Water on the piano. I know it's a little too obvious. Rachel had a 99.1 degree Fahrenheit fever on the night of the show. Guess who did not have anyone in the audience? Meanwhile, 2 weeks later, the entire family, including both sets of grandparents, attended Rachel's 15-minute flute recital, during which she essentially killed hot cross buns. Rachel immediately learned how to use the system. By the age of 7, she had outgrown any real health difficulties, but that didn't stop her from performing. Headache? Must remain home from school. Feeling tired? Someone else, guess who, should perform her tasks. Worried about a test? Mom would literally call the school to have the deadline extended. I began spending more and more time in my room, immersed in books about art history and antiques. It's funny how life works out sometimes. My room became my sanctuary, mostly because Rachel claimed she was allergic to my lavender air freshener, so it was the only place she wouldn't go. Do you know what is actually wrong? When she pretended to be sick, a part of me felt grateful. At the very least, I'd be taken to Grandma Marie's, where someone would ask about my day or be interested in what I was about. Grandma was the one who sparked my interest in vintage jewelry. She had an incredible collection of costume pieces that she let me organize and catalog. I suppose I should have regarded it as prophetic. The worst thing wasn't even the clear favoritism. It was how they rewrote history to excuse their actions. Rachel just needs more attention because she had such a rough start. Sarah's always been so independent. Sarah understands that her sister has special needs. Number I did not comprehend. I was a child who didn't understand why having a good immune system made me less deserving of love. Looking back, I can see how these years shaped me. The persistent message that I was somehow unsafe or inconvenient to be around doesn't just go away. But hey, at least it taught me to be self-sufficient. When no one checks your homework or cares about your triumphs, you quickly learn to be your own cheerleader. High school, the majority of people either loved or loathed it. Me, I regarded it as a ticket out. While Rachel was establishing her drama empire in middle school, I was laying the groundwork for my own escape. And let me tell you, nothing inspires you to accomplish more than knowing that no one will do it for you. Remember how I said I spent hours sorting Grandma Marie's jewelry collection? That taught me a valuable lesson: the need for systematic organization and attention to detail. In high school, I approached everything with the same perspective. My desk at home resembled something out of an organization magazine: color-coded notes, meticulously organized study plans, and everything had its place. Rachel teased me about it, calling me Rain Man. Very great, sis. But here's the thing about being invisible: no one is monitoring your failures or successes. So do whatever the heck you want. I joined every club that would not interfere with my part-time employment at Carson's Diner. Thank you to Carol, the owner, for remembering my birthday when my own parents had forgotten. Debate team? Check. Who is the National Honor Society president? Check. Who is the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper? Check. The debate team was when I truly found my voice. There's something quite rewarding about shattering someone's argument while maintaining complete composure. It also taught me how to negotiate, which I didn't realize at the time but would be useful later. I've won states twice. Rachel had major soccer games, therefore my parents were unable to attend both competitions. She was on the C team, did not even play. The game changer the junior year was when things truly became interesting. I took the SAT and received a flawless score. Not like, oh, pretty good, perfect. I mean, perfect. 1600. You know how many people receive that? Less than 1%. I remember staring at the results screen for almost 20 minutes, convinced it was an error. I rushed home to tell my parents. I realized this is stupid. Mom was in the kitchen assisting Rachel with her English homework. The conversation went something like this. My reaction: Mom. Look, I got a perfect SAT score. Mama. That's nice, honey, but can you keep it down? Rachel's trying to concentrate. She has a big test tomorrow. Rachel, you're correct. Yeah, some of us actually have to study, Miss Perfect. She said. Rachel, sweetie, don't stress. You're just a different kind of learner. I still have the hard copy of those SAT results someplace. Never got pinned on the fridge. But Rachel's C+ in English? That infant received primo refrigerator real estate, complete with a "we're so proud of you" magnet. College applications. The college application procedure was interesting. I applied to 15 schools without informing anyone. I wrote all of my own essays, gathered my own recommendations, and handled all of the financial assistance paperwork myself. My guidance advisor, Mr. Chen, was the true MVP. My parents were too busy to help me with the FAFSA, so I stayed late after school. Then acceptances began to arrive. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Michigan, and each one comes with a scholarship offer. I stored them all in a locked box under my bed, knowing what would happen if Rachel discovered them. They'd suddenly shifted their focus entirely to her. But if Sarah goes to Harvard, I'll be all alone. Or some nonsense like that. The day I received my full ride offer from UMich, Rachel joined JV cheerleading. Guess which one was celebrated with a family feast? Hint, I had microwave mac and cheese in my room while they went to Olive Garden. But, you know what? The scholarship was my golden ticket. Tuition, lodging and board are all included, as is a book allowance. I could finally leave that house, where I was either invisible or inconvenient. The day I received my acceptance package, I went to my favorite spot in the local library, a fourth-floor window seat overlooking the park, and grieved for an hour. Not sad tears. There were tears of relief. When I told my parents at supper that I was going to UMich, they were ecstatic. He said, "Michigan? But that's so far. What if Rachel needs you?" She replied, "I hope you're not expecting us to help with expenses. Rachel's cheerleading competitions are very costly. Rachel is crying. Oh my God, finally. Can I have your room? I need space for my TikTok videos." The summer before college I worked double shifts at Carson's Diner to save money. Carol, bless her heart, always gave me additional tips and made sure I got to take home leftover pie at the conclusion of my shifts. She also taught me a vital skill, how to recognize genuine people in a society full of fakes. "Baby," she'd tell me, "in diners and in life, the ones making the most noise usually have the least to say." Move-in day at Michigan? My folks couldn't attend because, surprise, Rachel had a cheerleading competition. Aunt Kelly drove me instead, helped me set up my dorm room, and gave me a $500 envelope. "Your Grandma Marie wanted you to have this," she told me. "She's so proud of you." Later, I learned that Grandma had been saving that money from her Social Security checks for months. That first night in my dorm room, I promised myself, I was going to create such a wonderful life that being overlooked would be inconceivable. Not for vengeance. Nothing to prove to my family. But what about the 8-year-old girl who used to get sent to Grandma's house for sneezing? College and the beginning of something new. College went by in a flurry of all-nighters, instant ramen, and heavenly independence. I graduated summa cum laude from the University of Michigan. Not that my folks noticed. They were too busy helping Rachel transfer to her third college in 2 years. But this is where the plot takes an unexpected turn. I got an entry-level job at Everett and Phillips Auction House in Detroit. I won't use the real name for obvious reasons, but if you're in the business, you probably know who I'm talking about. A genuine high-end establishment, many old money clients, that type of transaction. I began with their estate sales business, which involved documenting the belongings of wealthy individuals after their deaths. Not exactly glamorous, but it paid the bills. The breakthrough. My first several months were very standard, logging countless china sets, categorizing vintage furniture, and so on. Next followed the Kingston estate. Mrs. Kingston was an elderly widow who had died with no children, leaving behind what everyone assumed was a huge collection of costume jewelry. Rooms filled with the material? This is where those hours at Grandma Marie's came in useful. I'm looking through this stack of jewelry when something catches my attention. It's an Art Deco brooch. Nothing really showy, yet something about it felt different. The weight was unsuitable for costume jewelry. The clasping mechanism was far too complex for a copycat. I believe I spent my whole lunch break that day researching old jewelry markers and signatures. I ended up staying late at the office to use the company's membership to several antique jewelry databases. The more I looked, the more certain I got that this was not costume jewelry. It was the real stuff. Problem was, I was the new girl. Nobody would believe me if I claimed we had a potential treasure on our hands. So I did what the debate team taught me. I meticulously prepared my argument. I spent 2 weeks during lunch breaks and evenings learning everything I could about Art Deco jewelry authentication. I even used some of my pitiful excuse for savings to pay for an online gemology course. Finally mustered the guts to approach my boss, Mr. Harrison. I brought the entire presentation, which included comparative images, historical documentation, and the works. The conversation went something like this. My response: "Sir, I think we might have something significant in the Kingston collection." Harrison, scarcely looking up from his phone, says, "Sarah, we've already cataloged those as costume pieces." "You are correct. I know, but look at these maker's marks. They match perfectly with Cartier's 1925 signatures." Harrison, finally paying attention: "Where did you learn all of this?" My reply was, I did some research." Long story short, the costume brooch sold for $47,000 at auction. It turns out that it was part of a limited collection created for some European set in the 1920s. But here's the real kicker. Harrison started to trust me after that. He began giving me other artifacts to authenticate. Suddenly, my pointless pastime of sorting antique jewels acquired real significance. I devoted myself to learning everything I could about vintage jewelry. I took every online course I could afford. I spent weekends at estate sales, researching items. Even began a small notepad to document various authentication procedures. My apartment looked like a jewelry scholar's fever dream, with walls covered with printouts of vintage hallmarks and certification guidelines. The auction house started getting results. I was discovering important items that others had overlooked, developing contacts with collectors, and knowing the market. My commission checks became larger. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving, I was also saving money. Family? Still remarkably uninterested. At Sunday dinners, which I still went to like a fool, the discourse went like this. Mom. Sarah's still at that antique shop, right? This is me. Auction house, and yes. Actually, I just authenticated a rare Tiffany piece. Rachel interrupts. Oh my God, speaking of jewelry. You guys have to see this charm bracelet I bought at the mall. But I didn't care anymore. For once in my life, I had discovered something wholly mine. Something I was actually excellent at. Something unrelated to being Rachel's sister or family disappointment. The Rothschild collection. Then came the Rothschild collection. This was about 2 years into my employment at the auction business. A massive estate. Old money family. There's a lot of buzz in the industry. I was part of the team that cataloged their jewelry collection. And that's when I noticed it. A fairly commonplace Art Nouveau piece that everyone else had missed. I spent 3 days investigating it. I barely slept. It turned out to be a piece from a famous French jeweler's private collection, which was supposed to have been lost during World War II. When it sold at auction for $238,000, Harrison summoned me to his office. I believed I was being promoted. Instead, he said something that completely changed the situation. Sarah, you're wasting your talent here. You should be running your own authentication business. Initially, I shrugged it off. Me? Start a business? With what money? However, the notion took root. I began doing modest freelance authentication projects on the side. Word spread that I had a terrific site. Private collectors began contacting us directly. One night, I was sitting in my modest apartment, surrounded by jewelry manuals and authentication tools that I had gradually accumulated, when I had an epiphany. This is something I could actually do. I could create anything on my own. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I took out a large debt against my car. I emptied my savings account. I rented a small office space in a less desirable area of town. People believed I was insane. Perhaps I was. I transformed a storage room above a Chinese restaurant that was about the size of a college dorm room. The rent was low because it always smelled like Kung Pao chicken, and the Wi-Fi only functioned if you sat in the corner by the window. But it was mine. The struggle. The first few months were interesting, and by interesting, I mean scary. I'd awaken at 4 a.m. with cold sweats, calculating how many months till my savings ran out. Loan payments felt like a rope around my neck. My office furnishings comprised of, I purchased a card table from Goodwill. A chair I literally found on the curb. Don't worry, it was thoroughly cleaned. However, in the world of high-end jewelry, reputation and contacts are everything. And my experience at the auction house provided me with both. I started small by doing authentication work for local antique dealers. My fees were lower than the larger organizations, but my attention to detail was becoming known. Word spread. 6 months later, a watershed moment occurred. A dealer I had dealt with at the auction house inquired about a collection of Victorian-era brooches. The owner requested confirmation before selling. It turned out to be a massive collection, with pieces from 3 generations of families. I worked on it for 2 weeks straight, rarely sleeping and documenting everything. I discovered 2 extremely rare pieces that had been misinterpreted as later replicas. The owner was so delighted with my detailed analysis that she not only paid my fee, but also offered me a 10% commission when the piece sold. Was that a commission? $86,000. More money than I had earned in the preceding 2 years combined. Suddenly, my phone rang. A lot. Private collectors have heard about my knack for finding missed pieces. Estate lawyers seeking advice on inherited jewelry. Even my previous auction house began sending me authentication work. I'm quite sure Harrison was secretly helping spread the news. Thanks, boss. Scaling up. By year 2, I'd hired my first employee, Jenny, a fresh gemology graduate who reminded me much too much of myself at that age. She was extremely intelligent, yet she was neglected since she was quiet. She is now my head of authentication and is well worth her weight in gold. The firm expanded quicker than I could have predicted. Moved to a proper office downtown, goodbye, Kung Pao chicken odor. Created a team of specialists. I've earned a reputation for finding misplaced items. You wouldn't believe how many important historical jewelry items get misinterpreted as costume jewelry in people's attics. Keeping it secret from my family. However, success came with its own set of obstacles. The bigger we became, the harder it became to keep it a secret from my family. They still thought I worked in an antique shop. Rachel would make these sarcastic remarks during family dinners. Rachel asks, "Sarah, I have some old jewelry I was going to donate to Goodwill. Maybe your little shop would want it?" Me, having just authenticated a $1.2 million Fabergé item that morning. "Sure, I'll look into it." Mom continues to introduce me to everyone as my other daughter. She works with old jewelry or something. Meanwhile, I was quoted in Forbes, luckily under my company name, and we had recently built our third office. What's strange about it? Keeping the secret became almost enjoyable, like this private joke with myself. I'd sit at Sunday dinner in my Target discount outfit, really Chanel, listening to Rachel speak about her entry-level marketing job, knowing I'd just closed a deal for more than her annual income. I even started playing tiny games with myself, such as wearing authentic Harry Winston pieces to family gatherings and seeing whether anyone noticed. They never did. Rachel once spent 20 minutes showing off her expensive $200 Michael Kors watch. I was wearing a vintage Patek Philippe that cost more than her automobile. Managing growth. However, the real challenge was managing growth. By year 5, we'd established offices in Detroit, Chicago, and New York. I spent more time on airplanes than in my own bed. We built a reputation for discretion. It turns out that many wealthy people want their jewels verified without the rest of the world knowing. The money was enormous. For example, we needed to hire a large team of financial advisors. Nonetheless, I maintained a relatively modest lifestyle. I purchased a nice, but not flashy house in a desirable neighborhood. I drove a high-end, but not obvious car. The only place I truly splurged? My home office. Advanced authentication equipment. The most effective security system money can buy. A custom-built vault to make Fort Knox envy. What's with the irony? They believed I was being frugal by aiding them. Mom would remark things like, "It's so sweet of Sarah to help out. She must be eating nothing but ramen to manage it." Meanwhile, I had just validated a collection, which earned me a commission greater than their mortgage. You know what's strange about success? The more you have, the more difficult it is to explain to others who have always perceived you as inferior. It's like explaining color to someone who has only seen black and white. They lack the necessary context. By this stage, my company was doing really well. We had the Midwest's high-end jewelry authentication industry cornered, and our reputation was solid gold, pun intended. But every Sunday, I'd travel to my parents' house for dinner, playing Sarah, the modest antique shop worker. The cognitive dissonance was becoming ludicrous. I'd spend my mornings on conference calls with Dubai collectors, my afternoons authenticating million-dollar pieces, and my evenings at my parents' house in carefully chosen normal clothes, eating Mom's overcooked pot roast while Rachel dominated the conversation with stories about her latest marketing triumph. Usually something like bringing her boss's coffee without spilling it. A defining moment. One Sunday is very memorable in my mind. I had just completed a huge transaction, authenticating a missing Cartier piece that had been resting in someone's safe deposit box for 40 years. Was it just the commission? 7 figures. I drove directly from the meeting to my parents' place, still euphoric from the successful authentication. She said, "Sarah, honey, is everything okay? Your clothes are looking a bit worn." "Oh, trying to save money," I said, wearing a $3,000 cashmere sweater that I had purposefully chosen for its subtle appearance. Rachel responded, "Well, if you'd gotten a real job instead of playing with old jewelry. Your dad." Rachel, be nice, not everyone can be as successful as you. I almost choked on my pot roast, trying not to laugh. The anonymous transfers monthly payments to my parents began about this time. Aunt Kelly informed me that they were struggling to pay Rachel's educational loans and medical bills. Mom casually stated that they might have to sell the house. I couldn't let that happen. Despite everything, it was still the home I grew up in. So I initiated an anonymous monthly transfer of $5,000 to their account. When asked, I said I was giving $1,000 by living on rice and beans. They imagined the rest came from Aunt Kelly or another family. Rachel, of course, claimed responsibility for inspiring family members to help. Watching Rachel spend my money. The money was helpful, but it also had unexpected consequences. My parents began treating me with a strange combination of sorrow and patronizing pride. As if I were some kind of noble poverty case, sacrificing everything to support the family. Meanwhile, Rachel's spending became more extravagant. She'd arrive for dinner with new expensive bags, claiming they were outlet finds. They weren't. I can recognize a genuine Gucci at 20 paces. She began taking extravagant vacations and bragging on Instagram about her fortunate life. I'm very convinced she used my support money for shopping sprees. However, I remained silent. The irony was simply wonderful. The MBA drama. Then came the college fund drama. Rachel revealed that she wants to return to school for her MBA. Another private university, of course. Only the best for the golden child. Mom contacted me in tears, explaining how they couldn't afford it. I say, maybe Rachel could look at state schools? They have good programs too. My mother. Oh honey, you don't understand? Your sister needs to maintain certain standards. But, speaking of assisting, may I increase my monthly contribution for a few years? I increased it to $7,000 per month. My accounts were unaffected. But witnessing them compliment Rachel for taking initiative with her education, while presuming I was living on ramen to help out, that stung a little. The actual kicker? I was giving a guest seminar at the same business school Rachel wanted to attend. My family didn't know that. The dean personally invited me to give a lecture on luxury goods authenticity and business growth. I had to come up with an excuse as to why I couldn't attend Sunday dinner that week. My own achievement started to feel like a distinct life. As if I were some kind of corporate superhero with a hidden identity. By day, I was running a multi-million-dollar authentication business. By night, well, on Sunday evenings, I was just Sarah, the disappointed daughter who worked at an antique shop. The breaking point, Thanksgiving. The weight of the untruth was becoming heavier. Rachel made rude remarks about my career on multiple occasions. Each time Mom apologized to her friends for my modest lifestyle. Every time Dad suggested I get a real job. I believe I always knew it would end dramatically. I just didn't expect it to implode so spectacularly on Thanksgiving. It began 2 weeks before the holiday. Mom called, weeping about her back discomfort. She had been diagnosed with a herniated disc, and the notion of cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 20 guests overwhelmed her. Now, I'd like to tell you that I offered to help purely out of goodwill. But really? I became tired of pretending her dried turkey was appetizing. My response: why don't I handle the food this year? I can have it catered. She replied, oh honey, we can't afford a caterer. My response: don't worry about the cost. I've been saving up. Mom, concerned. You're not taking out a loan, are you? I coordinated everything with a high-end catering firm that I use for business gatherings. They do incredible work, the kind of food that makes you wonder why you ever bothered to prepare yourself. It cost more than my folks thought I earned in 2 months, but whatever. Thanksgiving morning dawned, and I was feeling quite good. I had my laptop with me because I needed to monitor a major online auction in Hong Kong. This magnificent Art Nouveau necklace was for sale, and I had a customer who was interested in authentication if they won the bid. The lunch arrived on schedule, and everything was properly prepared. Rachel, of course, had to respond. Rachel inquired. Store-bought stuffing? Really, Sarah, Mom's is so much better. This is from the girl who once set off the smoke alarm while making toast. Mom was apologizing to everyone for not cooking herself, but you could tell they were enjoying the meal. Rachel shut up after tasting the maple-glazed Brussels sprouts, which, by the way, cost more per plate than her weekly grocery budget. I stepped away from supper and dessert to check my laptop. The auction was getting intriguing, and I needed to be prepared in case my client won. I set up in my old bedroom, which Mom had kept the same since high school. In the meantime, Rachel's room had undergone 3 renovations. That's when everything went wrong. I had left my authentication program running, with many tabs open that displayed various accounts and current agreements. Rachel came in without knocking, some things never change, to borrow my phone charger. She saw my laptop screen and realized this was her chance to finally expose how pathetic her older sister was. Rachel, smirking. Let's show everyone what Sarah's really been up to. Before I could stop her, she took my laptop and walked into the dining room. The big reveal: picture this. 20 people, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and my parents, filled with gourmet turkey and half drunk on pricey wine, which they mistook for Trader Joe's. Rachel's reaction. Time to see what kind of important work Sarah's doing on Thanksgiving. She flipped the laptop around triumphantly, apparently intending to disgrace me with whatever minor antique transactions she assumed I was working on. The room went completely silent. Like, you could hear the fancy clock I got Mom for Christmas ticking silently. She believed it was a reproduction. My screen displayed, current account balance, $12.4 million, pending authentication contract, $485,000. Recent transaction, $1.2 million, Hong Kong auction, Company's quarterly profit report, $4.2 million. Rachel's face shifted through 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. The final one landed somewhere between astonishment and nausea. She actually swayed slightly on her feet. Rachel whispers, "This cannot be right." She said, "Rachel, honey, what is it?" Rachel, voice cracking. She's rich. Sarah's rich." Chaos ensues. If it was possible, the hush deepened even farther. Then Mom began giggling, like, really laughing. She said, "Don't be silly. Sarah works at that little antique shop." I rose up carefully, straightening out my basic cashmere sweater, which cost more than their monthly mortgage. "Me? Yes. Actually, Mom, I own one of the largest jewelry authentication companies in the country. For years." Those antique shop comments? I authenticate pieces worth millions. That little business you never asked about? It has offices in 3 cities. Dad choked on the liquor. Aunt Kelly dropped her fork. Uncle Mike began coughing terribly. Then Mom's laughing transformed into something else. Her face turned red, then purple. She stood up so quickly that her chair tumbled over. Mom screams, "You have millions, and you let us struggle?" My response, "Struggle? I send you $7,000 every month." She replied, "While sitting on millions? Your sister has student loans." So there it was. Instead, congratulations. Not, "Wow, we're so proud." Just outraged that I hadn't given them more money. Rachel began to cry. Surprising, I know. Sobbing about how she deserved to know, and how I had betrayed the family. Dad joined in. "My dad. How could you be so selfish? We're your parents. We raised you." That was when I lost it. Years of being disregarded. Years of dismissal. Years of being considered as a family disappointment. Everything poured forth. My response, "Raised me? You shipped me off to grandma's every time I sneezed. You missed every achievement, every award, every milestone, because Rachel might feel left out. You never saved a penny for my college but took out loans for her private school. And now, you're mad that I built something for myself." The following 5 minutes were chaotic. Mom screamed about family obligations. Dad is yelling about ungrateful children. Rachel alternated between sobbing and demanding to know just how much money I had. Meanwhile, the fancy catering team attempted to serve dessert while seeming exceedingly uncomfortable. I grabbed my laptop, took my Hermes bag, which Mom had previously commended as a nice replica, and walked out. Behind me, I could hear Mom discussing how to spend my money, something about Rachel's MBA and a new car. As I went home in my sensible automobile, a limited edition BMW, my phone started filling up with texts. The family group chat burst. Rachel began posting on Facebook about hidden family wealth and selfish siblings. The aftermath. The days after Thanksgiving were like watching a cyclone hit in slow motion. Except that the hurricane represented my family and the debris symbolized my sanity. Let's start with SMS messaging. Within 1 hour of leaving supper, my phone had 47 missed calls. More than 200 messages. Mom followed this intriguing progression. 7:42 p.m. How dare you walk out on family? 8:15 p.m. We need to talk about this like adults. 9:03 p.m. Your sister deserves a share of your success. 10:30 p.m. I've already called a realtor about houses in better neighborhoods. 11:45 p.m. Why aren't you answering? This is your mother. Meanwhile, Rachel had become a full-fledged social media fighter. Rachel, on the other hand, had fully embraced social networking. She wrote an enormous rant on Facebook about how her millionaire sister had been hoarding wealth while watching her beloved family struggle. The comments section was insane. Distant cousins and former high school classmates, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly formed strong ideas about my moral character. But this is the bit that really grabbed me. Rachel actually posted, all those years of me trying to help Sarah's career, giving her advice about moving up from that little antique shop, and she was secretly wealthy. The betrayal hurt so much I nearly threw my phone across the room. What was the only career advice she ever gave me? I suggest I try selling jewelry on Etsy. If you're unfamiliar with the term, flying monkeys occur when toxic family members send others to guilt trip you. Aunt Susan, whom I saw maybe once every 3 years, called to inform me that family is everything. Uncle Bob, who I'm pretty sure still believes I'm 12, emailed me a lengthy lecture on the importance of sharing wealth. Even my third cousin's wife's sister, how did she acquire my number, felt compelled to express her thoughts on family obligation. But the real fun began when they arrived at my workplace. I arrived in on Monday morning to find Mom, Dad, and Rachel sitting in our reception area. They informed Jenny, my receptionist, that they had an appointment for authenticating services. Rachel clutched her Michael Kors bag as if it was genuinely worth something. The conversation went about as well as one would expect. Your mother. We've discussed it as a family. I said. A family discussion, without the family member you're discussing. Mom, ignoring me. And we think it's only fair that you set up trust funds for everyone. Rachel responds. I need at least $2 million to start my new life properly. Dad said. And your mother and I would like to retire. We're thinking a beach house in Florida. This is me. Did you miss the part where I've been sending you $7,000 monthly? Rachel responds. That's nothing compared to what you have. You owe us. You're thinking, I owe you? For what, exactly? The years of being ignored? The missed graduations? The constant comparisons? Mama. Don't be dramatic, Sarah. We gave you everything. My response. No. I gave myself everything, and you know what? I'm done. Right there in my own office lobby, I took out my phone and canceled the monthly transfers to their account. Mom gasped as if I'd slapped her. Rachel began her phony crying performance, but quickly stopped when she saw it wasn't working. Then things became ugly. They refused to leave. I had to contact security. Seeing my 60-year-old mother being dragged out while yelling about ungrateful children was bizarre. Jenny asked whether I wanted to press charges. I said no. However, I did have their names placed on the building's do not admit list. The harassment lasted for weeks. New telephone numbers. Fake email addresses. Even tried to contact me through my company's customer service. I finally had to issue a formal legal notice, threatening harassment charges. Mom then played her final card. She called Grandma Marie, but here's the thing about Grandma Marie, she is wiser than all of them together. How did she respond? Good for Sarah. About time someone in this family succeeded on their own terms. Mom did not speak with her for 2 months after that. It has been 6 months since Thanksgiving. I relocated to a new home, with better security. I changed all of my numbers. What about the company? We are doing better than ever. It turns out that my family problems attracted several high-profile clients who respected my caution in the circumstance. Rachel continues to write passive-aggressive updates about toxic wealth and family betrayal. According to what I've heard, she is beginning her own jewelry authentication firm. Good luck on that. Mom and Dad finally stopped trying to contact me when my lawyer wrote them an official letter outlining how the harassment charges would affect their lives. They're now informing everyone that they never wanted my money anyway, and that they're praying for my salvation. What's the best part? For the first time in my life, I feel liberated. No more Sunday dinners full of sly insults. No more downplaying my accomplishments to spare their feelings. No longer financing for the Rachel show. My therapist believes I am finally establishing healthy limits. I say, I am finally living authentically. So, that is my story. Reddit? Thanks for allowing me to share it. Special thanks to the catering firm, who sent me a Christmas letter stating that the Thanksgiving meal was the highlight of their year. Edit, responses to common questions. Yes, I am still in treatment. No, I do not regret cutting them off. Yes, Grandma Marie is doing well. She's coming to visit next month to help me catalog a new collection. One last thing. To Rachel. I know you're probably reading this. What about the Cartier bracelet you're wearing in your most recent Instagram post? Definitely a fake. Just saying. I was left at the altar when my fiancée ran off with my brother. 2 years later, she asked for my help, claiming she now saw the toxicity of my family. 2 years ago, I stood at the altar, ashamed and heartbroken. My fiancée ditched me an hour before the wedding and took off with my brother. I never saw it coming, or perhaps I overlooked the warning signs because I adored her. We had been together for 5 years, and I assumed we were happy. However, looking back, it is evident that I was unaware of many things. My family never treated me as a priority. My parents always favored my brother. He was the golden child, attractive, wealthy, and the type of guy everyone gravitated toward. I was the quieter one, always being compared to him, making me feel like I didn't measure up. Growing up, I was always asked why I couldn't be more like my brother. Or your brother did it, why can't you? I expected things to change as we got older, but they didn't. If anything, things grew worse. My fiancée had everything I wanted in a partner: intelligent, attractive, and determined. However, she had a selfish side. It wasn't clear at first. It manifested itself in little ways, such as insisting on always getting her way or never apologizing when she wounded my feelings. I dismissed it because I loved her and believed we were creating a life together. I never expected her to betray me the way she did. The wedding was meant to be the best day of my life. Everything was ready: the venue, the food, and the guests. I awoke nervous yet delighted, knowing that I would soon begin a new chapter with the lady I loved. Then, 1 hour before the ceremony, she called me. Her voice was calm, almost frigid, when she told me she couldn't do it. She stopped loving me. Then she revealed the true bombshell. She had been dating someone else. That person was my brother. She didn't even appear guilty about it. She stated she didn't want to hurt me, but she felt compelled to follow her heart. I didn't even have time to digest what she said before hanging up. My parents, who had already arrived at the event, knew. My brother had told them earlier in the morning. Instead of supporting me, they tried to keep things calm to avoid humiliating themselves. When I addressed them, they defended her. They said things like, "Maybe it's for the best, and you don't want to marry someone who doesn't love you." My mother even had the arrogance to advise that I be happy for them. My father was no better. He simply stood there and ordered me to keep it together. It wasn't until later that I discovered my parents' involvement in all of this. My brother had always been interested in her, and they seemed to think she was too good for me. They decided she would be a better fit for him. They had been urging her to select him for months, even offering her financial support if she left me for him. I had no clue my family could be that deceptive. I walked out of the venue that day without looking back. I left everything behind, including my family, friends, and hometown. I couldn't stand being near any of them. I went to another state and started again. I got a job, a little apartment, and spent the next 2 years repairing my life. At first, it was difficult. I knew no one, and the loneliness was overwhelming. But as time passed, I discovered serenity. I met new people, began treatment, and concentrated on myself for the first time in my life. I did not inform anyone where I was or how to reach me. I didn't want anything to do with those who had deceived me. Then, 2 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my home. I had just returned home from work, and when I opened the door, I could scarcely recognize her. She appeared fatigued and worn out, as if she hadn't slept or eaten properly in days. Her once confident and polished manner was gone. She shook and her eyes were red from sobbing. She told me that living with my brother had become a nightmare. He was manipulative, emotionally abusive, and disloyal. Behind closed doors, the beloved golden child turned out to be a monster. They had married shortly after our wedding catastrophe and had a child together, but their relationship had crumbled. My parents, who had previously been so willing to assist her, turned against her when she failed to achieve their expectations. She stated that she felt caged, alone, and terrified. She intended to divorce my brother but was scared of what he may do. He possessed money, contacts, and a vicious streak. She was afraid he would wreck her finances and take their child away. She approached me because she believed I could assist. She asked me to testify in court about how toxic and manipulative my family was. She believed my testimony would boost her case and help her keep custody of her child. I stood there, listening to her, angry. She had made her decisions. She knew exactly what kind of person my brother was, yet she picked him over me. She allowed my family to manipulate her and went away without looking back. And now, after everything she has put me through, she expects me to come to her rescue. I told her no. I did not yell or quarrel, I just said no. I closed the door. It felt nice. But it did not last. A few days later, the texts began. She managed to spread the news about her arrival. Old friends and even mutual acquaintances began reaching out to me. They labeled me selfish, spiteful, and cowardly for refusing to assist a woman in need. Her former maid of honor, the same girl who was meant to support her at our wedding, sent me a lengthy note about how I was not man enough to step up. She claimed I was confirming my family's point. That I was weak and did not deserve my ex in the first place. I couldn't believe their arrogance. These people had departed from my life following the wedding. None of them had spoken up for me back then, but now they believed they had the right to lecture me. I disregarded the majority of it, but it still stung. They had no idea what I had gone through. They didn't care. They simply wanted me to fix a situation that was not mine to fix. Now I'm wondering if I did the proper thing. I owe my ex-fiancée nothing. She created her bed, and now she must lie in it. But there's a youngster involved. An innocent child who didn't pick this situation. Part of me wonders if my refusal to assist will harm him in the long run. At the same time, Aiding her would mean reintroducing my family and her drama into my life. And I am not sure I am willing to do it. Reddit, what would you have done in my position? Did I make the right decision, or am I also selfish? Update 1. I honestly didn't anticipate my post to get so viral. To be honest, when I originally started penning things out, I had no idea if anyone would care. But now I'm reading through hundreds of comments, some helpful, some difficult to read, and it's been a lot to comprehend. Thank you to everyone who has offered advice or simply expressed their thoughts. Whether you agree with me or not, I appreciate your support and diverse viewpoints. Writing all of this out has definitely helped me go through a lot of emotions and gain some clarity. But it's also brought out a lot of feelings I thought I'd buried deep down. After posting, I spent the rest of the evening reading the comments. Some individuals brought up points I hadn't considered, such as the possibility that getting engaged in my ex-fiance's legal difficulties may exacerbate the situation. Not only for me, but for the child as well. Others were more direct, instructing me to keep as far away as possible. She created her bed. Now she may lie in it. Those statements helped me feel better about my first reaction to her turning up at my home. But then there were the ones who mentioned something different: the child. I know I don't owe anything to my ex-fiancé. But hearing so many people say, the child is innocent in all of this, really got to me. Many of you suggested that I try to do something for the kid without being drawn back into the poisonous mess that is my family. And it is what I have been struggling with ever since. I don't want anything to do with her or my brother again. I don't want to be the hero or decent guy in a situation where I'm only setting myself up for further heartbreak. But at the same time, I feel compelled to do something, even if it isn't for her. It's funny though. After reading so many of your comments, I began to wonder if there was anything I could do that wouldn't need me to communicate with her again or get dragged back into the drama. I even pondered phoning a lawyer to see what would happen if I testified or aided in some manner. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized. It's still not my responsibility to change anything. And especially not if it involves interacting with my poisonous family again. However, the guilt of knowing that the child is trapped in the center of this chaos persists. Then, like clockwork, my brother reappeared in the image. The email. Yesterday morning, I received an email from him. Yes, my brother, the one I haven't spoken to in 2 years. The last time we did this was when I canceled my wedding. His email was frigid, and simply reading it made my stomach plummet. It was short and to the point. I heard our ex-fiancé asked you for aid. This is a tremendous error. If you become interested, keep out of family matters. You'll regret it. I stared at the message for much too long. I was inclined to respond, but then I thought, why the hell should I? This guy is the one who forced me out of my own life. He was the one who perpetrated all of this manipulation with my ex. And now he believes he can tell me what to do? The arrogance. To be honest, I'm not sure if the word audacity is strong enough to describe how I feel about him. But I did not answer. I could not be bothered. It's almost funny how entitled he still feels. He has no idea what I've been through or what I've had to deal with over the years, and yet he believes he gets to decide how I should handle things. Thanks. That was when the phone rang. An unknown number. And I am sure you can guess who it was. Yep. My mother. After 2 years of silence, she finally decided to phone me. The moment I picked up the phone and heard her voice, I was reminded of all the reasons I'd cut ties with her and my father. I didn't even get a "how have you been?" or "I miss you" before she got right into it. She began discussing the divorce, my brother, and how I needed to be the bigger person and maintain peace for the benefit of the family. That's when I snapped. I don't recall what I said, but I know I told her I didn't want to hear it anymore. She went on, however, about how difficult things were for my brother and how I was punishing the child by not intervening. I told her I didn't care and wasn't going to fix their mess anymore. I hung up after that. That conversation made me numb. For some reason, it reminded me of everything my parents had done to me, how they always favored my brother, how they tolerated his worst conduct, and how they always expected me to be the quiet one who simply accepted everything they threw at me. It has never been about me. Not once. I've always been the backup son, expected to deal with whatever trash came my way. Hearing my mother defend my brother again was like getting slapped in the face. It made me realize that nothing had changed, not with my parents or with him. And to be honest, it is why I am not returning. As tempting as it is to take the moral high ground, I know I'd only be perpetuating the toxic cycle. So, I'm finished. I've made peace with going away, but this situation has resurfaced many old scars that I thought were healed. As much as I want to block everything out and pretend it's not happening, I can't ignore the reality that the child is caught in the center of it all. I keep thinking about how helpless he must feel as he watches everything unfold. I know he is innocent, but what if he is being emotionally manipulated, as my ex was? It kills me just thinking about it. Still, I keep telling myself that this is not my struggle. I've already been through enough, and I'm not about to be drawn back into their drama. I've been sitting with these emotions for a few days, trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wants to just move on, leave them to their mess, and walk away forever. But there's another part of me that wonders if I can aid the child without getting sucked back into the fray. I'm not sure what the correct move is yet. But I do know one thing: I cannot allow myself to return to the person I was before. The one who was always trying to make everything better for everyone else while ignoring my own needs. I worked way too hard to get here to be dragged back in. But the remorse over the child? Yes, it is still there. And it isn't going away anytime soon. How would you handle my situation? Would you help, or would you just walk away? I'm having trouble finding the right balance. Update 2. I figured things would calm down following my last update, but I was mistaken. Instead, things have become even worse, and I'm honestly wondering how I put up with these individuals for so long. I feel like the universe is putting my determination to the test. Every time I believe I've erected a tall enough wall to keep them out, someone finds a way to sneak over it or slip through a crack. Since my mother's call, I've been completely inundated. It began with a few texts from my extended family, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. And now it appears that they have all established a single front. They're coming at me from all sides, accusing me of damaging the family by not supporting my brother, or, worse, by remaining out of his family problems, despite the fact that I am doing just that. It's as if they believe I'm bound to get engaged simply because we share blood. Some of them have even accused me of holding a grudge and not being a man about it. I've been working hard over the last 2 years to restore my life and move on from the toxic disaster they created. They now believe I should abandon everything in order to return to the drama. It is exhausting. They don't understand that leaving away was not a choice made out of spite, but out of necessity. I couldn't keep living in that familial dynamic. It was suffocating. But they do not want to hear that. To them, family means unwavering commitment, even if it means sacrificing your happiness and well-being. On top of all the familial drama, I've begun receiving emails from my ex-fiancée. She's been sending them every few days now. I initially ignored them but ultimately caved in and opened one. I almost wished I hadn't, because they were all identical. She begs me to reconsider, emphasizing how much I can help her and her child. Each email is more urgent than the last, and she has even started sending photos of the child. I understand she's in a bad predicament, but the entire situation feels exploitative. She knows I'm not heartless, and I believe she's attempting to use that against me. She seems to know that if she tugs on my heartstrings, I will give in. The thing is, I am not stupid. I see what she is doing. But I can't deny it makes me feel guilty. I did not ask for those photos, and I did not want them. But she knows I'll look at them, and the child's face in those photos, with his little eyes looking up at me, guilt trips me more than anything else. I can't shake the feeling that I'm letting him down, although knowing that not becoming engaged is the correct thing to do. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, one of my old acquaintances contacted me unexpectedly. He's someone I haven't communicated with in years, but he obviously heard about the scenario through the grapevine. He called me late one evening, and when his name appeared on the screen, I almost didn't respond. I wasn't in the mood for another, "you should do the right thing" conversation, but I answered anyway. He didn't even waste time exchanging pleasantries. He stepped straight in, telling me to be the larger person and aid my ex-fiancée, even if it was simply to safeguard the child. He went on to say that I couldn't just let a child suffer because of my brother's actions. I'm not sure if he didn't comprehend the whole picture or if he just didn't care, but it was evident to me that he expected me to help simply because it was the moral thing to do. He depicted me as a monster for not immediately going to her rescue. I told him I couldn't help and that the matter was between her, my brother, and my family, not me. But he didn't hear it. He accused me of being stubborn, carrying grudges, and neglecting this child's needs. He made it sound as if I was abandoning someone who was obviously in need. But here's the thing, she's not the only person in need. I've spent so many years in this toxic environment, dealing with everyone else's problems but never my own. I am done with that. I quickly stopped the call, but it only made me feel more conflicted. I wanted to defend myself and explain why I wasn't going to get involved, but I didn't. I understand it is not my obligation to clean up this mess. I understand she and her family made their decisions, and they now have to live with them. But the guilt is still there. No matter how hard I try, It's been difficult to focus on anything else lately. I find myself questioning everything. I went out with some friends the other day to distract myself from the situation, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. One of them even joked that I was being a good Samaritan by not getting involved, which made me laugh. But it wasn't amusing. It only made me feel even more alienated. My buddies don't truly comprehend what I'm going through. The few friends I have left from my old life are either too afraid to speak up or simply believe I am doing the right thing. However, it does not feel right. Especially when a child is involved. I've also been thinking about how my ex-fiance's situation could worsen if my brother and parents continue to press for full custody. I'm honestly not sure what could happen. My family has always been adept at manipulating the system, and I've witnessed them do so previously. I'm concerned that the youngster will be placed in a circumstance that is as horrible, if not worse, than what he is now suffering with. Despite these sentiments, I can't bring myself to get personally involved. So, I am still stuck. Part of me continues thinking that remaining out of it is the proper decision. But another part of me is questioning if I'm making the wrong decision. Will I live in regret if I don't help? And if I do help, would it only lead me back into their toxic world? This is a no-win situation. What would you do in my shoes? Would you aid the child, even if it meant reconnecting with your poisonous family again? Or would you keep your distance and let them sort things out for themselves? Update 3. After reading more of your comments and reflecting on the situation, I realized I couldn't sit back and do nothing, for the sake of the child. While I owe nothing to my ex-fiancé or my family, I understood that the child did not choose to be born into this situation. He is innocent. And if I have the means to help him escape the toxic environment that my brother and family have created, I should try. But I also realized that if I was going to do something, I needed to keep my peace in the process. I will not let them take me back into their world. I've worked too hard to rebuild my life and set boundaries, and I'm not going to give it all up for something out of my control. So I spent a lot of time thinking about it. Eventually, I came up with what I thought was the best compromise. I submitted an anonymous report to Child Protective Services, CPS. At first, I was unsure whether this was the proper decision. But as I thought about it more, it seemed evident that this was the only way I could possibly help without getting dragged back into the pandemonium. One evening, I sat down with all of the information I had. What my ex-fiancé had told me about my brother's behavior, how my parents treated her, and how toxic and manipulative the family dynamic had always been. I added all pertinent detail I could think of. I didn't simply talk about the physical and mental trauma my ex-fiancé had experienced. I also discussed how my brother's dominating behavior had impacted everyone around him, particularly her. I detailed how he had always used his charm to trick everybody, including my parents, into turning a blind eye to what he did. I made sure to explain how my parents had always supported him, making excuses for him and putting me aside in the process. I realized that if CPS was to investigate the incident, they would need to grasp the entire context of the child's surroundings. My brother's behavior was not the only issue. My family had always opted to enable his acts rather than hold him accountable. I also attached screenshots of some of the emails my ex-fiancé sent me. She had expressed her fear for herself and the child, her sense of being imprisoned in the marriage, and her lack of a support system. I knew I didn't have first-hand evidence of abuse against the child, but I hoped CPS would find enough in what I presented to launch an investigation. They might not be able to locate enough to intervene, but they would at least be aware of the situation. I needed to know that someone was watching out for the child, even if it wasn't me. Filing that report felt like a weight was lifted off my chest. It was the proper thing to do, but I didn't have to return to the craziness of my old life. I informed CPS that I wanted to remain anonymous and did not want to be contacted for follow-ups or participate in the case in any way. I did not want my name mentioned. I just wanted to make sure the kid was secure, and I felt if CPS thought my report had merit, they'd look into it further without my involvement. I did not expect immediate feedback or closure. CPS was unlikely to provide me with updates, and if they did, it would most likely be after they had done an inquiry. I was at ease knowing that I had done everything I could. I didn't have to reopen old wounds from my family's dysfunction, nor did I have to get caught up in their drama. At the end of the day, the report was the most effective thing I could do without jeopardizing my mental health or the life I'd worked so hard to rebuild. In the days that followed, I attempted to concentrate on moving forward, which is easier said than done. My family is relentless, and every time I think they'll leave me alone, another message or email appears. This time, it wasn't simply my mother and a distant cousin. This time, my brother reached out. And honestly, I didn't know how to answer. He sent me a short email accusing me of betraying the family and acting vindictively. He told me I was making a major mistake and would regret it. But there was something else about the tone of the message that made me pause for a moment. It wasn't simply anger. He was concerned. I did not even bother responding. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that everything he said was pure manipulation. It was not about him. It was about control. And I wasn't about to fall for it again. I've done this song and dance previously. It is always the same. They try to make me feel awful about setting boundaries and doing the right thing. But, in the end, they're the ones who caused this mess. I don't owe them an explanation anymore, for anything. I hadn't heard from my ex-fiancée in a few days, which was a relief, until yesterday, when I received one final email from her. It was short. Just a simple message that read, "Thank you. And I'm sorry for what I put you through." There are no details. No explanations. Only those words. It left me with mixed emotions. On the one hand, I'm relieved she acknowledged the pain she caused. But on the other hand, it made me realize how much she is going through. Perhaps something has changed in her situation, or she is finally recognizing the truth of her predicament. Regardless, it's evident that she's still battling. I don't know what will happen next in her custody struggle, but if there's even a slim chance she can get the child out of that harmful atmosphere, I hope it goes well for her. But I have to tell myself that I cannot get back engaged. I can't solve her problems. And I've already contributed significantly. Now it is up to the authorities. If CPS investigates and finds sufficient evidence to act, I will have done my part. If not, I'll have to admit that I can't control everything, no matter how much I want to. Final update. Thank you to everyone who has provided advice, encouragement, and even tough love. Your words helped me understand the big picture and gave me the confidence to act without second-guessing myself. And to anyone reading this who may be in a similar situation, it's okay to keep your peace. You can care for others while still maintaining your boundaries. Doing the right thing can sometimes entail taking a step back and allowing the system to work. You don't have to repair everything yourself. Do what you can and leave the rest to people who are more qualified to manage it. I'm not sure what will happen next, with my ex-fiancé, my brother, or any of this mess. But I know one thing. Whatever happens, I will be fine. I exposed my half-sister for cheating and revealed my father's infidelity, making him lose everything in the divorce as revenge. Edit. Hello. To anyone coming from those other subs, I will remove any comments on my posts that are harsh and intended to bully me. I've already received some, and I see my post has been shared in other areas. I know the sub since I was tagged by an automod. I didn't share my experience of being bullied or called a liar, so screw it. I never asked to be posted on subreddits dedicated to mocking others because you enjoy bullying others. Get a dang life. Here's a life lesson for you neckbeard idiots. Get away from the keyboard. Did the post get removed? It is all here now. So, I, 20 female, have a sister. I'm going to call her Freya, because why not? She's 22. She has cheated often since she began dating, creating an unending circle of infidelity. Her first romance occurred when she was 15, and I was 13. She introduced me to Brad. Sweetheart. Great guy. 2 days later, she spent a significant amount of time in her room with her study buddy. I was not foolish. I figured out what she was doing. Heck, she informed her friends. She boasted to them about it while sitting on our living room couch. As soon as she did it, I realized she wasn't a good person. She disgusted me. When she and her study partner returned to her room, I took a picture via the keyhole in her door. They were simply kissing, gross, but nothing worse. I waited. The next day, I took her phone and obtained Brad's number. I texted him, explaining who I was and why I was messaging him. He did not believe she was cheating. I texted him the picture and begged him not to tell her how he discovered it. He agreed. They broke up. Obviously. She was heartbroken and blamed her pals for telling him. She never suspected me. Why should she? I was the sister who clung to her, imitated what she wore, and observed everything she did. I admired her. I kept up the pretense. I didn't want her to know what I knew or had done. I hoped she learned her lesson. However, she didn't. The next true boyfriend arrived when she was 17 and I was 15. I'd been watching her like a hawk, waiting for the next boyfriend. Nobody would date her for a while after Brad. She was a cheater after all. Even her study companion didn't want to date her because he already had a girlfriend. That condition did not continue longer than a month. After Brad broke up with Freya, someone informed his study partner's girlfriend that he was a cheater. Weird. Anyway, let's introduce Steven. Trusting, maybe a little dim. He saw the best in everyone. She convinced him that she and Brad had only ever kissed, nothing else. I didn't believe it, but whatever. This naive church lad believed she had transformed after only 2 years. Okay. Sure. After a month, I still had no dirt. I started to wonder if she had changed. Bam! She boasted to her buddies about cheating on Steven. I remained hidden. I needed the specifics. I wish I had documented the confession, but I did not. What I did hear was that she was going to meet her side piece at the park the next afternoon. We were both old enough to leave the house whenever we wanted. All we had to do was tell our mother where we were going. The next day, she stated that she was heading to the mall. I stated that I was hanging out with buddies. I waited till she was a few minutes ahead of me before going to the park. I took images of them hugging under a tree. Kissing. Rinse, repeat. Steven pledged to keep the information secret. He handed her the photos, but this time there was no proof of who took them. She would have caught me if I had taken them up close, but those images could have been shot anywhere. They were in the midst of a park. Relationship number 3. Enter the bad dude. I despised him. He was rude, disgusting, and disrespectful. This one was tricky. He was obviously on the rebound, only a few weeks after Steven, but I got a nasty feeling. I suspected he would be the type to hurt her if she cheated on him. I had to persuade her to end the relationship or have him leave her without blaming her. Even if she was terrible, I needed to plan carefully. I waited for evidence. Do you believe it? They were cheating on each other, with the same guy. I felt calling them out would merely transform them into a throuple. I was mistaken. Bad lad despised the thought of someone knowing he was gay. When he discovered that Freya knew he was bisexual, he fled so quickly that his tires caught fire. 3 down. My sister still didn't know who was exposing her, but she was becoming suspicious. She was ranting about me without realizing it, so I knew. Then she told me her strategy. She planned to tell each of her friends a different narrative and see which one her next boyfriend would get. I helped her make up phony names, descriptions, and locations. It was honestly quite enjoyable. Boyfriend number 4 was not a boyfriend, but rather a guy acquaintance of hers who was involved in the conspiracy. He wanted Freya so desperately that he would do everything to get her attention. She informed friend A she was cheating on 4 with a blonde guy and would see him at the ice cream shop tomorrow. Friend B has brown hair, beach. Friend C has red hair, house. Friend D got bald, Starbucks. Freya wanted me to check out the ice cream shop. Freya stayed at home, while 4 went to Starbucks. No one was on the beach. She reasoned that if none of us observed anything at the sites, then friend B was responsible. We did exactly that. It was hilarious to receive her continuous texts wondering whether anyone had seen someone. She was in a panic. Buddy B had been her best buddy since she was in diapers, and she did not want it to be them. In the end, nobody came up. She yelled at B in a text, accusing them of being a poor friend and alerting her ex-partners about her adultery. B disputed this heavily. But their friendship was in ruins. I supported B, claiming Freya was insane for suspecting them. Friend C supported Freya, saying it was suspicious that A, C and D did not show up at their assigned locations, and reasoning led to B. D felt they were all mad and even blamed me, claiming that if I was the snitch, why would all of the pals have turned up anywhere? They were unable to prove anything because no one was present on the beach. Freya felt offended. She said she would never hurt me, that she loved me too much to do so. We were sisters after all. In the end, D supported A and B because they believed Freya was insane. C remained with Freya. 4 and Freya never became a pair. Freya began dating Freya after believing the rat had disappeared. Poor, sweet Freya. His was the most terrible story since she cheated on him with his twin brother. This occurred when she was 20 and I was 18. Perhaps I was too old for this, but I wasn't finished yet. I was not going to let her ruin a nice guy's life. It took me longer to figure out this one. Twin brothers never question photos on Snapchat. Never question the guy's appearance. Why should they? They were twins. Then Freya shaved his head for a cancer-stricken buddy. His twin didn't? That is how I caught her? I obtained a video of them kissing in his car. Send it to Freya. I wiped my hands clean. He showed her the footage, and she freaked out. She had not informed anyone about the infidelity this time. Not me. Not C. Not 4. And since they were twins, she assumed no one would notice. Finally, she dated 4, the only guy remaining in our small town who was foolish enough to take her seriously. Of course, she did what she always did. She cheated. Here's the problem, I wasn't sure he'd break up with her over it, or if he'd believe it at all. So I waited. Collected evidence. In an unexpected twist of events, I discovered C and 4 cheating. They cheated on her. I submitted 4 images of Freya cheating. I emailed Freya photos of 4 cheating. It burst. She had no pals. Not one. She'd pushed them all away. And now, everyone in our small town knew she was a cheater. You might be asking why I'm telling this story right now. Why are you destroying my sister like this? I detest her. I've loathed her since I was a child. See, we're only half-sisters. Same father, different mothers? Our father cheated on her mom with my mother. My mother, whom I loved, was crippled. And my father had a superior attorney. When I was 5 years old, he abducted me from her. Legally, I assume. But my mother was only permitted visitation, nothing else. I have to see her once a week, for 1 hour. She was not considered safe to have children. When I got older, I would sneak over to her house after school to spend more time with her. My beloved older sister caught me and informed our father. We returned to court. And as a foolish 8-year-old, I told a judge that I despised my father. That he cheated? That guy was filth. That I wished he didn't know me. It was determined that my mother was isolating me from my father. And my visitation was restricted. I was sent to therapy to fix my feelings toward my father. Now, yes, I understand. She was just 10. But she never apologized. Even when I brought it up years later, she found nothing wrong with her actions. My mother died a year later. My father forbade me from attending her burial. My maternal grandparents attempted to push his hand, went to court. But they were shut down. They were instructed that unless they had proof that my father was a bad dad, they should not waste time. My father's wife forgave him. Not too bright in my opinion. She reared me with him. And I had my sister, who I despised. I pretended not to. Because the best retribution is best served cold. So, why tell this story now? Because my adorable half-sister uses this subreddit. I don't believe she has ever posted, but she lurks. And I'm moving out. I am going to live with my maternal grandparents. Why now, at 20, rather than at 18? Because today, the final nail in my revenge was driven into the coffin. I left photos all throughout the house. Photos of my father cheating on my stepmother, with several women. All are date-stamped, dating back to when they took me in approximately a week ago. Walmart's photo print service was quite helpful. I only want to destroy my father, and my sister. My stepmother, whom I honestly feel awful for, has a prenuptial agreement. If he cheats on her, he will receive nothing. She owns the home. The autos. The summer house. They have a shared bank account, which he may drain. However, to my understanding, the majority of her money is in a separate account. She's super rich. She was wealthy enough to pay for whatever I needed as a child, and she smiled the entire while. I'm not sure if she ever resented me. But she never revealed it. She treated me exactly like my sister. In addition, I left documentation that my sister was aware of our father's infidelity. Proof that my darling sister knew her mother was being cheated on but said nothing. Chat logs. Vocal recordings. Even physical invoices for presents he purchased to keep her quiet. It is all there. Waiting inside the home. Today, both my sister and father are away for the weekend. My stepmother will arrive home in a few hours. And I'll be gone. Even if Freya sees this 10 seconds after I hit post, she won't be able to clean up the mess in time. Okay, I see a lot of questions concerning the keyhole. To explain, my house is really old. Built by the residents of this town, back when dwellings were made by hand. You would just yell, "Help me build," and I'll buy the beer for the day. Unfortunately, they made several poor style decisions. Every bedroom door has a huge hole beneath the handle shaped like a keyhole. It was integrated into the metal plate connecting to the doorknob. The keyholes had no lock-like function. That house was so old that when we renovated it, we discovered knob and tube wiring. What about the insulation? Newspaper. Old bedsheets, Bible pages were torn, and more. There was also a frightening doll. Other unusual design decisions included what my sister dubbed a Coraline door. It once connected to a barn beside the house. But the barn had been gone for several years. And the real kicker? The basement light switch was in a restroom, not near the basement door. The bathroom light switch was located outside the bathroom. The cloth washer drain is linked to the shower, and when the washer is turned on, the shower bubbles up occasionally. To get rid of it, turn on the shower. In the basement, on the ceiling, there are several jar lids tacked to a piece of board because the previous owners used to nail the lids up and screw the jars in to retain nails, screws, and shattered glass. According to my father, the house is filthy, and strange things make little sense. There were other things I can't recall right now, but you assume the keyhole was more prevalent. It turns out it isn't, which surprises me. Edit. Many of you believe that a wealthy lady should live in a nice home. The house we lived in was purchased while she was pregnant with Freya. My father's grandparents and her great-grandfather were the builders, I believe, maybe not. All I know is that it was his family's home for years. He grew up there, but they lost it and had to relocate. He met and married my stepmother, and they stayed with her parents while searching for a home. He saw his old house for sale and begged my stepmother for it. She agreed on the proviso that they only hire labor when absolutely necessary, as her parents trained her to spend money wisely. They had Freya. He made minor repairs to one of the rooms, but no major renovations occurred at the time because they had a baby and were very busy. When they got me, the only repairs I knew about were that mine and Freya's rooms were cold. He opened the wall to inspect the insulation, which was old newspapers. The plan was for me and Freya to remain in their room while my stepmother and father slept on the couch until it was repaired. While doing this, he discovered the knob and tube wiring. We left the house while an expert repaired the wiring throughout the house. Then he finished insulating. When it comes to antique keyholes, my stepmother felt 3 were adorable. The bathroom was the only one that had been fixed. He removed the old-style handle, replaced it with a lockable one, pushed something into the hole, and plastered or painted over it, I'm not sure. We also tore up the 2 layers of carpet and removed the wallpaper from every room. While doing this in the living room, we discovered the Coraline door, as we named it. My father informed me that there used to be a barn immediately next to the home, and he assumed that was where it led. If you opened it now, you'd find nothing because the barn was gone. They hadn't just left an open hole in the wall, there were around 6 layers of wallpaper covering the door. These repairs and changes were always going on, all my father's work, because it was his paper and he understood what he was doing. I don't remember what happened when I was a kid. Also, you appear to believe that children aged 8 to 10 are stupid and incapable of holding grudges, which is absurd. I believe I mentioned that the revenge began at 13. Sure, the problem began at 8, but I had till 13 to stew and be outraged. No, I did not do this because a 10-year-old made an error. I did it because my sister never realized what she was doing was wrong. She told me I had a better family because of it, that my mother was a R, and that she did what was best and right. I despise her for never apologizing or acknowledging how much she damaged me. Edit. You want an update? I promise to give one, but things are hectic right now, so please wait. Question. Should I make a new post for the update or just add it here when I believe it's time? I keep seeing folks enter update me. How does this work? Question 2. Someone advised posting this in the Revenge subreddit. I do not want to copy and paste this. Does anyone who reads more than me know how to share the post or something in such subreddits so that more people may appreciate it? Question 3. I notice now that there has been a cross-post. Is that what I asked you about above? If so, how can I see where it has been cross-posted? I've been enjoying reading comments on Reddit and TikTok and don't want to miss out while waiting for things to settle down. Edit. Whoever dared to send Reddit care after me, sucks to be you. I'm already in therapy, and I learned a long time ago that you don't have to notify anyone until the act is completed. So it's too late for a therapist to try to quell the raging fire in your heart. Edit. I believe you will receive an update sometime today. I was going to update immediately, but I received a call from my therapist a few minutes ago, so I now have an appointment. Is it possible that this is because the video was shared on TikTok? Is there any dread in it? Or is this a coincidence? Update. I have wrecked my sister's relationships and friendships. Now I'm tearing apart her family. Am I pleased about it? Okay, hi everyone, you all requested an update. The original is growing too long, so I'm writing a second post on it. I'll start with my stepmother's reaction. Around the time she would have arrived home, I sat in front of my phone, waiting like a child on Christmas. To my disappointment, all I received was a text message. It said, tomorrow. Lunch, favorite pizza place. It didn't say the exact name, but you get the idea. That was all. I wondered whether she was going to take my life. After some discussion with my companions, I left. Dumb? Possibly. Am I still alive? You could say that. So I met my stepmother at my favorite pizza shop. We ordered, and she smiled at me. It was sort of creepy. She inquired if I understood why she had invited me out. My response was obviously idiotic, but I said, to murder me? She laughed, shook her head, and told me she had spent too much time keeping my dumb buttocks alive to kill me now. She said she invited me since she no longer has a need to keep my father's secrets from me. I, the theatrical dung beetle, asked for information. She provided. I still do not like her, but damn. She inquired whether I knew how my parents met. Obviously, I said no. She said that her cousin, Annie, was hosting a party for her friends and family. Adrian was acquainted with my mom, but she had never met my stepmother or father. My mother was born blind but enjoyed parties anyhow. There was alcohol there, but my mother simply drank pop in a glass with ice. My mother departed early because she didn't want to be away from Freya for too long, while my father stayed. Adrian presented my father and mother. Adrian had no reason to believe anything would occur. Adrian had already become intoxicated. Adrian, according to my stepmother, is unaware of what transpired next. She wasn't sure if my father had brought my mother a fresh cup with something other than pop, if he had dropped something in her drink, or if she had taken the wrong cup. Adrian glanced over and noticed my mother wobbling. In Sam's drunken view, my mother was plainly inebriated. There were a lot of cups on the table, so Adrian imagined Mom had grabbed the wrong cup too often. She brought my mother upstairs to sleep it off. That was the last time she saw my mother that night, though she did see my father a few times. Adrian continued to hang out with my mother, and one day, she revealed that she was pregnant. At the time, my mother was single. Adrian did some mental math and blew out, asking my mother a lot of questions, but my mother laughed it off, claiming she became pregnant after a one-night stand, not at the party. Adrian agreed hesitantly. Adrian cared for both me and Freya when I was born. Her red flags went up again when she saw us side by side, so she took a DNA test, one with me and one with Adrian, figuring that if it was a family member, we would be a slight match. We were not a good match, and she was relieved. Adrian babysat for us again when I was 3 and Freya was 5. According to my stepmother, Adrian couldn't stop staring at us and conducted another test on me and Freya. She received the results, and her heart fell. Freya and I were a match. She remained silent for a while, periodically asking my mother questions, but she couldn't keep it a secret and eventually told my stepmother. My stepmother exploded at my father. He said he was inebriated and confused my mother for her. He claimed there was consent, but it was a mistake that occurred only once. My stepmother agreed to forgive him on the condition that he be a part of my life. She expected him to concede that my mother would not want to be near him, but he and my mother settled in court. My stepmother expressed her dissatisfaction with this, but she accepted it. When I became increasingly alienated from my father, she handed him money for family therapy and playdates. He used this money, plus his own, to hire a lawyer and essentially take me. She couldn't stop him once she knew what he had done. She continued to have little to no interest in me and refused to become involved. My mother died, and she understood something. If she left him now, she would be leaving me with an imbecile who would most likely sell me for a pair of shoes. If she left, she could take Freya, but she had no claim to me, and I never allowed her to adopt me. That was not helping. She attempted to assist my grandparents in fighting for me, but they were silenced. She decided she'd put up with him to protect me. Her words. I don't know if this is real. She claimed she didn't care now that I knew the truth. She was divorcing him and wouldn't have to think about him anymore. I asked her about Freya, and she shrugged, saying her daughter resembles her father too much for her liking. She planned to give Freya a couple options for addressing the issues she observed in her, such as therapy or cutting off contact with her father. But she was going to steal everything from my father, because the prenuptial agreement they signed stated that the cheater gets nothing but the clothing on their back. This is just what I wanted. We left it there. She held me and apologized for not being better, for making so many mistakes, and for making me dislike both her and Freya. She said that if I needed anything, I should let her know. I'm starting to believe I misjudged her. I don't know yet though. We parted ways, and I returned home. I waited and waited before getting a call from my dad. I did not respond. He texted me, stating I was a terrible daughter, that he wanted me out of his house, LOL, and that he never wanted to see me again. He said I destroyed his marriage for a deceased lady he barely knew. He was furious about it, but I texted him back and told him that he had years to stop cheating on my stepmother and not let me catch him. He could have lived the picture-perfect life he believed he deserved. On my mother's behalf, I also used some strong language toward him. Next up came Freya. She did, in fact, locate the post. And did they apologize? Not. She texted me paragraph after paragraph, calling me a manipulative boonies and claiming I spent my life lying to her face about a mistake she made when she was 10. That she did not have to apologize or feel awful. That I should have enjoyed being a member of a new rich family. That I did not need to notify her mother about her father's bribery or her dishonesty. During the discussion, I told my stepmother that it was my fault that she gave Freya the ultimatum to go to therapy, break off contact with Dad, or find another place to live. I merely replied with a laughing emoji and blocked both her and my father. That was all yesterday. It doesn't end there. As some of you know, my therapist phoned me this morning. He inquired whether I had time to meet today. I did, and so I met with him. When I stepped in, he turned his laptop towards me and showed me a TikTok video about me. He questioned, "Is this you?" I couldn't stop laughing. He only shook his head, saying he had a lot more work to do than he expected, but he was smiling. I noticed the smile. He just didn't want to tell me that he felt my retribution was fantastic. I know it. We talked briefly about the problem and how far it was. I disagree, but whatever. I left. Later, my stepmother called and begged for assistance with something. I went to her residence out of curiosity. She told me that her lawyer recommended her to allow Dad time yesterday to come get his belongings and leave. He gathered what he could, and today we were going to make a campfire. I questioned if this was lawyer approved, and she shrugged, stating it was her property regardless. Dad didn't buy any of it and probably couldn't afford a lawyer to fight her. So we tossed a lot of stuff in a mound and let it burn. It was kind of fun. She summoned Auntie Adrian over, who cried and held me because she felt guilty about not telling me. But she despised my father and refused to be near him. I showed my stepmother the text from Freya, and she called Freya, telling her she had only herself to blame. She told her not to blame me since she couldn't stop chasing nice guys away. If she wanted to stay with a wonderful guy, she should stop acting like her unfaithful mess of a father. She informed Freya she had a week to make her decision. She's an adult, and my stepmother can leave her whenever she wants. Then she hung up. My stepmother, Auntie Sam, and I ordered pizza. My stepmother's father called to find out what was going on and why Freya had shown up at their house crying. My stepmother went inside. I'm not sure what she said, but she walked out looking smug and told me not to worry about Freya because he was no longer my concern. I brushed it off and replied, "Whatever. Anyway, the day isn't finished yet, but I've blocked Freya and Dad." My maternal grandparents have confirmed that after my mother died, my stepmother was ready to slip them money to hire a lawyer and fight for me. I confronted her about not assisting them when Mom was alive, but she maintains that she was unaware my father was bringing them to court the second time until it was too late. She also expressed reluctance to contact my mother after assisting in the kidnapping. My stepmother's parents have also advised me not to worry about my father and Luca. If they do anything further after this, they will wish they had licked their wounds and moved on. I'm not sure what my stepmother's parents told Luca, but they appear to be strongly opposed to cheating of any type and believe Freya should do as my stepmother advised. Cut off Dad, seek therapy, and apologize to me. That, I believe, concludes things. It was chaotic for a while, but I'm getting on with my life, washing my hands of Freya and Dad. My stepmother said she entirely understands if I don't want anything to do with her. She said she made a lot of mistakes when I was younger, but she still wants to help me with expenditures and other things. In any case, everyone in my small town is aware of what they have done. Some individuals in my town, not just my therapist, discovered the post, and drama travels quickly. Apparently, I also own it. When people ask me about it, I tell them because I want them to understand what they did to me. I don't believe my stepmother is facing much blowback. She delivered all of the images I printed off to her lawyer, who laughed at the pile and claimed that my mere existence was enough proof for the divorce, but the pile didn't matter. Especially since I wrote dates on many of the photos, some of which were extremely recent. I don't believe this is as nice as the previous post because I never expected to make an update. I kind of just wrote it as it happened. I hope this calms down the drama fans in the comments. If anything more happens, I will probably post it here. There will not be any further updates. My brother mocked my act of kindness. Now he is in prison, his fortune is gone, and karma served every receipt he thought he could dodge. I never imagined that my brother's true nature would be revealed through a casual act of compassion, but here we are. I am still in the process of analyzing the events that transpired last Friday. Context: I have consistently been the black sheep of the family due to my decision to establish my own path rather than participating in the family enterprise. Noah, my brother, succeeded our father, and he ensures that no one forgets it. However, I have accomplished quite a bit for myself. I am typically responsible for the cost of our family outings. Friday was intended to be a day of festivity. Noah had been boasting about a significant transaction that he had successfully completed, so I proposed that we all dine at this upscale restaurant in the heart of downtown. Noah, his wife, Isabella, and their daughter Hazel were present, as was my mother Cora. Hazel, who is 8 years old, is likely the sole authentic individual in our family, with the exception of myself. The evening began in a typical manner. Noah's typical self-importance dominated the conversation, and Isabella nodded in agreement as if he were divulging the secrets of the universe. Over the years, I have developed the ability to disregard it, instead concentrating on Hazel's narratives regarding her academic pursuits and her most recent artistic endeavor. Things began to change when our food arrived. I observed an elderly man seated on a bench outside the restaurant through the window. He was attempting to maintain his warmth in the evening chill, and he was carrying a small cart that appeared to contain all of his possessions. I have been privileged enough to be in a position where I can assist others, so I discreetly requested that our server include an additional meal in our order, their soup of the day and a sandwich, and have it packed for us to take with us. The exchange was not observed by any individual. Noah chuckled. "Are you once again assuming the role of the savior, little brother?" I chose to disregard him and proceeded with my discussion with Hazel regarding her science assignment. However, Noah was unable to relinquish it. "You know," he stated, loud enough for tables in the vicinity to hear, "it's funny how you're always trying to prove you're better than everyone else with these charitable acts. Is it because you're trying to forget when we were kids and Dad had to bail out your failed ventures?" I maintained my attention on Hazel, but she had become silent, observing the adults with that perceptive expression that children exhibit when they perceive that something is amiss. Isabella was already chuckling in anticipation of Noah's subsequent statement. The server returned with the packaged meal, and I excused myself to exit the establishment. I could hear Noah's voice echoing through the restaurant's open window as I approached the elderly man to offer him the food. "Even homeless people have more worth than you," he responded. "At least they're honest about who they are. You're just pretending you're not the same failure you've always been." The elderly man had just expressed his gratitude to me when the table erupted in hilarity. A chorus that felt as though it was drilling into my cranium was formed by my mother's nervous titter, Isabella's shrill cackle, and Noah's booming laugh. Hazel was the sole individual who maintained her silence, her eyes wide with concern and her face plastered against the window. I returned to the interior, sat down, and consumed my supper in silence. Noah continued his performance by interjecting with jokes about my charity cases, and my attempt to buy a personality. Each comment elicited the anticipated laughter. I observed Hazel pushing her food around her dish, her previous enthusiasm having been completely deflated. I withdrew my card without speaking when the check arrived. When I stood up, Noah was in the midst of another narrative regarding his business acumen. Isabella expressed her gratitude for the dinner, without even raising her head from her phone. I observed each of them, my mother, who was avoiding eye contact, Noah and Isabella, who were absorbed in their own world, and Hazel, who abruptly rose to offer me an embrace. I embraced her for a brief period of time before placing my card on the table. "The bill's paid. I need to go." That was the extent of my remarks prior to my departure. Noah was likely to erupt into another commentary regarding my dramatic exits, as I observed him rolling his eyes through the window. They are unaware that I utilize the weekend to conduct inquiries and make phone calls regarding matters that I have neglected for an excessive amount of time. Perhaps it is time to examine the extent to which my brother has been fulfilling the responsibilities of which he is so proud. I have provided more assistance to the family business than they are aware. The elderly individual was still present when I departed. He had meticulously preserved half of his sandwich by enveloping it in the paper napkin for later. He expressed his gratitude once more with a level of dignity that Noah would have been unable to comprehend. I presented him with my business card and advised him to visit my office if he required any assistance. Noah believes that one's worth is determined by the extent to which they can extract from others. He is on the brink of discovering his error. Initially, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you for your encouraging feedback on my most recent post. Numerous events have transpired, necessitating that I disclose my findings. The situation is more severe than I had anticipated. The past 2 weeks have been intriguing. My phone has been inundated with messages from family members, each of which is more urgent than the previous one. I have not replied to any of them, with the exception of Hazel's texts regarding her art endeavors. Her suffering should not be a consequence of the adult drama. The truly intriguing aspect of the situation commenced on the previous Tuesday, when I received an email from Eliza, an acquaintance of my father who is responsible for certain administrative tasks related to the family business. The subject line was straightforward: "It is imperative that we engage in conversation." I was left feeling frigid after the 2-hour video call that ensued. It transpired that my brother Noah's significant transactions were not quite as substantial as he had previously asserted. Eliza had initially observed minor discrepancies in the accounts, which gradually became more apparent. She attempted to discuss the matter with my mother. However, Cora dismissed it with her customary "Noah knows what he's doing" attitude. I discreetly perused the records that Eliza forwarded to me over the course of the subsequent few days. Noah had been systematically siphoning money from the company for years, and the pattern was evident. Additionally, it is not limited to negligible quantities. We are discussing millions of dollars in consulting fees to shell companies that appear to be connected to personal accounts. The irony. Some of those accounts were funded by my personal investments in the family business. Guess to whom Noah turned whenever he required a capital injection to finance his purported expansion strategies. Additionally, I had consistently rendered assistance, under the impression that I was contributing to our father's legacy. Isabella contacted me yesterday. I am not expressing regret, but I am inquiring as to whether I will be present at the board meeting next week. Her voice was characterized by the artificial tenderness she employs when she desires something. I allowed it to be transferred to voicemail. However, her message was quite candid. Noah says it's just a formality, but he really needs you there to sign some papers. Family has to stick together, right? Exactly. Family. She is unaware that I have already communicated with the board members. It has been revealed that Noah has been providing the board with various versions of the company's status for months, each of which has been meticulously constructed to conceal his mismanagement. Nevertheless, numerical data is indisputable. These figures also reflect a pattern of systematic fraud and larceny. The most alarming discovery was made when reviewing the timestamps of specific transactions. Do you recall the elderly individual who was standing outside the restaurant? Noah had transferred a substantial sum to an offshore account on the same day that I purchased him dinner. This sum was precisely the amount required to cover the payroll of our father's longest-serving employees. He has been mocking others for demonstrating fundamental human decency while simultaneously playing with people's livelihoods. Cora transmitted a text message this morning. Please, Benjamin, whatever you're doing, think about your brother's family. Think about Hazel. I am contemplating Hazel. I am contemplating the manner in which her father has been robbing her future while simultaneously teaching her that cruelty is permissible, as long as it is done with a sense of humor. Tomorrow is the date of the board meeting. Noah is unaware that I have already submitted a comprehensive audit report. He is unaware that Eliza has been meticulously chronicling every detail for several months. He is unaware that his idyllic existence, which is characterized by privilege and ridicule, is on the brink of dissolution. Noah sent me a text message, which caused my phone to vibrate once more. Hey, little brother? We need you at the office tomorrow. Time to step up and be part of the family business finally. What do you say? What should I say? Nothing? Not yet. However, I have organized 3 folders of documents, one for the board, one for the authorities. Additionally, one is designated for our mother, who will be compelled to confront the transformation of her golden child. In the remarks of my most recent post, a few of you inquired as to why I did not confront Noah at the restaurant. In reality, I have been resisting him throughout my life, albeit not in the manner that he perceived. He will comprehend the precise nature of the individual he has been disparaging for the past decade tomorrow. The elderly fellow from the restaurant? Last week, he visited my office. Years ago, it transpired that he was employed by my father. The final few pieces of the puzzle were filled in by the anecdotes he shared about Noah's early days in the company. I have scheduled a vehicle to transport Hazel to her preferred art class tomorrow, following her dismissal from school. She should not be compelled to observe the impending events. At times, safeguarding family members necessitates safeguarding them from other family members. The meeting is scheduled for 9 a.m. Tomorrow I will provide you with an update on the progress. But one thing is certain, Noah is about to discover that karma does not always act in a positive manner. Update 2, the board meeting has concluded. I am currently seated in my vehicle, attempting to comprehend the events of the past 4 hours. A few of you requested an immediate update, so I am providing it. At 8:30 a.m., I arrived ahead of schedule. There was only Eliza in the conference room, and she was in the process of assembling the projector. She gave me a slight nod. Everything was prepared. I positioned my 3 containers on the table and awaited instruction. At 8:55 a.m., Noah entered the room, with Isabella following in his footsteps as she had done in the past. When he recognized me, he actually smiled. That same smug smirk that he had worn at the restaurant. Finally decided to join the family business, little brother? I refrained from responding. I observed as the board members entered, followed by our mother. Cora appeared anxious, her gaze alternating between Noah and me. She was aware that something was amiss. However, she was unaware of the impending events. Noah initiated the meeting with his customary enthusiasm, discussing future expansions and growth projections. I permitted him to continue for precisely 15 minutes. Allow him to further excavate that pit. I then proceeded to access the initial folder. We should review these transactions from the past 3 years before we discuss expansion plans, I stated, passing copies to each board member. Noah's expression remained unchanged. However, his left eye twitched, a symptom that has been present in him since infancy. Isabella likely reached for her phone to initiate damage control. I had already blocked the room's signal. One board member perused the pages and inquired, "Benjamin, what is the subject of this?" I responded, "It pertains to accountability." I then turned to Noah. "Would you like to explain the consulting fees to Maxwell Holdings, or should I?" His visage was devoid of color. Maxwell Holdings, his initial shell company. Named after his college companion, poorly executed. Isabella intervened. "This is absurd. Noah has grown this company tenfold. You're just jealous because of what?" I inquired. "Because I chose my own path while your husband was stealing from employee pension funds." That captivated the attention of all individuals. Cora attempted to communicate, but I had already initiated the second folder. 3 years of systematic theft, I continued. Shell companies, fake consultancy fees, inflated contracts. But the pension fund, Noah, that's what made this criminal. "You are incapable of comprehending," Noah exclaimed, his voice quivering. "The market was volatile. I needed to cover some temporary shortfalls." "Temporary?" I extracted the bank statements. "Is that why you bought the yacht last month? To cover shortfalls?" Isabella's unwavering composure was compromised. "What yacht?" It transpired that Noah had neglected to inform his wife of his minor acquisitions. The vacation residence in the Bahamas. The offshore accounts. The debts associated with wagering. The subsequent 2 hours were characterized by a flurry of denials, accusations, and revelations. Noah employed every conceivable method. Deflection. Emotional manipulation. Even endeavoring to pin certain transactions to Eliza. However, I had documentation for each and every item. Each transfer. Each and every fraudulent contract, everything that is false. He ultimately exclaimed, "I fulfilled my obligations." Dad would have understood. He knew business isn't about playing nice. That was the moment when Cora finally discovered her voice. "Your father," she said with quietness, "fired his own brother for taking a single unauthorized commission. He would be ashamed." Noah chuckled. It was the same cruel chuckle from the restaurant. "Ashamed?" He directed his attention toward me. "He'd be ashamed of him, the disappointment of abandoning the family business to play humanitarian. At least I stayed. At least I tried to keep his legacy alive." I opened the third folder and inquired, "By stealing from it?" "The one containing the police reports." The room fell silent. Noah's complexion underwent an intriguing gray hue. "You would not?" he murmured. "Remember what you said about homeless people having more worth than me," I recited. "At least they're honest about who they are." Noah's immediate removal was approved by the board. I had already completed the requisite paperwork as the dominant shareholder, a fact that he never bothered to verify. Isabella withdrew from the voting process midway through. Her flawless mask, entirely obliterated. Silent weeping streamed down Cora's face as she remained until the conclusion. She caressed my arm after the event concluded. "Benjamin, I don't. Just make sure Hazel is okay." Noah attempted one final attempt as I was departing. "You can't do this to me, I'm your brother." I retreated. "No, Noah. What you are is a thief who happened to be born to the same parents as me. And now, you're unemployed. I hear the restaurant down the street is hiring. Try not to mock their charitable customers. The evidence is currently being reviewed by the police. Tomorrow, the board will convene to deliberate on restructuring. I have recently received a text message from Isabella's attorney. However, Hazel's art teacher conveyed the most critical message. She had the best time in class today. Won first prize for her painting. The subject? A man is seen dividing his sandwich. Occasionally, karma operates in a manner that is enigmatic. Occasionally, it functions precisely as intended. I will provide another update once all matters have been resolved. Right now, I must convene with the trustees of the pension fund. In contrast to certain individuals, I am a proponent of repaying my debts. Summing up, I have not provided an update in over a month, and I have committed to disclosing the outcome. Revenge, as the saying goes, is a dish that is best enjoyed chilled. I received mine with an accompanying accompaniment of complete destruction. We should commence with Noah. Do you recall how he consistently boasted about his business acumen? The authorities did not find it to be as remarkable as they had anticipated. Last week, they conducted an invasion of his residence. It transpired that my evidence was merely the top of the iceberg. Records of money laundering dating back 5 years were discovered. The most delightful aspect? It is likely that he believed himself to be too intelligent to be discovered, as he had taken meticulous notes of everything. 2 days subsequent to the board meeting, Isabella submitted a divorce petition. Not out of moral outrage, mind you. However, I ensured that she was informed about Noah's fiancée in the Bahamas. The individual for whom he acquired a residence using company funds. The same residence that Isabella believed was an investment property. Her attorney reached out to me in order to obtain evidence for the divorce proceedings. Everything was supplied by me. Without cost. The expression on Noah's face when he realized that his wife's counsel was aware of every detail of his financial crimes. Invaluable. However, I was not yet finished. Do you recall the elderly gentleman from the restaurant? He was not a typical former employee. He was the original associate of my father, and he was instrumental in the establishment of the company. Years ago, Noah had coerced him into early retirement by fabricating performance evaluations. His pension has been reinstated with retroactive pay, and he has been appointed to the board. What was his initial action? Voting to authorize a comprehensive audit of all decisions made by Noah over the past decade. The local news was impacted by the pension fund scandal. Noah's image was prominently featured on the front page as he was led from his residence. Who are his acquaintances in the upper level of society? They disappeared. It is remarkable how rapidly individuals distance themselves when the facade collapses. Cora attempted to mediate the situation by imploring me to withdraw the charges. She begged, "He is still your brother." I presented her with the surveillance footage that captured Noah ridiculing elderly employees as he reduced their retirement benefits. After that, she discontinued her defense of him. Company, I have assumed responsibility. However, it was not in the manner that Noah had encouraged me to. I have transformed it into a corporation that is owned by its employees. Equity is now granted to all employees who have served for an extended period. The expression on their features when they discovered that they would be shareholders, rather than mere employees. That is the embodiment of authentic business leadership. Isabella's social circle has collapsed. It has been discovered that individuals are reluctant to associate with individuals who were aware of pension fraud and chose to remain silent. Last week, her membership in the country club was terminated. It appears that they have established standards. Who knew? Noah's final attempt. Noah attempted to reach out to me via his attorney, offering to mend things if I dropped the charges. I forwarded the message to the prosecutors as evidence of attempted witness tampering. He is currently facing a sentence of 15 years, not 5. However, the genuine karma arrived yesterday. Noah believed himself to be astute by concealing funds in cryptocurrency accounts. He was unaware that I had been monitoring those accounts since the very beginning. He was unable to retrieve them from his parents' residence, where he had been residing since the divorce, as they were empty. Every penny had been transferred to a trust fund for Hazel. Regarding Hazel, she is currently residing with Isabella's sister. I have arranged for her to attend the most prestigious art school in the metropolis. Her college education will be funded by the trust fund. Noah is incapable of handling any of it. His daughter will be afforded opportunities that he is unable to control or seize. The elderly individual who initiated this entire situation? He is flourishing. I have established a foundation in his honor to provide assistance to retired employees. Who was the initial recipient? Noah's former aide, whom he terminated for excessively inquiring about the accounting. Yesterday, I received a letter from Noah's penitentiary. He stated that he has finally comprehended the concept of genuine worth. I had it framed and posted it in the boardroom, adjacent to the new company mission statement. Integrity is not negotiable. Some of you inquired as to whether I harbor any remorse for the devastation I caused to my brother's life. No, I do not. He had the opportunity to prioritize compassion over cruelty and integrity over greed for an extended period of time. He consistently selected the incorrect option. Last night, I returned to that restaurant. Seated at the same table. However, this time, I was not accompanied by my family. I was present with the elderly man, who is now a member of the board, and we deliberated on the organization's new charitable foundation. I observed an individual who appeared to be Noah's erstwhile golf partner bussing tables as we departed. Karma is a process that requires time to unfold. However, receipts are included when it arrives. This will serve as my concluding update. The organization is flourishing. Hazel is thriving in her new educational institution. And Noah? It appears that orange has become his new signature color. Occasionally, the most effective form of retribution is not merely observing an individual's downfall. It is ensuring that they have a comprehensive understanding of all the losses they experienced when they reach the nadir. After 12 years building my father's company to $75 million, he gave it to my brother. Did they really think I'd just accept that? After 12 years of operating my father's company, I finally increased its value to $75 million. At a family supper, my father glanced at me and smiled. "Your brother will take over now." My heart dropped, but I smiled back. The following morning at work, everything changed. I vividly remember my father's smile that night, his hand resting proudly on my brother's shoulder, as if he had already made up his mind before saying the words that would change everything. "Your brother will take over now." I felt my stomach plummet, but years of skill kept my expression calm. I smiled back, like if his words hadn't pierced right through me, unraveling 12 years of my life's work in an instant. The dining room was alive with the clinking of glasses and the gentle hum of talks among extended relatives and close business associates. This was more than just a family dinner. It was a celebration. A minute to honor everything we had built. Everything I'd built. My father founded Harper & Company when I was a child, a small logistics company that struggled to stay alive during its early years. I grew up watching my father fight to keep things going, working late hours, forgoing family holidays, and always pursuing the next contract to make ends meet. When I was 24, fresh out of business school, he eventually let me in. Though I had to fight for the opportunity. And I had done more than simply step in. Harper & Company had grown from a struggling regional logistics concern to a nationwide powerhouse under my leadership, with operations expanded, million-dollar contracts secured, and cutting-edge technology integrated. What was once a small, virtually bankrupt company has grown into an industry leader valued at $75 million. But, at this moment, none of it mattered. My father had already made the decision. My brother Ethan would take over. Not me? A gentle wave of approval rippled over the table, with murmurs of congratulations directed toward Ethan. I watched as he lowered his gaze, pretending modesty. Though I knew better. Ethan had never completely invested in the firm. He'd spent the last decade jumping from one failed business to the next, never quite finding his feet. He was not interested in logistics. He was not interested in operations. However, he was interested in power. I'd spent 12 years proving myself, starting Harper & Company from the bottom up, making every difficult decision, late-night strategy call, and contract negotiation. Ethan hadn't done any of it. And yet here we were. Nonetheless, I swallowed my emotions. I'd learned a long time ago that exhibiting pain was considered a weakness in this household. I reached for my wine glass and steadied my hand before lifting it. "Lisa? Smile. Smile." To Ethan, I replied, my voice smooth and controlled. The visitors raised their glasses, unaware of the tempest developing behind my eyes. My mother looked at me from across the table, an unreadable expression on her face. But I knew she understood. Unlike my father, Mom had always recognized the effort I put in. But she refused to interfere. She never did. Then there was my father, smiling with the same unflinching assurance, fully oblivious that his decision had put something in motion. Ethan met my eyes from across the table, a smirk barely visible on the corner of his lips. That was the moment I knew. This was not solely my father's decision. Ethan had waited for this. He had carefully positioned himself, portraying the loyal son who had finally discovered his purpose. My father, a staunch conservative, saw no problem in his rationale. The kingdom should be passed down from father to son. A daughter's efforts were always viewed as temporary, a footnote in history, no matter how hard she worked to show different. But what they didn't realize, and none of them had considered, was that I had spent the previous 12 years not only developing a company, but also consolidating my position inside it. And the next morning, they'd figure out what that meant. That night, I hardly slept. My thoughts replayed every sacrifice I'd made for Harper & Company, late nights, missed birthdays, and relationships strained under the weight of my desire. I had given everything to this company. And now they expect me to just step aside? They'd underestimated me. By 3 a.m., I was in my home office, typing furiously on my keyboard. Each contract, every share, all executive agreements. Nobody knew how this company worked better than I did. Ethan expected a smooth transition, that by next week, his name would be on the office door, and his employment would be guaranteed. What he didn't realize was that while my father was busy making public appearances and my brother was busy pretending to understand the business, I had secured something much more valuable. Control. I entered Harper & Company headquarters at exactly 8:45 a.m., as I had done for the previous 12 years. The same walls. The same polished floors. The same hum of efficiency persisted as staff settled into their routines. But today was different. Today, I didn't walk into my office, I was walking into a battleground. The reception area was unusually quiet, the type of silence that comes before a storm. They knew. The whispers had already begun. The story of my father's declaration during dinner had circulated quickly. Employees looked at me with uncomfortable looks, avoiding direct eye contact, unsure where their loyalty should rest. I did not acknowledge them. I strolled confidently, my heels tapping on the marble flooring, my stance solid. Never show them you are disturbed. I entered my office. Shutting the door behind me, I had exactly 15 minutes until my father and Ethan arrived, expecting them to take over as CEO and heir apparent respectively. 15 minutes before their entire strategy disintegrated in front of them. I sat at my desk, inhaled deeply, and then turned on my computer. The screen displayed a list of sensitive documents and contracts that they had never considered looking at and assumed did not matter. I opened my ownership records, lingering my hands over the keyboard for a moment before clicking on the file labeled Executive Shareholder Agreement. And then I waited. A strong knock on my door came at precisely 9 a.m. I did not bother answering. The door opened, and my father and Ethan strolled in, both exuding confidence. His, inborn. Ethan's, carefully crafted. My father walked in like a monarch surveying his realm, and Ethan, dressed in an expensive navy suit, flashed me a smug, triumphant grin. It took everything I had not to laugh. My father said, "Lisa," in his customary forceful tone, as if acknowledging me was a favor. "I assume you're aware of the transition happening today?" Transition. Interesting wording. "I'm aware," I replied easily, reclining back in my chair. I looked at Ethan, whose smirk became wider. "Good," my father said, nodding as if we all agreed. "Ethan will be stepping in as the new CEO. We'll need you to help with the handover, get him familiar with the operations before you officially move on." I raised an eyebrow. "Move on?" I repeated, faking ignorance. "Dad, I think you're mistaken about something." His face twitched with annoyance. He was used to my silent cooperation and ability to follow instructions. He was unprepared for this. "Lisa," he murmured, his voice tight, like if addressing a child. "This isn't up for debate, we've already made the decision." I smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "Oh, I know, Dad," I answered softly. "The thing is, you don't have the authority to make that decision." Ethan scoffs quietly and shakes his head. "Lisa, don't make this difficult, we're trying to do this the easy way." I did not respond. Instead, I went for my remote and clicked a button. The enormous screen on my office wall displayed a document that I had been examining earlier. Executive Shareholders Agreement signed on August 17, 2015. Signatories, Lisa Harper, James Harper, father, and Ethan Harper. My father's face paled somewhat. I turned to Ethan. "Do you even know what this document is?" He crossed his arms and shifted in discomfort. "A shareholders agreement?" he wondered. I nodded. "Yes. And do you know what it says?" I tapped the screen to highlight an important clause. This document was drafted when Harper & Company was restructuring. It clearly states that any transfer of executive power, such as appointing a new CEO, requires the approval of all majority shareholders. I caught my father's gaze. "And I, Dad, hold 60% of the company's shares." The hush that followed was smothering. My father's expression darkened. "That's impossible," Ethan whispered as he moved forward to examine the page. "Actually, it's very possible," I replied calmly. "You see, over the years, while you were busy failing at every startup you touched, and Dad was busy playing the role of business patriarch, I was doing something else." I leaned forwards. I was securing my place. I turned back to face my father. "Remember when you needed capital for expansion in 2017? You agreed to give me an additional 15% of your shares in exchange for my investment. And in 2019, when we had that court dispute, another 10% was transferred under my name as collateral, which you never bothered to reclaim. That, plus my original 35%, gives me the controlling stake." My dad's jaw clenched. "But, Ethan..." Ethan was in a panic. "You have to be bluffing," he exclaimed. I took out a second document. "This is the most recent legal filing with the state. Want to verify?" Ethan took the paper and scanned it, his face losing color with every passing second. "You can't do it," he muttered. "Dad, tell her she can't do this." My father stayed silent. Because he knew. I had lawfully outmaneuvered him. And he couldn't do anything about it. I sighed softly and stood up. "I'm not firing you, Ethan," I explained. I don't want to force you into the real job market, but you will report to me and work under my guidance. Otherwise? I motioned to the door. You're free to leave. Ethan looked at my father, his eyes begging, but for the first time in his life, my father had no response. There was no way to fix it, because it wasn't his company anymore. That was my. The silence in my workplace felt oppressive. Ethan still held the official document in his hand, his fingers white from holding it too firmly. My father remained motionless beside him, his expression unreadable. But I knew better. He was calculating, trying to figure a way out of this. There was not one. I had spent years preparing for this moment, not because I expected treachery, but because experience had taught me never to presume loyalty in situations of authority. For the first time in my life, my father didn't recognize me. Maybe he never had. Is that it? Ethan eventually spoke, his voice tinged with resentment. Are you just taking everything? I laughed softly, without humor. Are you taking everything? I repeated, moving closer to him. Ethan, I created this company from nothing. I made every contract, expansion, and innovation a reality. While you were busy failing above, I was keeping this company running. So no, I am not taking anything. I leaned in slightly. I'm just keeping what's already mine. Ethan's face contorted in rage, but he had no response. He knew I was correct. And worse, so did my father. He had spent years believing that bloodline was more important than skill. That his son would receive what was properly mine. He'd underestimated me. And now he had to pay for his folly. My father eventually ended the hush. You're making a mistake, Lisa. His voice was calm and calculated, but I could sense the pressure underlying. Families should stick together. Do you truly want to end this relationship? I met his eyes unflinchingly. Dad, I said, you burned this bridge the moment you made your decision without me. His lips form a thin line. Business is larger than one person, we can develop a solution that benefits everyone. I cocked my head slightly, simulating interest. Oh, I agree. I let the words hang in the air before proceeding. That's why I'm offering you both a choice. I went to Ethan first. You can stay with the company, I added, keeping my voice smooth and professional. But you will not be CEO. You will serve as an advisor with limited authority. Your compensation will be generous, but you will report to me. Ethan stiffened, but I did not stop. Or, I added, you can walk away. I will acquire your shares at market value. You can take the money and start working on a new project. My dad scoffed. You're acting like you hold all the cards. I smiled. I do. My words were followed by a dense hush. I let them sit in it, let them experience what it was like to be powerless. Finally, my father breathed, shaking his head in astonishment. I never thought you'd do this, he grumbled. Not to your own family. At his comments, I felt a searing pang. Not for your own family. I wanted to tell him he was the one who did it. That he chose to cast me aside, as if I were only temporary. But I did not. In the end, it didn't matter. What was important was that I would not let them remove what I had built. Not now. Not ever. Ethan was the first to storm out. Good riddance. I knew my brother well enough to anticipate his next action. He would approach our relatives and family acquaintances, presenting himself as a victim of corporate deception. I didn't care. I was not here to win their approval. I came here to win my future. My father waited for a while longer, as if expecting me to alter my mind. When I didn't respond, he nodded slowly. You've changed, he stated gently. I met his gaze. No, Dad. I just finally stopped pretending. Then he departed. I breathed and returned to my chair. I should have felt victorious. I had fought for my position, and won. But as I glanced at the vacant doorway, I sensed something else. A soft, lingering aching. A part of me had always wished for my father's approval. Some small, desperate part of me believed that if I worked hard enough and proved myself repeatedly, he would eventually see me. But he never truly looked. So now he had no choice but to see me for who I truly was. Not his daughter, not his temporary replacement. The genuine boss of Harper & Company. I returned to my computer, my attention changing. I had spent 12 years creating this business. Now I'd spend the next 12 years making it untouchable. My father and brother attempted to take everything from me. But in the end, they were the ones who had lost everything. For the first time in 12 years, my workplace felt empty. There were no phone calls from my father. Ethan sent no passive-aggressive emails, just silence. But silence did not indicate serenity. It meant the struggle had started. I knew my father wouldn't leave peacefully. And Ethan? He would fight tooth and nail to restore what he believed was his birthright. I wasn't naive enough to believe this was over. It had just begun. By the next morning, I could detect an undercurrent of discomfort in the company. Employees who had greeted me with confidence last week now appeared nervous, as if they were terrified to choose a side. Several department heads avoided eye contact. I knew exactly what was going on. My father and Ethan were using the Whisper network. Old family pals, board members, senior executives. They were spreading doubts, painting myself as frigid, ruthless, disloyal. Ethan, in particular, had taken on the character of the wounded son, betrayed by his sister. I could see him now, seated in a high-end restaurant, pretending to be sorry as he told our investors how I had taken the firm from him. And what about my father? He would not need to say much at all. Just a deep sigh. A shaky head. The neatly arranged words. I only ever wanted the best for my children. It was calculated. And risky. Because, if they could turn my board members and senior executives against me, they may force me out of my own company. At the very least, make my leadership impossible. I wasn't going to let that happen. That afternoon, I scheduled an emergency executive meeting. As I entered the boardroom, I could feel the tension in the air. Half of the room averted my gaze. The other half observed me too closely, waiting for me to slip. I took a seat at the head of the table. My seat. Let's not waste time, I added, my tone steady. I know there have been conversations, behind closed doors, over drinks, in hushed voices. I let my gaze sweep the room, pausing on each individual just long enough to cause them to squirm uncomfortably. I'm also aware that some of you are asking if my leadership is sustainable. Several folks tensed. Nobody spoke. I tapped my fingers on the polished wooden table. Let's clear that up now. I displayed a presentation on the screen behind me. Numbers, data, facts. I transformed this company from a struggling regional business to a $75 million industry leader. Under my leadership, we've increased sales by 300% over the last 5 years and entered 6 new markets. I turned to the CFO. Paul, do we have a single financial indicator suggesting this company is in trouble under my leadership? Paul hesitated before shaking his head. In fact, projections show another 20% growth in the next quarter. I nodded. So let's be honest about what's happening here. I leaned forwards. My father and brother are not unhappy because the business is faltering. They are not upset because I am failing to lead. They are furious because they expected me to step aside and let Ethan take over. Regardless of qualification. Regardless of the outcome. The room was silent. Then I dropped the true bombshell. I also know that some of you have been contacted in the last 24 hours, offered incentives to push for my resignation. I tilted my head slightly. If anyone here would like to disclose those conversations now, this is your chance. Several folks shuffled uncomfortably. Then, after a lengthy period, one of the senior executives cleared his throat. I received a call, he said. From your father. He said he was considering making an official appeal to the board. I nodded, not surprised. And did he offer anything in return for your support? A pause. Then, a slow nod. There it is. I breathed and stood up. My father built this company, I replied. I will not dispute that. But I went further than he could have. And I will not let him manage it from the outside. I let my voice drop slightly, controlled and threatening. If he wants a fight, he'll get one. I gathered my papers and looked each executive in the eyes. If anyone here believes my father and brother deserve control, now is the time to make your move. Silence. Nobody moved. Good. I turned and went away, head held high. It wasn't just about keeping my company. This was to ensure that they never imagined they could take it from me again. That night, I made my own call. Not to any board member, not for an investor. But what about the media? By morning, the business section of every major news outlet featured the following headline. Power shift at Harper & Co., Lisa Harper outmaneuvers family in boardroom battle. I'd made my move. Now it was their turn. And I waited. My inbox burst the morning after my story went to publication. Emails. I missed calls. Messages from reporters, investors, and board members. Some were supportive. Some were cautious. However, most of them had one question in common. Is it true? I let them wait. I knew what game my father was playing. He had spent decades mastering the art of public perception. He understood that reputation was important in business. If he couldn't beat me in the boardroom, he would undercut me in public. And that was exactly what he was attempting to do. By lunchtime, the first counterattack had arrived. A press release is nicely made, precisely phrased, but full of lies. Harper & Company has always been a family-owned business. We are disappointed by recent occurrences, but we remain dedicated to sustaining the ideals that have driven this organization. Changes in leadership are unavoidable, and we expect to transition seamlessly as we move forward. It was subtle. But I knew what it was actually saying. Lisa is irresponsible. Lisa is unstable. Lisa isn't a team player. I was not surprised. I was, however, incensed. I sat in my office, watching the news as industry analysts argued over my leadership. Was Lisa Harper too aggressive in her takeover? Will her lack of cooperation hurt the company in the long run? Can she recover from this PR disaster? They spoke as if I wasn't watching. As if I hadn't already planned my next move. Because if my father and Ethan desired a public conflict, I was planning to give them one. I did not release a statement. I did not call a press conference. Instead, I placed one phone call. To an old buddy in investigative journalism. I have something for you, I explained. But you'll need to move fast. An hour later, I emailed over documents. Emails. Financial reporting. Internal records. Evidence. Harper & Company, under my father's guidance, had engaged in unethical business activities throughout time. I had spent the previous decade quietly cleaning up. The news broke within 24 hours. Behind the scenes at Harper & Company, a legacy of hidden debts and financial cover-ups. The piece was brutal. It applauded my leadership for improving the company's financial situation. It was critical of my father's mismanagement, but most importantly, it proved that I was the sole reason Harper & Company had survived. Just like that. The narrative changed. The board has stopped doubting me. The investors stopped hesitating. And what about my father? He had nowhere to hide. 2 days later, my father finally contacted me. I let the phone ring 3 times before answering. Lisa, he murmured in a tense voice. We need to talk. I slumped back in my chair. Do we? Silence. Finally, a sigh. You didn't have to do that. I gave a tiny laugh. Neither did you? This company was supposed to be a legacy, he told me. For the family. For both of you. I had a familiar pain. A small, naive part of me had once desired that, but not anymore. Dad, I spoke gently. If you wanted me to safeguard the legacy, you should have trusted me with it. Instead, you attempted to steal it from me. Another prolonged stillness. He asked, almost reluctantly. What happens now? I breathed slowly. Now, I'm going to make sure you never touch my company again. The conflict was over. My father had lost. Ethan had vanished. And I'd won. However, when I sat in my office, staring out at the metropolitan skyline, I felt no happiness, no victory, just emptiness. I had spent the last 12 years fighting for Harper & Company, building it, safeguarding it, and making it stronger than ever. Nonetheless, the cost of that win outweighed my expectations. Because I had secured my position, I had misplaced something else along the road. My family. The next day, I came into the office as if nothing had happened. But everybody knew the truth. The whispers had ended. The doubt had dissipated. I was no longer simply Lisa Harper, CEO. I was Lisa Harper, the lady who outmaneuvered her father and brother and emerged victorious. Some people appreciated me for it. Some scared me because of it. And some were still waiting for me to fall. I let them wait. At midday, my father and I convened in the conference room for our final conversation. He seemed exhausted. Older, as if the weight of what had happened had finally fallen on his shoulders. I waited for him to speak first. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than I'd ever heard it. I'm retiring, he announced simply. Effective immediately. I did not react. I had anticipated this. I'll sell my remaining shares, he added. I'll keep a small percentage as an investor, but I won't be involved anymore. I examined him attentively. And Ethan? His jaw stiffened. He's gone, my father admits. Took the buyout, he won't be back. A part of me knew it would end like this. Ethan had never been strong enough to face his own difficulties. When he realized he had lost, he did what he always did. Run. Still, hearing it out made something inside me ache. No regret. Not guilty. Simply the finality of it all. I nodded. Understood. My father exhaled and rubbed his temples, as if he had a headache. Then, after a long gap, he said something unexpected. I underestimated you. It was not an apology, but it was as close as I'd ever come. And strangely, I realized I didn't need it anymore. A month later, Harper & Company looked nothing like it did previously. Who were the previous board members who supported my father and Ethan? Gone. What about the executives who had questioned my leadership? Replaced? The company had always performed well under my leadership. But now, it was absolutely mine. And with that control comes a new perspective. I introduced proposals that my father had consistently rejected. He has described modernized systems as unnecessary. He ventured into industries that he had previously avoided. Within 6 months, profits skyrocketed. Within a year, we had reached the $100 million milestone. For the first time in my life, I wasn't battling solely to prove myself. I was fighting to create something that no one could take from me again. A year later, I met my father for dinner. It was the first time we had talked since his retirement. He looked different. Quieter. He wasn't angry now. Simply accepting. I read about the latest deal you closed, he continued as he drank. It was a smart move. I smirked faintly. I know. A shadow of a smile appeared on his lips. There was no longer tension between us. There is no war left to fight. Just the simple, undeniable truth. He'd tried to push me aside. And I had proven him incorrect. He lifted his glass. To Harper & Company, he stated. This time, as I clinked my glass with his, I did not feel angry. I didn't feel resentful. Only tranquility. Because I'd already won. And I no longer needed his permission to know it. As I sit in my office now, overlooking the city where I built my empire, I reflect on the lessons this trip has taught me. That family might be your greatest adversary. Loyalty is a currency, not a promise. That power is never given. It's taken. But more importantly, sometimes, the finest method to prove your worth is to quit seeking validation and create something so powerful that they can never ignore you again. I don't have any regrets. Harper & Company are now mine. And I aim to make sure that no one forgets it. My family tried to force an arranged marriage for business. I eloped. Now they're furious because I just sent them my wedding photo. I'm Zara, and I've been dating Logan for nearly 2 years. We met at our friend Andre's monthly game night, one of those informal get-togethers when everyone brings dollar store munchies and spends hours playing board games. My parents are traditional, not the wealthy sort of traditional with vacation houses and country club memberships, but the kind where dad works extra hours at his job and mom saves every penny at the grocery store. They've always had a family comes first attitude, which usually means whatever dad says goes. Logan and I have been keeping our relationship quiet around my family, not exactly hiding it, but not making a big issue either. He attends occasional family gatherings, delivers flowers to my mother, which she angrily places in the kitchen rather than the living room, and does his best to talk sports with my father, who usually simply grunts in response. Yesterday, I attended our customary Sunday supper. Everything appeared normal. Mom was preparing her famous pot roast, which she extended for the entire week. Dad was watching TV, and my sister Vera was texting on the couch. Then I observed that there were extra places arranged at the table. Who else is coming? I inquired while assisting Mom with the salad. Oh, Warren and Dexter are joining us, she replied. Warren is Dad's best friend from high school, and they work together. I scarcely know his son Dexter, other than he is 27 and also works with them. Dinner began normally enough. Warren arrived with Dexter, who was dressed in a button-up shirt still creased from the store. My mother kept offering him the nicest cuts of meat while giving me strange, meaningful glances. Vera kept kicking me beneath the table while enlarging her eyes, as if she knew something I didn't. Then, between the pot roast and Mom's box mix brownies, my father cleared his throat. Zara, Warren and I have been talking. I immediately felt a strange sensation in my gut, like if something horrible was about to happen. Dexter here is ready to settle down, Warren announced, beaming like he'd won the lotto. And we thought, what better match than our two families coming together? I almost choked on my water. What? It makes sense, my father said, not looking at me. Warren and I are expanding the business, and Dexter will eventually take over his father's role. You two would make a good match. I sat there, my fork frozen halfway to my mouth, as Dexter stared at his plate, looking about as relaxed as I was. The brownie in my mouth turned into sawdust. I'm dating Logan, I admitted, confirming what everyone at the table already knew. My mother waved her hand dismissively. Oh honey, that's just a young girl's fancy. We're talking about your future here. Your mother's right, Dad added. Logan's a nice enough kid, but he's not going anywhere. Dexter here has a real future in the business. I looked at Dexter, who was still fixated on his brownie. He hadn't spoken anything in the entire time. Warren was smirking as if he had just solved global hunger, and my parents were staring at me expectantly. "This is insane," I stated. "I'm not marrying Dexter. I love Logan." My father's face got somewhat purple. "This isn't about love, Zara. This is about family and the future." As I walk towards the door, I hear my father say, "You have until the end of the month to end things with that boy. We're announcing the engagement at Warren's birthday party." I didn't say anything else. I simply grabbed my crossbody bag and left. Logan was already waiting in his car, just around the bend. We had planned to go to Walmart after supper to get some items for his apartment. I climbed inside the car, my hands shaking as I attempted to buckle my seatbelt. That was yesterday. Today, my phone has been flooded with texts from my mother about being rational and thinking about the family. Vera sent me a series of WTF texts, followed by cautions that Dad is serious about this. Even my cousin, Ophelia, called to see whether it was true. Logan and I remained up late last night in his tiny studio apartment, discussing what to do. We had actually planned to move in together when his lease expires next month. Nothing extravagant, just a little two-bedroom in the same building as his friend Andre. We've been saving money and keeping it quiet. Now I'm wondering if we should speed up those plans. I've silenced most of my family on my phone, but I can see the message count increasing. The only person I've responded to is Vera, who has promised not to tell anyone that I'm staying at Logan's tonight. I'm not sure what to do next. I adore my family, but this is insane, right? For example, the year is 2024, not 1825. Who even performs planned marriages anymore, especially for something as mundane as a business deal? I need advice. Logan is supportive, but says it's up to me. I just know one thing for certain: I will not marry Dexter, no matter what my father believes marriage will bring me. First update. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude for the amazing response to my previous post. It's been 2 weeks since that bizarre Sunday dinner, and I'm writing this at 1 a.m., on Logan's couch, stress-eating dollar store cookies and trying to figure out how everything went so swiftly. Our water heater recently broke, and the landlord isn't responding to texts, so now seems like a good opportunity to update you all while I wait for the kettle to heat water for a sink shower. The day after my last post, I waited until my folks were at work before going home to fetch some necessities. I assumed I'd be in and out, but Vera was home ill from her community college studies. Between stuffing clothes into my duffel bag, she told me what I'd missed. It turns out that the entire thing is far trickier than I had anticipated. The truth emerged in parts. Warren's business is struggling, badly. Dad has also been anxious about money, as seen by the dripping kitchen faucet. This arranged marriage was more than simply some random traditional values thing. It was about merging enterprises. They want to leverage my father's contracts to protect Warren's company from falling under. Isn't it really romantic? Things became much more problematic when I realized that my parents had already paid a non-refundable deposit for a wedding location. They had scheduled it under the premise of Warren's birthday party, but it was clearly signed as an engagement celebration. My mother has been exhibiting the contract to everyone as proof that I cannot back out now. The location is a fancy converted barn that likely costs more than I earn in 3 months. Over the next 3 days, I received a continual stream of missed calls and emotional messages. My cousin Ophelia stopped by Logan's with some winter clothes she had borrowed and mentioned that my mother has been contacting everyone in the family, weeping about how I'm wasting my life. The family gossip mill is running overtime. Apparently, Dexter still lives in his parents' basement and spends the most of his time playing Fortnite. What a deal I'm missing out on. Work hasn't gone any better. My manager suddenly reduced my hours after my mother called the store, weeping about her troublesome daughter. I'm now rushing to get shift swaps just to cover my rent. Logan is coping with his own troubles. His car failed inspection, and the repairs would be more expensive than the car was worth. Our living situation is hard. Logan's studio apartment was not designed for 2 people. We're constantly walking over each other, and his downstairs neighbor continues complaining to the owner about the extra noise. My complete skincare routine is currently stored in the bathroom sink because there is literally no other place to put it. Last night, I discovered my mascara in the kitchen cupboard, next to the ramen noodles. That is the amount of organization we're dealing with here. The financial hardship is becoming real. Between my limited hours at work and unanticipated charges, who thought moving would necessitate so many random purchases? We are both feeling the squeeze. I started selling clothes on Poshmark to save money. Logan has been picking up odd gigs on TaskRabbit, but they barely cover the necessities. We've become specialists in extending groceries. Rice and beans have become close companions. The problem reached a new low when I ran into my folks at Walmart while discount shopping. What followed was a scene straight out of a lousy drama. Tears in the cereal aisle, allegations about family devotion, and vague threats about Warren selling to a major corporation. We just got our essentials and went, but Mom noticed the generic brand products in our cart and began crying even more about how I deserve better than this life. Today's new torment was learning that my parents have reportedly been saving for my wedding since I was born. Mom shared images of the wedding fund passbook, a not-so-subtle reminder of what I'm tossing away. The guilt trip included childhood images and a screenshot of current wedding venue prices. To make matters worse, our proposed flat fell through. The landlord decided to rent to his nephew instead, so we are back at square one. Logan's lease expires in 2 weeks, and finding an affordable place is proving more difficult than anticipated. His friend Andre gave us his spare room temporarily, but accepting feels like giving up, especially because Andre lives in his parents' garage and his mother still does his laundry. Logan has been extremely supportive, but I can tell he is also feeling the strain. Yesterday, I discovered him staring at ramen containers with a discouraged expression that wounded my heart slightly. The engagement of extended family members is the most problematic. My phone is constantly ringing with texts from relatives I rarely see, all experts on why I'm making a horrible mistake. Vera keeps me up to date on things at home. Dad appears to be considering removing me from his will, which would be more concerning if there was anything to inherit. When I find myself doubting, I glance at Logan, perhaps playing Wordle on his phone or humming while washing dishes, and know I can't give in. We are not a business merger. We are people. This is our lives. Even if we're currently sharing a single bath towel because we neglected to grab mine during the Great Escape, we're taking it day by day, looking for apartments during lunch breaks, blocking new numbers as they appear, and figuring out our next move. We still have each other, even if our current date nights consist of comparing property ads over microwave ramen. Second update. Hello Reddit. Some of you may remember me from my earlier post about my parents attempting to arrange my marriage to my father's best friend's son Dexter. A lot has happened in the last week, and I'm writing this from a motel room that costs $45 a night, eating leftover pizza, and still wearing the $30 Amazon outfit. It wasn't the wedding I envisioned as a child, but honestly, it was perfect in its own unusual manner. The idea to elope occurred after I discovered that my parents had already begun sending out pre-engagement party invitations to the luxury farm site they had reserved. My sister Vera sent me a photograph of the invitation. They had already decided on my future wedding name and everything. That was the last straw. Logan and I had already discussed marriage, especially since we had been living together for a few weeks. One night, while eating a bowl of microwave mac and cheese and staring out the window at our neighbor's cat, we've named her Princess despite the fact that she's not ours, we just knew. We scheduled it for a random Tuesday, not because it was special, but because we both had the day off work and the courthouse was open. Logan's friend Andre, not my father's friend, thank God, agreed to be our witness. I purchased a modest white dress from Amazon that actually looked better in photos, and Logan wore his one excellent button-down shirt, the one without wrinkles. Everything that could have gone wrong on the morning of happened. The zipper on my dress became caught. Logan's automobile made that strange noise again and would not start. We had to take an Uber to the courts and divide the cost 3 ways with Andre because we were all penniless. The driver continued wondering why we were dressed up, and we simply explained that we had a court appointment. Technically correct, right? The ceremony itself lasted maybe 10 minutes. The clerk was having her lunch as she processed our paperwork, and there was a man in the corner feverishly filling out jury service forms. Not quite romantic, but we couldn't stop smiling like idiots. Andre took photos with his phone. Most of the pictures are blurry, but there's one decent one in which Logan and I are just looking at each other and laughing because I almost dropped the $12 ring we received. We celebrated at the diner around the corner, sharing a plate of fries and a milkshake because that was all we had left from our wedding budget. Andre insisted on paying for his own coffee, claiming it was a wedding gift to us. When the waitress found out we had recently married, she handed us a free pie. This was the first bit of wedding luck we got all day. Then came the hard part. Telling people. We decided to do it with a simple Instagram post, just one good photo Andre took, with a casual caption. So, we did a thing. Ophelia responded first, sending a stream of heart emoticons. Then Vera called, both laughing and weeping. She was thrilled for us, but concerned about the consequences. She was right to be. My mother saw the post while at the grocery store. I know this because she contacted me from the parking lot, sobbing so hard that the cart attendant inquired if she required assistance. She kept claiming she would never be able to attend church again. How could you do this to our family? How about the venue deposit? Dad's reply came through Vera. He reportedly tossed his phone across the room when he saw the post. Warren, his best friend, quickly drove over to their house. Surprisingly, Dexter liked our Instagram picture and remarked, "Congratulations," which most likely exacerbated the situation. The extended family's reaction has been mixed: shocked Facebook messages, angry texts, and a few quiet congrats. My cousin even included me in a TikTok about ungrateful children. Really mature. We're now staying at this motel because our apartment application is still being processed, and Logan's lease expired yesterday. The room smells like old cigarettes, and the Wi-Fi frequently fails, yet it's our first home as a married couple. We've been making the most of our time by watching weird YouTube videos on Logan's phone and eating inexpensive takeout. Then the wedding venue called. It turns out that my parents attempted to cancel my engagement party but still lost the money. They're supposedly telling everyone that I forced them to book it, which is an interesting take of events. Money is still scarce. We're both working extra shifts when we can, and I'm selling more items on Poshmark. The apartment we applied for is not fancy. It's a ground floor, 1 bedroom with an unusual layout and no dishwasher, but it would be ours. The leasing agency stated they will notify us by Friday. Vera has been our primary source of news from home. Mom seemed to have already redecorated my previous room, taking down all of my photos and everything. Dad is informing everyone at work that I am going through a phase. Warren's wife is constantly trying to set up a family gathering to fix things. The most unusual reaction came from Dexter himself. He sent me a DM claiming he's relieved because he can finally tell his father about his girlfriend. They've been dating for almost a year, and she's not only a streamer, but also a single mother. Warren would certainly not approve. Logan and I are taking things day by day. Sometimes I wake up in a panic about everything we've done. Logan occasionally makes me chuckle, such as when he attempted to cook ramen in our hotel room's coffee machine. I remember why I selected this. It is not ideal. But this is ours. Third update. Sometimes the truth arrives in the most unexpected ways. In my instance, it came from a stack of water-damaged papers I discovered while assisting Vera in cleaning out our flooded basement following last week's storm. The basement incident occurred when Vera asked for assistance. Mom and Dad were at a church function, and she was worried about water getting in. Logan and I drove there to help preserve whatever we could. While shifting boxes to a higher level, I discovered Dad's old filing cabinet had turned over, spilling documents everywhere, most of which were drenched. As we went over what may be saved, I noticed something interesting. Loan papers. There are a lot of them. All with Warren's signature and my father as guarantee. The dates went back years. Small loans at first. Then larger ones. The most recent? From shortly before the whole marriage disaster began. Some had final notice stamps. Others had payment plans with missing checkmarks. It was like seeing a chronology of Warren's firm gradually falling. But this is when things get crazy. Mixed up with the loan papers were printed correspondence between Dad and a large development company. They wanted to buy both businesses, Dad's and Warren's, but only as a package deal. The offer was genuinely reasonable, enough to cover all of the debts and then some. Is there a catch? They sought confirmation of consistent succession planning. Essentially, they would not buy until they were confident that the businesses would remain together in the long run. That's where Dexter and I stepped in. We were the ideal solution for demonstrating that the businesses will continue to be controlled by families for many years. While we were still digesting this, Vera discovered other papers. Warren had been disguising how horrible things were from everyone, including his own wife. He had mortgaged their home twice without informing her. My father had co-signed everything, probably hoping Warren would turn things around soon. Then came the real kicker, a draft contract dated shortly before the whole marriage proposal saga. Warren had already begun selling off equipment to make payments. Dad was about to lose all he had worked for over 20 years because he trusted his best friend. I photographed everything before the water destroyed it totally and forwarded them to Dexter. He deserved to know. How did he respond? Well, that explains the rush. Apparently, his father had been pressuring him to settle down for months, even attempting to break up with his girlfriend. The next day, Ophelia came over to our flat with housewarming ramen, because that's what we do now. She had more tea. Warren's wife learned about the second mortgage and moved in with her sister. Dexter finally told everyone about his girlfriend and her child, then moved in with them. Warren. He's staying with his brother, presumably to give his wife some space. However, she most likely changed the locks. Dad still won't speak to me directly, but he's started asking Vera strange questions about my new home. If I eat enough? That type of thing. Mom went from angry Facebook rants to sharing missing my daughter memes, which I suppose is an improvement. Yesterday, Warren texted me. Only 2 words. I'm sorry. I have not yet responded. Not sure if I will. Logan has been incredible during all of this. He doesn't say much about it, just embraces me when I need it and cracks bad jokes when I get too serious. Last night, he attempted to lighten the situation by suggesting that we start our own business. But something simple, he replied. Maybe selling those little hats for cats online. We are doing okay. The apartment is slowly coming together. We discovered an actual bed frame on Facebook Marketplace yesterday. Our upstairs neighbor's child practices trumpet at 7 a.m. every day, but we're getting accustomed to it. I'm picking up extra shifts at work, and Logan has started doing food delivery on weekends. It isn't flashy, but the bills are being paid. Vera claims Dad has been spending a lot of time in his garage lately, probably trying to decide what to do next. When the deal failed, the development business withdrew its offer. She overheard Mom telling a friend on the phone that they might have to sell their house, which they'd lived in since before I was born. Part of me feels guilty, even though I know it's not my fault. Another part is furious that they attempted to utilize my life to solve their business difficulties. Mostly, I'm simply tired of the whole affair. Last update. I wasn't planning on posting again, but I just had the most weird Thanksgiving experience, and I thought you'd be interested in hearing how things turned out after the whole arranged marriage drama. First and foremost, Logan and I are still in our small apartment. We now have a solid bed frame. Goodbye, air mattress. The neighbor's son has progressed from trumpet to drums. Progress. What's the upside? We discovered that our other neighbor works at a furniture outlet, so we got a slightly damaged couch for almost nothing. It has a strange stain that resembles Danny DeVito if you squint, but it's comfortable. The biggest alteration occurred roughly 2 months ago. Mom began sending strange thinking of you texts, generally late at night while she was viewing weeping videos on Facebook. She then asked if we could meet for coffee. I agreed, mainly because I was tired of avoiding her at the grocery store. We met in the cafe where Logan and I celebrated our wedding reception. She cried into her coffee. I nervously stirred the tea. And somehow we ended up having a real chat. It turns out that Dad's business survived. Barely. They needed to shrink, sell some equipment, and relocate to a smaller office. Nonetheless, they are getting by. Warren's company wasn't as fortunate. Speaking of Warren, he and his wife have formally separated. Finally, she received the house. Remember those secret mortgages? He's still living with his brother, who has apparently begun charging him rent. Dexter is doing pretty well. He moved in with his fiancée and her child, started broadcasting on Twitch, and now makes a respectable living doing so. His mother informed my mother that he appears happier than he has been in years. He and Logan occasionally play games together. Which is strange. But that was kind of wonderful. Dad took a while to come around. The breakthrough occurred when our automobile broke down again. This item is currently held together by hope and duct tape. Logan was fixing it in the apartment parking lot when Dad arrived. Vera mentioned it to Mom, who then mentioned it to Dad. He didn't speak much. I just started assisting with the car. Now they have this strange habit of texting each other car maintenance videos. Dad still rarely speaks to me personally, but he will give Logan links to vehicle components for sale. Baby steps, I suppose. Thanksgiving was the real test. Mom had been hinting for weeks that we should visit. I was concerned, but Logan explained that free food is free food. We were still on a tight budget, so we went. It was awkward. South awkward. Aunt Alice continued to make sharp remarks about unconventional life choices. Uncle Bob pretended we weren't present. However, Vera and Ophelia handled the situation admirably. Mom actually hung our wedding photo on the mantel, right next to that terrible school picture of me from 7th grade with the braces and butterfly clips. What about the surprise guest? Warren's ex-wife. Apparently, she and Mom are still friends. She brought this delicious sweet potato casserole and spent the majority of supper telling everyone about her journey of self-discovery and new pastime. Dad seemed to want to dissolve into his mashed potatoes. What's the true highlight? Cousin Andre, not Logan's pal Andre, keep up, has announced his engagement. Everyone quickly began arranging this massive wedding, discussing venues, flowers, and other details. Mom caught my eye across the table and winked. Progress. Our flat is still small, but we have made it home. The ring finally stained my finger green, but I actually enjoyed it. It fits our aesthetic. Logan's car is still making that noise, but we are saving money for a new one. Slowly. Very slow. Work is work. Nothing spectacular, but we are both getting by. Logan began taking online computer science courses. I'm thinking about it too. But for now, I'm just trying to pick up more shifts wherever I can. Vera comes over frequently, typically with food from Mom. I believe she occasionally acts as Mom's spy, reporting back on whether our apartment is clean or if we are eating vegetables. But she also spreads rumors about Warren and Dexter. Apparently, Dexter's girlfriend's child now addresses him as Papa. Life is not perfect, but we are getting there. My grandpa saved $50,000 for my education, but my parents spent it on my sister's sweet 16 and a luxury trip. I, 25F, have been working at an architecture business for the past 2 years, and I need to discuss something that has been eating me alive. Familial favoritism. Not just slight biases, but overt, obvious favoritism that has influenced my entire life. Let me clarify. My parents treat my younger sister, Sophia, 18F, as if she is the center of the universe, while I might as well be invisible. Have you seen the memes about the golden child versus the scapegoat? That's my life, detailed in agonizing detail. Growing up, every birthday became a reminder of this reality. On my 16th birthday, I received a used laptop that could only run basic applications. Sophia's Sweet 16 celebration included a full venue rental, a live band, and even a professional photographer. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning. I've always been drawn to architecture. Even as a child, I would spend hours with my construction blocks, constructing complicated structures as my parents admired Sophia's bizarre dancing movements in the living room. "Look how naturally talented she is," they'd exclaim, while my meticulously crafted structures were tossed aside without a glance. This pattern persisted through our lives. When I was in college, I took first prize in a major architectural design competition. It was a breakthrough moment in my career, the kind of triumph that leads to new opportunities. I alerted my parents about the awards event several weeks in advance, believing that this time would be different. My mother casually stated to me the morning before the ceremony that they would be unable to attend. "We have errands to run," she added, barely looking up from her phone, which was probably showing Sophia's most recent Instagram photos. I ended up asking my friend's mother to snap photos, holding back tears as I got my prize in front of a crowd of ecstatic parents. Sophia signed up for a high school dancing competition 3 months later. My parents were overjoyed when she came in second place, not first. They gave her flowers, took her out to a lavish supper, and documented everything on every social media outlet they could find. "Our talented daughter is following her dreams," they wrote. I sat at that supper, pushing food around my plate, wondering why her dreams were so much more valuable than mine. The instances are numerous. When my outdated phone eventually died, it was so old that the screen would randomly go black. I had to work additional shifts at my part-time job to save enough money for a replacement. Sophia expressed wanting the latest iPhone, and they got it for her that weekend. "She needs it for her social media presence," my mother said, as if that justified everything. But the true difference was in how they handled our mistakes. I once forgot to take out the garbage after working all night on a project. My father lectured me for 45 minutes about responsibility and how I needed to grow up and contribute to the home. But what happened when Sophia backed into our mailbox before she even had her license? They laughed it off. "Oh, everyone makes mistakes when they're learning." It cost $300 to replace the mailbox. My grandfather was not like others. He was my light of hope in this sea of favoritism. While my parents were preoccupied with Sophia's latest social media follower count, Grandpa would sit with me in his study and review my architectural sketches. He wasn't very knowledgeable about modern design ideas, but he understood passion. "One day," he said, his eyes gleaming, "I'll see your buildings on postcards, and I'll buy every single one of them." As I grew older, I spent more time at my grandparents' house. It was the only location where I could breathe freely and not have my accomplishments eclipsed by whatever Sophia had done that day. Grandma would bake cookies while Grandpa worked on my college applications. They were the first to actually notice me. When I was 22 and working my first job at an architecture firm, Grandpa summoned me for a serious chat. He brought me down in his study, the same space where he'd fostered my goals for years, and informed me that he was launching a college fund for my graduate education. He was painfully honest. "I know your parents won't prioritize this, sweetie. They have their favorites, and it's not fair. But I want you to have your shot." The money was large, totaling $55,000. It was enough to give me a legitimate opportunity to pursue my master's degree without drowning in debt. When my parents found out, they barely responded. "What about Sophia? She had an amazing tantrum. Why doesn't Grandpa love me as much?" she cried. My parents spent hours comforting her, assuring her she was just as important and adored. Meanwhile, I stood in the corner, convinced that I couldn't have this one item without it becoming about her. Working for an architecture firm has been my escape. I've pushed myself into my tasks, working late at the workplace and taking on extra responsibilities. My colleagues value my effort and attention to detail. Last month, I was even able to present one of my ideas to a significant client. The firm's partners were impressed. But when I sought to share this information with my parents, "That's nice, honey, but did you hear about Sophia's TikTok going viral?" Then everything changed. My grandparents died within months of one another. First grandpa, then grandma, as if they couldn't take being apart. Losing them devastated me. They were my support system, my cheerleaders, and the only people who treated me like I was important. In the midst of my sadness, I had to manage the duties they had left behind. They were highly structured, with everything clearly spelled out in their will. They left me their humble home, filled with memories and love. Then there was the college fund, Grandpa's pride and delight. I had not touched it yet, thanks to my work savings. But as graduate school applications approached, I decided to check the account. Late one night, after a particularly hard day at work, I went in to check the balance. The numbers on the screen caused my heart to stop. Instead of $55,000, there was just $5,000 remaining. I blinked. We refreshed the page, logged out and back in. The number did not change. The next morning, I went to the bank in person, trying to remain calm while I inquired about the transaction history. That's when the truth was revealed. My parents, named as secondary beneficiaries, had been steadily depleting the account for the past year. I called my mother that evening, my hands shaking as I gripped the phone. "Hey, I was checking Grandpa's college fund, and most of the money's gone. Do you know what happened?" There was a long delay before she spoke, her tone immediately defensive. "What do you mean it's gone? Are you sure you're looking at the right account?" When I told her I'd been to the bank and knew the money had been withdrawn, she abandoned the act. "We used it for Sophia's Sweet 16, she explained, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I felt like I had been hit in the stomach. "You spent $50,000 on a birthday party?" "It wasn't just the party," she said, as if that made things better. "There were a lot of expenses, the venue, the catering, the decorations. Plus, we got her a car." Then came the kicker. They had also used the money to take Sophia on a 2-week family trip to Europe. I wasn't even told about the family vacation, let alone invited. When I explained that the money was intended for my education, my mother sighed, as if I was being difficult. "You didn't need that money anymore. You have a job, remember? Sweet 16 only happens once." We wanted to make it special for her. I hung up the phone with my entire body numb. That night, I sat in the living room of the house my grandparents had left for me, surrounded by images and memories. It seemed like a betrayal of all they had worked for and believed in. After days of internal deliberation, I came to a decision. I hired an attorney. This is not about money anymore. It's about respect. About advocating for myself. Regarding respecting my grandparents' desires. When my parents received the documents, all hell broke out. My mother called within hours, shouting about how I was ripping the family apart. "Do you know how this makes us look?" she insisted. My reply was straightforward. "You should have thought about that before stealing $50,000. "It wasn't stealing," she exclaimed. "It was for the family." I advised her to contact my lawyer and hung up. The fallout was immediate. My extended family found out, of course, my mother couldn't keep it a secret, and I became public enemy number one. My aunt called to lecture me on family loyalty. My aunt told me, "You need to think about what you're doing to your mother." But I'm done thinking about everybody else. For once in my life, I'm thinking about myself. My lawyer thinks this will not be a simple process, but I am ready. My grandparents believed in me. I believed in my dreams. I refuse to let their final gift to me be spent on a Sweet 16 celebration and a car Sophia has probably already wrecked. I will keep you updated as things progress. If anyone has dealt with toxic family dynamics like this, I'd love to learn how they addressed it. Sometimes I question whether I'm doing the right thing. But then I remember my grandfather's expression when he told me about the college fund, and how delighted he was to be able to help me pursue my aspirations. I will not let them take it away. Update 1. Hi, Reddit. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude for your responses to my last post. Some of you really helped me realize that sticking up for myself wasn't just okay, it was important. Here's what's transpired in the 2 months since I filed legal action. The legal proceedings have been exhausting. My parents first tried to drag things out by ignoring our letters and missed deadlines. Their initial answer, through their lawyer, was almost comical. They stated that the money was a family resource and that Grandpa had vocally changed his mind before dying. When we inquired for documentation of this alleged amendment, they couldn't recall exactly when or where the conversation took place. During our first mediation session, my parents took a different approach. Dad stated they had invested the money in my future, claiming Sophia's social media presence would someday benefit the entire family. He genuinely said, with a straight face, "She's going to be an influencer, and then she can help pay for your education." The mediator's look was priceless. The real shock occurred when we uncovered more withdrawals that they had not communicated. In addition to the Sweet 16 celebration, the car, and the European holiday, they had spent thousands of dollars on a private dance instructor to help Sophia advance her career. They'd paid for a costly social media marketing course, many professional photo sessions for her Instagram, and a full gaming setup for her aspiring streaming career. My lawyer was ecstatic with these discoveries. Apparently, tracking such needless expenses strengthens our case. When confronted with these expenses, my mother attempted to justify them as investments in Sophia's future. She even brought spreadsheets to our next meeting, hoping to demonstrate how an influencer career could provide a significant family income. The judge was unimpressed, especially when my lawyer showed out that Sophia's social media following was primarily acquired through paid marketing. Using more of my college fund money. The family dynamic has shifted. Most families initially supported my parents. However, as more information became available, some people began to shift their perspective. My cousin Julia, 32F, called me privately and said she'd seen similar partiality at family gatherings for years but never had the nerve to speak up. She's now one of my most ardent advocates, willing to testify about particular occurrences she's witnessed over the years. My Aunt Margaret, who had first lectured me on family loyalty, became strangely silent after seeing the bank statements. Mom had brought them to a family meeting with the intention of getting approval for their side of the tale, but it backfired catastrophically. The statements included not only the significant expenses, but also dozens of minor withdrawals for things like social media consultancy and brand building seminars. Last week, Margaret sent me a quick text. "Your grandpa would be proud of you standing up for yourself." Coming from her, it meant everything. Sophia's behavior has undergone the most dramatic changes. When she realized her automobile could be seized as part of the settlement, she launched a massive social media campaign against me. Her heartfelt claims about her nasty sister and how I was wrecking the family out of envy backfired swiftly. Her followers began to question her perspective, especially after she moaned about possibly losing her European summer holiday plans. Many of them had part-time jobs to pay for their textbooks. Her most recent outburst occurred when she realized she might need to obtain a job. She posted a 20-minute diatribe on how unfair it was that she might have to work in retail or food service like any other person. The comment section rapidly turned against her, with many pointing out how out of touch she seemed. She's losing followers on a regular basis, and her attempts to present herself as the victim have just exacerbated the situation. The actual wake-up call for her came last week, when she received her college admission letter. Instead of the customary festivities, there was panic throughout the house. My parents committed to pay for her entire education, but they are currently suffering major financial difficulties. Their savings have been exhausted due to legal bills and a potential settlement. Sophia's dream school is suddenly less guaranteed, and for the first time, she is confronted with the implications of their collective decisions. Meanwhile, my career has become my haven. My firm's partners have been really helpful, particularly after I informed them that I may want some flexibility for court dates. One of them approached me and related her own story of family financial abuse. She has become something of a mentor to me, guiding me through both professional and personal obstacles. Last month, she even assigned me to oversee a key project, indicating that she believes in my talents despite my ongoing personal troubles. The most reassuring event occurred during a heated phone conversation with my folks last week. My mother began her typical guilt trip about family loyalty, but this time, I found my voice. When she started talking about how families should help each other, I politely asked her, "Where was this concern for your family when you spent my education fund on Instagram photo shoots and social media courses?" The line became silent. Then she hung up. An hour later, my father called back with an entirely different tone. For the first time, he seemed dejected. "Their lawyer phoned mine yesterday, saying we might be able to reach an agreement." The judge's first remarks regarding their breach of fiduciary duty appear to have finally struck home, particularly when he referenced potential punitive damages. My folks are beginning to understand that this will not go away with a few sad phone calls or guilt trips. The entire experience has been transformational. Standing up to them was daunting at first, but each small success has made me stronger. I am no longer the silent daughter who absorbs whatever attention they decide to offer me. I'm a professional lady battling for what is rightfully mine. And I'm winning. Not just in court, but in real life. Watching Sophia deal with real-world consequences has been eye-opening. She had to cancel her summer travel plans, and there is real talk that she will attend community college rather than her ideal university. She stopped writing about me on social media once her fans began to doubt her viewpoint. Some of her acquaintances have even contacted me personally, saying that my stance against family financial exploitation has helped them think about their own family problems. One of them even called me inspirational. Imagine the scapegoat daughter becoming an inspiration. The most recent development occurred when my parents attempted one more manipulation effort. They arrived at my office unannounced, believing they could press me in person. They didn't anticipate my entire squad to rally around me. My mentor stepped in, politely but firmly, ushering them out and telling them that any communication should go through our lawyers. It was fantastic to see their power over me dissolve in real time. I'll provide an update once we've reached an agreement or if anything significant changes. Thank you all for your encouragement and wisdom. Thank you to everyone who shared their own experiences with standing up to toxic family members. You helped me find my voice when I needed it the most. My grandfather used to say, sometimes the hardest battles are the ones most worth fighting. Update 2. After 6 months of intensive legal battles, I am finally able to reveal the outcome. For anyone curious about the outcome of the litigation, brace up, for karma has finally caught up with my family. The settlement negotiations were severe. My parents first claimed poverty, but their social media activities exposed them. Despite claiming financial distress, my mother continued to post about weekend spa getaways and fancy purchases. When my team submitted these posts to their lawyer during mediation, he visibly shuddered. Our forensic accountant made a surprising discovery, which marked a turning point. In addition to the expenses we already knew about, my parents had started depositing money into Sophia's social network investing account. They had recruited several influencer coaches and even put down a deposit on a content creation house, all using my college fund. The judge's response was noteworthy. This isn't investing in a child's future. This is gambling with someone else's inheritance. The final settlement exceeded our first expectations. My parents had to liquidate various assets, including their vacation timeshare and investment properties we had no idea existed. Sophia's car, the one they purchased with my money, had to be sold. What's with the irony? She had barely driven it and preferred to be ferried about by our parents. What about luxury shopping sprees and European vacations? Gone. She now works at a neighborhood coffee shop, which is her first actual job at the age of 18. The transformation has been astonishing. Initially, she returned home lamenting over having to wear a uniform and deal with tough customers. But something unexpected happened. She's genuinely maturing. She paid her first student loan payment last week and posted about it. There were no tears. There's no drama. Just a simple acknowledgement that she is learning to stand on her own 2 feet. My parents' changes have been even more dramatic. The illusion of a beautiful family life, which they had cultivated for years, has crumbled. My mother's social media accounts, which were formerly loaded with beautifully managed family images and uplifting words about unconditional love, have gone silent. Dad stopped making excuses for their actions and recently sent me an email, our first true conversation in months. In his email, he revealed something I never expected to hear. We failed you as parents. We got so caught up in making Sophia the star of our family that we forgot you were shining in your own way. He started having seen my name in an architectural magazine. I had recently won an award for an innovative ecological design project, and he stated he finally saw what my grandfather had always seen in me. My career provided the most rewarding growth opportunities. The sustainable design initiative that drew my father's interest has opened up great opportunities. 3 major corporations have approached me with job offers, and my current employer has reacted with a promotion and a significant raise. The partners even mentioned fast-tracking me for a junior partner position, which typically takes at least another 5 years. The compensation money has now arrived, and I have invested it just as my grandfather would have wished. I'll begin my master's degree in sustainable architecture next year, and I've set aside some money to establish a small scholarship for students in financial need. It feels good to transform this awful experience into something that can benefit others. Sophia and I had our first actual talk last week. She arrived at my house after her job at the coffee shop, still dressed in her uniform, looking fatigued but more sincere than I'd ever seen her. I get it now, she remarked. Why do you fight so hard? It wasn't about the money. It was about being seen. We are not best friends, and perhaps we never will be. However, we have reached a new understanding. The most difficult thing has been witnessing my parents endure the community's censure. Their social circle has dwindled significantly since the truth was out. Several family friends have discreetly contacted me, relaying similar accounts of observing their favoritism over the years but never saying anything. My Aunt Margaret has unexpectedly become an ally, checking in on me on a regular basis and even assisting me with my graduate school application. Looking back, this journey was much more than just reclaiming stolen funds. It's been about breaking free from destructive familial patterns and discovering my own value. The house my grandparents left me has become my sanctuary, complete with architectural sketches and future ideas. I've converted their old study into my design studio, with my drafting table set up precisely where Grandpa used to sit and encourage my dreams. Sometimes, while I'm working late at night on my designs, I sense their presence and know they'd be proud of the lady I've become. The most significant difference has been in how I perceive myself. I am no longer the family's scapegoat or invisible daughter. I'm a successful architect, a potential graduate student, and someone who has the bravery to advocate for what is right. Last week, I presented a large sustainable housing project before the municipal council. Watching those seasoned architects and developers lean forward in their seats, truly interested in my ideas, was an experience that no amount of family approval could match. The familial dynamic that previously smothered me no longer has any hold on me. My folks are embarking on their own journey of atonement. Mom has started treatment, which she previously regarded as unnecessary. Her therapist assisted her in seeing tendencies from her own past that contributed to her bias. Dad is striving to re-establish relationships with family members who have distanced themselves owing to his enabling conduct. During our last family reunion, he actually stood up to his sister when she tried to make excuses for their previous actions. They have a long way to go, but at least they are admitting their mistakes. Sophia's transformation continues to amaze me. She's been promoted to shift supervisor at the coffee shop and is attending community college. Her social media presence now reflects a very different person, one who is discovering the importance of hard effort and genuine accomplishment. She's even created a small study club to help other working students reconcile work and education. Last week, she thanked me. "You taught me that real respect isn't about being given everything," she told me. "It's about earning your own way." The entitled youngster who used to throw tantrums over Instagram likes has matured into someone who recognizes the worth of actual achievement. To the Reddit community, your support has been vital throughout this trip. Every comment, letter, and shared story gave me the strength I needed when I was doubting myself. The reactions to my initial post made me realize how many other people have had similar issues with family financial abuse. You taught me that standing up for yourself does not make you selfish or ungrateful. Rather, it makes you powerful. Special thanks to everyone who shared their own experiences with family financial abuse and toxic dynamics. Your courage impressed me. When my grandfather established the college fund, he wanted to invest in my future. Ultimately, he offered me something far more significant than money. He taught me that I was worth fighting for. He showed me that dreams are more than simply wishful thinking. They are objectives that should be pursued with everything you have. That lesson has been worth every difficult moment on this path. For anyone out there dealing with similar family situations, remember, you deserve to be recognized, acknowledged, and your dreams taken seriously. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise, even if they are family. Sometimes the most difficult battles are fought against people who should have been your staunch supporters. But those struggles shape who you are. The legal victory was only the beginning. I've begun helping other young architects at my business, particularly those dealing with financial or family issues. It feels natural to pass on the kind of support that my grandfather offered me. Next month, I'll be speaking at a professional conference on sustainable urban development, which I would never have done before. As I prepare to begin my master's program, I carry my grandfather's comments near to heart. One day, I'll see your buildings on postcards. I may have lost the money once, but I gained something far more valuable: the courage to shape my own destiny on my own terms. Every blueprint I draw, every design I develop, is a reflection of his faith in me. Thank you, Reddit, for being a part of my quest to reclaim what was properly mine. Not just money, but also my self-worth. Your intervention has transformed a story of familial betrayal into one of personal victory. I hope that my story can inspire others to have the strength to stand up for themselves and their aspirations.